All right, well, this is going to be a Borderlands 4 State of Play waiting room. So if you're watching this later, it's going to be a long stream, and it's not going to contain the State of Play. That'll be a separate video on my channel, so look for that. This is just something that we do when there's an event going on, especially when they're in the afternoon or the evening. It's just fun to hang out with the community, talk, and people are saying the music's really loud. Sorry! Whoops. I turned the music up for Twitch because they had to wait. So let's try that again. This is going to be a waiting room for the Borderlands 4 State of Play. You're going to want to check a separate stream. This is not going to contain the State of Play. This is something that we like to do whenever there is some kind of an event. State of Play, a reveal, an Xbox event, a showcase, anything like that. We like to do this. It's just an opportunity for us to hang out and just talk and chill and gift members, sub, have little contests, you know. So we've done this before, and you guys have seemed to have liked it. So if you're watching on YouTube, smash the like button. Get us to those first 100 likes really, really quickly. We will be co-streaming the event later. And you guys on Twitch won't have to do anything, but you guys on YouTube, we will go into a new stream. We will go into a new video. Bro, sounded like the end of an 80s movie. I've been trying to keep my headphones on so that I can hear the music, because all this music's original. This is not anybody else's music. I've been using an AI app to basically just generate synthwave for the show, and it's been surprisingly very, very, very good. So, yeah. And again, make sure that you guys are hitting like on YouTube. Let's have a strong start. I'm not doing like a show open, so I'm just immediately talking with you guys. The music was awesome. Yeah, I've been incredibly impressed at the music. And so we were talking in Morning Coffee. So if you missed Morning Coffee, that is something that you get access to when you're a paying supporter or a gifted member on YouTube. And Twitch, eventually that will be sub only. You won't be able to watch that without being a sub. And when you sub to Twitch, you never see an ad. But we were talking in Morning Coffee about Arc Raiders, about Marathon, the new extraction thing that people seem to be chasing. So I need to say where to find. It's called Suno. So it's just SUNO. You got to pay to use it, but it's been very, very helpful. I like not having to worry about the music that I'm using. Conquest Dark should go on the watch list. Survivor game. It just entered early access on Steam. Okay. Let me add that one. Conquest Dark Steam. See if I can do something here. Cable is driving me nuts. And let me see if I can just just prop it up. Looks like they have a demo on Steam. Oh, I think I have this one. I think I've seen this one. Yeah, it's an action roguelike. Yeah, my issue with games like this is I always wish that they were co-op. This reminds me of Deep Rock Galactic Survivor meets Diablo. Like, this looks awesome. But yeah, they go so insane with the numbers and the number of enemies and everything. They probably can't do co-op. But yes, Returnal got a PS5 Pro patch. I posted screenshots on Twitter, and man, it looks good. Man, it looks good. Like, that game already looked good, but they gave it a resolution bump. So, as you guys are piling in on YouTube, go through the ritual of smashing the like button. Thanks for already starting the day strong. Not sure if you saw my comment earlier. Oh, no, I already read that. Raijin, yes, thank you. Didn't know this was original AI that you own. Wait, I really thought you switched to open source after you couldn't use old albums. I was using DMCA free music from like Panda Beats and like Harris Heller. But then we were reading random copyright claims on Harris Heller's music. And so I tried out this thing that, that Hilly was using to make funny songs, just like goofy songs. And I tried using it for some of my own lyrics that I've written for an album that I would like to do one day. I'm not a singer or a musician or anything, but I'm a decent lyricist. And I was like, I wonder if it can make good synthwave. And I just told it to make 80s synthwave. And the music it started kicking out was actually like really good. Now, obviously, I'm not like cruising down the highway jamming to this stuff, but it's perfect for background music on a stream. The state of play is at 5 p.m. Eastern, which is in roughly 7 hours. So we're just going to chill. We're just going to hang out. We're going to do the thing. Talk games, debate, discuss. We were debating Arc Raiders and Marathon and extraction shooters in Morning Coffee. If you guys, can bring that back up again. And, if you don't agree with me or agree with me. I was basically saying that I really wished Arc Raiders had a PvE mode. Astacross said the same thing. Force Gaming said the same thing. I'm in good company. There are people that are like, you would get a lot more people to play your game if you let folks avoid the PvP. And people are like, but it's only fun with PvP. Well, then you would play the PvP and have a blast. Please make me generic, no non-offensive music. I got you, fam. That's right. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you can use Suno for free. It's just only so many songs per day. Yeah, you can test it out for free and see what you think. This is true. This is true. It's like the musical equivalent of a form letter, and it works. Yeah. I hard agreed with your Marathon video. This seems like a game Bungie wasn't really sure why they were making it. Ads. Oops. Hang on a second. Sorry, YouTube. When I don't have a script, I can't remind myself to turn the ads off. Yeah, we had a lot of people. Agreeing with the Marathon video. Yeah, it did very well. It's still doing well. It's still on an upward trajectory. It hasn't plateaued yet, which is really good for a video after a couple of days to still be on an upward climb. Have you considered putting Post-it notes on your monitors? Yeah, Post-it notes don't work. I've tried that. I put it in my monologue, and it reminds me. And when I don't have a monologue, it just doesn't happen. Truth be told, it probably helps the video to have an ad hit that early in the live stream. We have gotten severely diminished on the YouTube platform. Severely diminished. Our impression rates are terrible for the daily live show. Like, we do great when we do gameplay. We do great when we do a live event. But just like the daily gaming talk show, oh, it's awful. Because it's, once I'm done streaming, it goes in and puts all the ads, and then the video performs great. But when I'm live, they're like, you're not running ads, you suck. And they don't put the video. Like, the live stream goes to, like, nobody. It's, yeah. Getting Twitch back was very well timed, because YouTube has not figured out what they want to do with live streams, and they have basically damaged our ability to grow with our daily show over here, because I don't want to run ads every however many minutes they do it. So, yo, Alex over here gifting a sub to Marduk, and Twitch has gotten to take a nice early lead today in the subs versus members contest. Yeah. If you run ads on YouTube Live, the members still get the ads. They do. I don't have the ability to turn that off. Yeah. Or I would. They need non-intrusive ads. We have made YouTube aware of it, and they have gotten consistent feedback that live stream ads have to be non-intrusive. They have to either be in the chat or like a bumper or just like a banner across the bottom. They have received that feedback because they know that nobody's doing it. And if the big guys do it, they know it's damaging to viewership. So they're trying. YouTube's well aware that they have not implemented advertisements in live streams in a good way. They just haven't. They've done a poor job, and they're trying to figure it out. You can't manually run ads? Yeah, you can. I can push a button right now and run ads. Yes, and it hurts viewership, so I don't do it. Did a lot of your YouTube viewers switch to Twitch? I think about 100 people did. Yeah. Been watching anything on Arc Raiders? I watched Force Gaming talk about it. I watched Astacross talk about it. I watched Astacross play it for a little bit. And I think they've got something. I just think they made Marathon's life a lot harder. I think they just made Marathon's life a whole lot harder. So, even doing a visual ad that took up half the screen and just shrunk the main content for a few moments would be better than normal YouTube ads. Yeah. Jack Frags likes it a lot. I don't see non-intrusive happening. Advertisers seemingly want you to be disrupted. Well, I mean, they could basically tell them no one's running the ads in the live environment. So do you want nothing or do you want something? Like, something's better than nothing, right? So I only did it because I can play members' content in the background. You're the only person I watch here. Well, I appreciate it, Alex. Jake says you can see Lupo's bias shining. He's been so involved with Marathon, he's got his blinders on while trying Arc Raiders. Or he has preferences that's just going to make him like one game over another. I mean, you know, I don't like to just immediately assume something like that. Sci-Fi Nerd with 31 months of subs on Twitch, moving Twitch along to 5. Every 25, I give 5. And you guys have not been making me do that. YouTube, we have completely fallen off. We beat up Twitch last week. It's Wednesday. We are super behind. And Twitch hasn't really made it interesting. They fought hard that first week. You got your code for Arc Raiders? Nice. You still have my question from Morning Coffee. It didn't get grabbed. I've said this many times. It's not sinking in with some of you. You can't use the question command in subscriber in members content. It won't work. I can't get Nightbot in there. Nightbot has to be in the stream for the question command to work. So a lot of you guys have been doing that. I've tried to say it as many times as I could. You cannot submit questions in Morning Coffee or Green Room. I mean, you can, and I'll answer your question, but Nightbot's not there to grab it. Alex with the 5 bomb on YouTube says, "Wake up, gents!" And there it is. Just like that, takes the lead away from Twitch. It's really, really hard for Twitch to win. They don't have the heavy hitters over here. Yeah, the question works in public streams. The question command works on Twitch. It does not work in Green Room or Morning Coffee because I can't get Nightbot in there. I wish I could. But I can't get him in there. Wednesday is the day after the most important day of Chun Li's life. Huh? The state of play is only about Borderlands 4. Yes, I don't know why people are surprised. They said this was going to happen at their last event. I don't know why people are being negative. And I don't know why people are surprised. It seems very strange to see, like, some of the more plugged in people, not you guys, but like guys on Twitter and stuff that are like super plugged in. I don't know why they're surprised, and I don't know why they're upset. Like, who cares? It's an event. Like, I think people commonly look at situations like this through the lens of a false dichotomy. They're like, oh, well, because they're doing a Borderlands 4 state of play, they're not going to do... they could have done a Yote one, and they're not. Like... No, what? No, they could still do one for Yote. Yote could have a 20-minute, gameplay showcase at this summer like they did for Spider-Man. Like, we don't know what they're doing with Yote. I don't think they're going to be like, oh yeah, we're going to do a 20-minute one, but we're not going to do one for Yote. That's weird. Yo, Politician, thank you for renewing your Member Plus over here on YouTube. Like, I don't get why people fall prey to this every time. They think like, well, because PlayStation's doing a Borderlands state of play, it's somehow supplanted and replaced a potential Yote state of play. I'm like, what are you doing? It's an event about a new game. Enjoy it or don't, but like, it's not like, I don't get why people think like this. It's not like PlayStation's like, well, we were going to do a Yote state of play, but we're going to do one for Borderlands, a third-party game instead. It's like, no. They're also probably going to do one for Death Stranding too. They wouldn't do Yote yet. Yeah, Yote's still a ways out. And following, PlayStation's rhythm of marketing, I would anticipate them treating Yote the way they treated Spider-Man 2. And a gifted member comes in from Raphael, and he rounds us out to 85. Getting us a little bit closer to the first 100 of the week. Thank you guys so much. You guys brought the heat last week, and we didn't have MASH. We brought the heat last week without MASH. You guys crushed it. But I think they're going to give Yote the Spider-Man 2 treatment. It's their big first-party studio this year. They're going to give him really good treatment. Sucker Punch is going to probably be the show ender, crown jewel of whatever they do in the summer if they do a State of Play or a showcase. I think they're going to do a showcase. I think it's going to be late May. That's when they like doing things. They kind of like to be the quasi kickoff to Summer Game Fest before anybody else has done anything. They're kind of first. PlayStation likes to do that. And yeah, I think there'll be a big 20-minute, 15-minute something for Yote at the end of that event. And then Death Stranding 2 will probably have its own thing as well, or it'll be a huge chunk of the showcase. I don't know. Alex renews his membership on YouTube for 30 months. I love playing the first 3 in the series. Excited for the 4th. Any thoughts on the possible innovations? Yeah, so on the subject of Borderlands 4, since that is the waiting room that we're in right now, the Borderlands 4 PlayStation State of Play, the Borderlands 4 State of Play waiting room. My big thing is they have to think about, the classes. The classes have to be fun throughout the game. They have to be fun dependent upon, whatever build you come up with. And I think they need to stop building the game for the end game. I do. I think what they did with Borderlands 3 is they built the game for their end game. It was like, well, we're going to do this, and this, and these builds and that and the third. And the main game just suffered. Your first playthrough of Borderlands 3 is completely throwaway. It's a complete waste of time. It's stupid the way that they do it, the way they scale it. It was an afterthought. They built that entire game for the end game for streamers is what they did. And so the main game suffered. Yo, Alley Cat with 4 months of Member Plus. Thank you so much. Adding it to the total. YouTube all the way to 10. Twitch, you guys could tie it in the blink of an eye. You could tie it in the blink of an eye. A little 5-bomb. Y'all need to recruit some heavy hitters for Twitch. GTA and Ghost will definitely be their headliners. Yeah, Lost Soul Aside getting delayed is a bit of a weird one. It's a little concerning, honestly. Hopefully it's just for polish, because it's not by much. It's only like, what? 3 months? How they build it just for the end game? So basically, nothing mattered until you rolled Borderlands 3 over until your second playthrough. Nothing mattered until then. And everything they focused on, if they nerfed a build or buffed a build, it was for that endgame grind that they built. So they basically built an endgame grind for streamers who were still playing Borderlands 2 or were long-standing fans of Borderlands 2. And so the main game suffered. Like, the first playthrough of Borderlands 3 is a complete and utter waste of time. If you play it in an exhaustive way and you do all the side quests, you end up over-leveled. Everything that gets dropped is below your level. The best way to have gear at your level in your first playthrough of Borderlands 3 is to go back to Sanctuary, go to Marcus's vending machine, and his stuff. That's the only vending machine like this in the game. At least this was at the time. This is vanilla. Vanilla Borderlands 3, that Marcus vending machine was always at your level. So, like, that was the best. Basically, that's how you played Borderlands 3. Is every couple of levels, you would go back to Sanctuary, sell everything you had, and buy some guns from Marcus. So it wasn't a looter shooter anymore. It was a vending machine simulator. Everything I got was always underneath me, so I was always just taking it and selling it. I wasn't trying new weapons. I wasn't experimenting with alt-fire this or alt-fire that. It was 3 levels beneath me, 4 levels beneath me, crap. And so you just shoved it into the machine. And people are like, oh, the first playthrough doesn't matter. Just do the first playthrough, get through the second playthrough, and then everything levels with you. Why don't you do that in the main game then? And people are like, oh, but people don't want it to level with you. Some people like getting over-leveled. Well, let me check a box. Let me check a box that says, yeah, I want the enemies and the gear to level with me. So everything that drops is worth looking at. Every gun is worth checking out. Every gun is worth trying. They had all these new gun types, all these new things they were doing, and I never tried most of them because I would just go back to Marcus. I'd go to his vending machine. I'd buy whatever, AR or effective weapon he had that was at my level, and everything else just got sold. I had a dream that a silverback gorilla was after me. I wonder where that crazy idea came from. I don't know, man. Stop watching that. Stop watching those weird videos, dude. I get the reference. I just finished my first playthrough of Borderlands 3, and the first run is a throwaway until you unlock mayhem levels at endgame. That's exactly right, Snow. So they made a game. They made a game where everything was designed around the end game. If they nerfed something or they buffed something in Borderlands 3, it wasn't because you had a gun or a build that was too strong when you were just playing through the campaign. It was because some busted build in the end game showed up, and they were like, "Well, we can't have that." I don't know. I don't know how exactly they can avoid that. But they've always struggled with the pyramid. They get to the top of the pyramid, and then that's all that matters, and the rest of the game doesn't. Borderlands 2 was that way. You had to run Slag, and the Unkept Herald was the only gun worth using at the tip of the pyramid. So Slag, Unkept, Slag, Unkept. And so the tip of the power pyramid in Borderlands 2 was so narrow, everything else didn't matter. So a game that's supposed to be about billions and billions and millions or whatever trillions of guns, 2 guns mattered. Yeah, Returnal got a pro update. I know. I tested it out and put screenshots on Twitter. Are y'all saying they have 2 different characters or your first one's throwaway? No. Not your first character. Your first playthrough is throwaway, Kirk. So you take that character and you roll over into, now you're replaying the game on whatever it's called. True Vault Hunter mode, Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, whatever the frick they call it now. That is basically something imported from Borderlands 1 and 2, which was kind of a Diablo thing. It was a Diablo thing. So that was something that they did to kind of keep the game fresh. Yo, I'm 34 today. Trash Bandicoot with 29 months. Guys, y'all know what we do on birthdays around here. We need some gas in the tank here, man. We got to scramble. We got to scramble. You're going to give Madam and I Friday night off. We are not going to stream on Friday nights at this pace. That weekly goal ain't happening. Who has time to do a warm-up run of a game? Please see my last. So, because of loot and build crafting, I don't understand how that stuff works. I just play through the games to play through the story and shoot cool guns and feel good. I never really give a bunch of thought to stuff like that. Okay, so here's the thing, Lone Wolf. And a 5-bomb comes in from Angry Pete. And he says, happy birthday, Trash Bandicoot. There it is. 16 for YouTube on the day in the little friendly competition between. And 93 inching ever closer to the 100. So Lone Wolf, what my wife and I liked to do is do a playthrough and then DLC, right? That's what we did with Borderlands 1. We did a playthrough and then we did all the DLC. And then Borderlands 2, we did a playthrough and then we did all the DLC. Okay. Yeah, it's like 6.5 hours till the stream. Yes, Lore Vega. If you guys are here for the Borderlands thing, and a 20 bomb comes in from Behemoth, 20 members, just like that. Man, oh man, that takes us to 113 and 36 on the daily fight between YouTube and Twitch. You love to see it. YouTube continuing to flex on that Twitch platform, boys. Bye-bye chat for 10 minutes. That's right. Yeah, but that's what we would do. I'm asking because I never got into that stuff. You play more casually. Right, and as a casual player, Lone, you would hate what they do in Borderlands 3. Well, maybe not, but if you're like me, you would. We got to level 13, right? We were doing some stuff, right? We were doing our side quests. We were doing some stuff. We got to level 13, and I went to go do a main quest, and the main quest was like 10. And so every boss, every enemy, every loot chest, 10, 10, 10. I'm like, I'm 13. What the heck? None of this stuff is at my level. What is going on here? So it just felt, and again, the most effective way to be kitted in Borderlands 3 was to take everything to Marcus in Sanctuary, his vending machine, sell it all, and buy stuff at your level. You didn't even notice? I mean, if you're going to play a game with loot so casually you don't pay attention to the levels that are dropping, my analysis isn't going to really hit you because you're not doing that. You're just playing. I can't play a looter and not look at the numbers. Like, I'm always looking at the numbers, baby. Like in AC Shadows right now, every so many levels, I go back to my hideout and I level the gear that I've decided that I like at the current moment. I put the inscriptions on them and stuff. I've got some really nice gear right now in AC Shadows. Not a fan of Borderlands. I have finished 1 and 2. It's a great way to make a loot game not a loot game. Yeah, it's a loot game where the loot immediately doesn't matter. Yeah, engravings. Thank you, Zubair. Yeah, the engravings. I really hope that they've invested heavily into the overall animations, especially into character facial animations at least. I'm not so concerned about that in Borderlands. I need the guns to be awesome. I need the leveling to not be stupid. And I need the characters, the abilities, the build, like the ability to like build your skill tree and all that. I need all that to be very, very thoughtful and well done. And then I'll play the heck out of your game. But if the leveling is dumb again, it was like this in Borderlands 2, and they were supposed to fix it in Borderlands 3. In Borderlands 2, I remember being ecstatic when I got the Flame of the Firehawk. I was like, oh, it's my first legendary. They give it to you for completing a mission. And it was like 4 levels beneath me. And I'm like, well, that really sucks the excitement out of the room. In your opinion? Yeah, that's obvious. That's what I'm stating. I'm stating my opinion. Yes. Thank you. In a loot, like, I don't understand. To me, this is very logical. Oh, the Logician. It's very logical to me. It's a loot-based game where you level up. I want the loot dropping to be at my level. Oh, like, that to me is so logical. That's logical. It's like, it's a looter shooter, and I'm leveling up. I want the guns to drop at my level. Who cares? I still use it when it was 4 levels below. It worked just fine. If it works, it works. That's fine. You can sit back and not make demands of a game passively. I don't play like that. I want the game to make sense and to be sensible and logical. It doesn't make any sense in a loot-based game to not have loot dropping at your level. Was Tiny Tina like that? That's the only Borderlands I actually finished. My wife and I false started with Tiny Tina so many times, and I don't know why. I can't remember. We would just get so far in the game, and we would just kind of throw the towel in. I don't know. I can't remember why. It was good. We liked it. We just kept stalling out. The sandbox for Borderlands 4 needs to evolve past adding a mantle. I just got so bored of Borderlands 3. They've got like a grappling hook. There's a lot of verticality and movement in Borderlands 4 that I've never seen in a Borderlands before. It looks good. Isn't areas based on enemy levels? Sometimes that's true, Bassar. What I'm saying is just track with me here. This is so... This debate always surprises me because it's so simple. By the way, if you guys are watching on YouTube, let's go for 200 likes right now. We've only been streaming for about 30 minutes. Brutal Gear with 32 months on Twitch. 32 months. Glad you're back on here. Was a long time coming, but happy some things are being set right for you. Thank you so much. And he's given Twitch a little bump. It's now 6 to 36. Come on, Twitch. Come on, Twitch. Let me open the door. It's getting warm in the office. This is so basic. They have the ability to give me what I want. Because when you beat Borderlands 3 and you roll over into your second playthrough, everything's at your level from that point on. Everything. The enemies, the guns, all of it. Can I not just turn that on in my first playthrough if I want? Because there are people that don't like that. They're like, I don't want my first playthrough to be like that. I like getting over-leveled. Like, they do all of the side quests and they end up over-leveled. Right? And they like that. Well, I don't want to take that from you. I just want to be able to engage in the way that I would enjoy. And they have the ability to do it because the game does it in your second playthrough. Soldier on Music with 5 months on Twitch says, tried to get my 2017 follow back, but I'll take 5 months. It's better than nothing. Welcome back to Twitch. Thank you so much, Sorcerer. I'm sorry you lost your follower date, man. That's a bummer. That is a bummer. Some of you guys were following me for a really long time over here. Lone Wolf says, I get that now, but the damage was still working well enough for me that I didn't care about the level number. The damage numbers were the main thing I paid attention to, and those seem to have been going up gradually enough to where it worked for me. I think it's a fair criticism, though. It definitely should be an option. Right. Imagine the damage numbers. Okay, so track with me, Lone Wolf. So you're 14, and you're using a level 10 gun, and you're like, well, the damage numbers are going up. Well, yes, because you probably replaced like a level 8 or a 9. And then eventually you're going to have level 14 weapons, but by then you're probably level 18. Imagine, if you will, if you had the level 14 gun when you were level 40, like the damage output would have been at where it should be. Here's the reason you probably didn't notice, Lone Wolf. You were using level 10 guns, and the enemies were probably also level 10. So you don't really notice it because they're adequate for those enemies. I'm saying if I level up, I want the guns to level up and go ahead and level up the enemies as well. I have no problem with that. It gives the game a sense of progression. Instead, what ends up happening in my experience is I feel like the game is lagging behind me and I'm too strong, and then it kind of just doesn't feel fun anymore. It's like I'm just mowing everything down because I'm 4 or 5 levels above everything. It doesn't make the loot explosion out of the boss exciting because I know he's going to drop a bunch of stuff that's probably weaker than what I'm currently using. Because if I go back to Sanctuary and I buy weapons at my level from Marcus, everything that boss showers me with is weaker and lower level. It's like, well, the excitement from the loot explosion just got completely and utterly neutered because I'm like, yeah, he's not going to give me anything stronger. I'm a level 14, he's a level 11, and everything he drops is going to be like a level 12. And I'm using things that are higher than that. Hang on, I got to thank Matt. 3 months of memberships on YouTube. I don't play a lot of games a second time these days. I'm on board with unlocking everything to start. Thank you so much, Matt. And that gets YouTube to 37 on the day and 114 on the week. Kirk says, so basically what you're saying is Mayhem mode has the best system for loot drops, but you can't unlock that until beat the game? No, not Mayhem mode. It's called True Vault Hunter. So Kirk, have you ever played like a Diablo, and after you beat the game, you roll the game over and you play it all over again from the very beginning? Have you ever done that in like a Diablo or a Borderlands? It's basically playthrough 2, right? Like Borderlands 2, you start over at the very beginning. The enemies are higher. They have new names. You're higher. The gear drops are higher, right? When you do that in Borderlands, on that second playthrough, every enemy, every weapon is at your level. I just want to be able to turn that on in my first playthrough. That's all I'm asking for. A little checkbox. Like world tiers, kind of. It's a hybrid, Kirk. It's New Game Plus and world tiers. It's kind of the same. Because yes, you roll over New Game Plus, but the enemies are now scaling up, and so is the gear because you're rolling over at a higher level. To play devil's advocate, if the world level's with you, doesn't that do the same thing to the loot? Lowering the excitement because the enemies stay at your level no matter what? No, it doesn't lower the excitement because every single time I kill a boss or go into a new area, especially bosses, I'm getting gear at my level or one level up. You're giving me something to look forward to. You're giving me something to replace my current gear with. So the way bosses typically work in Borderlands Brutal, if you're a level 10, the boss will be like level 11 or 12 to make it a little bit harder, and then everything he drops is typically also 1 or 2 levels higher than you. That's exciting, right? You might find something, you're like, oh, this is stronger, this is better, I can't wait till I get that ding level up and I'm going to go use this. That creates that element of you're constantly replacing your loot and getting new stuff to try. Right? Hang on, something happened. Oh, Joker Quinn with 23 months in the VIP. Sorry, I've been absent lately. 1 month to go until 2 years. Thank you so much, Joker Quinn. The one of the kings around here for single gifteds. We are now exactly a 10 bomb away from 125. I'll owe you guys 10 members. I'm not replaying a game with so much coming out these days. Yeah, that's fair, Sorcerer. It's harder now to replay a game. It is. Nobody renews their subscription, and a 5 bomb comes in from Joker Quinn, and that takes us to 121, and that takes YouTube up to 44. 44. Thank you, Joker Quinn. Please see my last. I think that might be part of why I never really found it an issue. I'm also World of Warcraft brained, and the loot level is different from the character level. Yeah. Yeah, my expectation, I think my expectation is a fair one because they can do it. They can totally do it. They can do it. And listen, they were supposed to do it in Borderlands 3. One of the things I got the most excited about with Borderlands 3 is they spoke to this. They said, if you play with your buddy and you're a level 22 and he's a level 10, everything you kill and get and find is going to be at your level so that you would feel like you weren't wasting your time. And I'm like, oh, you can make it to where the gear's always at your level. So they made it seem as though that was going to be like a central tenet of the game, and it wasn't. It wasn't. I don't quite understand why they never gave us the option. It was something that, like, I died on that hill. I literally died on that hill. Like, I think I rolled credits in Borderlands 3 purely because I was a streamer and was able to make time for it. My wife and I don't think we rolled credits. I think I just grinded it out on Twitch at the time and just did it so that I could see what happened in the story. And then Madam and I never rolled credits on the game. I never did anything in the second playthroughs or anything like that. Yeah, Returnal got a patch. I tested it this morning and put some screenshots on Twitter. Which game do you think has better weapon designs, Borderlands or Destiny? It's hard to compare the designs. Destiny has some of the best designed guns I think I've ever used. Like there was a while there where I would kind of gush and rant about why the Ace of Spades is one of the best designed guns ever in a video game. It's one of the best designed guns I think I've ever used, the Ace of Spades. Did you notice the difference? Eugene, yes. I was at Biome 5. I could immediately tell they had increased the resolution. Like the level of detail on the walls, the snow, the rocks, the reflections. It looked so crisp. My screenshots didn't even do it justice. This man always talked up Ace. Because I mean it. I think it's one of the best designed guns ever. From the recoil pattern to the reload animation to the layered sound effects when you got the momentum mori or whatever the frick it was called, that dadgum gun is a work of art. It is. It's a work of art. It is when you use the Ace of Spades in Destiny 2, it's like that's the pinnacle of gun design in a shooter. It's the pinnacle. Next to like what was the red weapon that we got for unlocking the thing in Wrath of the Machine? It was a Siva weapon. Frick, and it would make the little Siva mites come out. The Outbreak Prime is like right next to it. The Outbreak Prime and the Ace of Spades and the Outbreak Perfected, those are some of the best guns I've ever held in my hand in a video game. You go to any other game, and try to come up with a better weapon design, better guns, like the way I'm telling you, that Ace of Spades, dude, that's it's so much to it. The reload, the animation, the reload sound, when you get the momentum mori and it adds that ka-ping, like they layer into an already beautiful sound effect, another layer of sound. That's a dadgum work of art. The guys that design guns for Destiny, if you want to talk about a department at Bungie that should be protected at all costs, it's the team that designs the guns, because ain't nobody in the market right now making guns like Destiny guns. Like, Borderlands guns are cool. Borderlands guns are very like comic book-esque and very neat and fun. But I'm here to tell you, the kings, the absolute kings of weapon design, of gun design, it's always been Bungie. It just always has been. Yo, Bro Tendo says, thanks for ever getting me a membership. Congrats, man. We're 4 members away from me owing you guys 10 members. Did you cover the EA layoffs? I mean, we kind of looked at it yesterday in the middle of the show. There's not much to say other than that it sucks. And surprising no one, another company decided they were going to do an extraction shooter. That's like everybody's chasing that trend. There was going to be a Titanfall extraction shooter, and they canceled it. And it's probably good that they did, because I don't think the market's being receptive to extraction shooters to the degree that you would need a mainline title like that to be supported. I think Marathon's in trouble. I think Arc Raiders has a shot. I think Arc Raiders could open up the doors to a significantly larger player pool if they offered PvE only, and you could play your PvP. That's fine. And a 5-bomb comes in from Alex, and he pushes us past. That's an Agents of Chaos. 126. 49 on the day. Twitch not even showing up to the fight lately. Did EA confirm they laid off the Titanfall team? I don't know if they've spoken specifically to who or what teams were laid off. Schreier is reporting from Bloomberg that there was a Titanfall extraction shooter that was canceled in the midst of all this. So, in their defense, a Twitch sub increased to 8. Wait, Twitch subs are more now? I didn't know that. When I go to gift, it's like $6. Oh, here, I owe you guys 10. Let me do it over here on YouTube. A Titanfall extraction shooter on console would have been I mean, I'm here to tell you it I don't think the genre has legs. I don't think the genre has legs. We talked about it this morning. I'm telling you, the greatest, there's the 10 members that I owe you guys on YouTube. The greatest challenge facing extraction shooters is they're trying to appeal to a sub of how did I phrase it? A sub player pool of a sub player pool, right? You're not just appealing to like PvP fans or even like live service fans. It's like people that also like extraction. It's a niche within a niche. Yeah, it's a sub within a sub. It's like I don't think that you're ever going to have enough people. You're going to have to be a Tarkov-sized game and studio for it to work. Kino Man Sky asked a question with the question command. Here, hang on. Let's do this. Hang on. I got to put sub goal down here, madam goal down here. Yeah, we want those to be behind. Do you think extraction shooters should be the default free to play? Paying $40 to lose your loot and your time seems a lot to ask. Expedition 33 seems a lot better game to experience and reflect about Lost. I mean, I don't think Expedition 33 really enters the conversation of extraction shooters. You see Destin's video about Marathon and the game is getting a massive rework. 100% it gets delayed. I think it gets to my current prediction for Marathon is that it gets delayed and then indefinitely shelved. I think they're going to internally reflect and realize it's a lost cause. I think the genre is too tough. I think you need a smaller studio and a smaller game and smaller bandwidth to justify. I don't think a studio that size and bandwidth that size, I don't know. They could maybe justify 300 some odd people staying on it. I don't know. Hang on. Well, that's new. Is that how the logo has always looked? The little gifted member logo at the top. It's like a little... What is it now? 22 months from my man Brooklyn. Thank you so much, Brooklyn. Bumping the member count to 127. Thank you, sir. And rounding out YouTube to 50 on the day versus Twitch. $300 is way too much, says Paul. I went on a bit of a rant this morning, and I said basically, you know, Tony Stark built this in a cave with a box of scraps, and it's like Arrowhead is maintaining a PvE live service with a very small amount of bandwidth comparatively, like Bungie and Massive and any other game that's ever tried to do an ongoing PvE live service game should be studying Helldivers. And a 5-bomb comes in from Pat Puck, little bit of a member train on YouTube, and boy, do we need it. We're a little behind. We are a little behind on the week, and Pat Puck throws in, and he says, I tell you what, he said, let's just bump that line to 55 on the day against Twitch. The last Sony payments are due April of next year, and they have to release Marathon to trigger it. Mass staff exit expected after. Yeah, I tried to bring everybody's attention to that before it came out. I got so much hate for my video where I said this is a recipe for failure. I said they're setting up Marathon to fail. Tom Henderson said it was cooked. Jason Schreier said that the feeling around the game was pessimistic and that people weren't feeling strong about it. And then IGN reported that the leadership just wanted to get the game out before the final amortized payment from PlayStation, and then they were all going to leave. You know, this Christmas next year, Pete Parsons probably won't be there anymore, and none of the leadership will be there. I think they're all going to walk. I think they're all done. They're going to take the money and run. They're going to take the money and run. I think the writing was on the wall. They saw Destiny running out of fumes. Their incubation projects weren't able to come to market. The company goes into the red, and PlayStation keeps them afloat through the purchase, right? According to Bungie employees, they were going to be in a bad financial situation if PlayStation didn't step in. So, There are no secrets anymore on the internet. Marathon is not secretly an amazing game. We can see what is happening. This is true, Zubair. Final payment and leadership leaving will probably be really good for Bungie. I could see them being absorbed as a PlayStation studio. They'll retain the name because of the prestige. They'll retain the IP, and then I think PlayStation will have them start working on Destiny 3. I don't think Sony has buyer's remorse. I think three something billion to have the Destiny IP, have the Bungie name, have all that talent. They have all that live service data from a decade of Destiny. I don't think PlayStation's worried at all. They increased their acquisition spending anyway. They went up to like 8 billion or something like that. Like, I don't think they're like, oh man, we really screwed up. I think they're very pleased with what this is going to do for them. They did not buy Bungie because they thought we're going to make a bunch of money off of Destiny and Marathon. I think they bought Bungie for their intel and their live service knowledge and data. Isn't all the talent walking? No. PlayStation's already absorbed like 200 some odd people. They've already absorbed one of the projects. What do you mean? The ROI seems light years away now? Not necessarily. Save Naughty Dog from making a big mistake. That's worth something. I tried the Assassin's Creed VR game. I liked it. What hour is the state of play? 5 p.m. Eastern, 6 hours from now. Wherever you are in the world, it's in 6 hours. The crappy Borderlands movie with Kevin Hart last year killed the franchise? I don't think so. I don't think a bad video game movie has the ability to kill a franchise. If that were the case, then be a lot of dead franchises out there. I'm not sure who the talent is anymore at Bungie. What do you mean you're not sure? They have not had mass exodus. The engineers are there, the art department's there, the marketing team's there, the world builders are still there, the gun design team's still there. And Metanoia jumps back in with the Member Plus. Thank you so much. Bumps the line to 133. Thank you. If you guys upgrade to Member Plus, let me know. Upgrades count as 2. Upgrades count as 2. We're trying to get more and more people to upgrade to Member Plus. It's a huge goal on the channel. If you haven't hit the like button on YouTube yet, do that. Mario would be dead if a bad movie could kill a franchise. That's what I'm saying. I mean, not the recent Mario movie, but yeah, the old one. It's almost like the reason they said they purchased Bungie for experience in live service and access to over 2 decades of development talent. Yeah, $3 billion's not bad. That's what I'm saying. Pimptastical with a Member Plus renewal, 3 years, 36 months. Hang with my big little bro. Looking forward to another year of amazing gaming coverage. Thank you so much, Pimptastical. And that gets us to 134. Thank you so much. There we go. I think I need to delete this song. First message sent. It's too melancholy at the end. You just don't understand the old Mario movies. How dare you? Buying Bungie was a big part of why Jim Ryan was asked to leave. He was not asked to leave. He retired. That's such a false story and a lie that continues to get perpetuated by anti-Sony fans. Like, it's not true. He was not asked to leave. That man posted growth every year, pushed out a console at a time that was incredibly challenging. He continued to post growth and revenue and gains for them. He was not asked to leave. That is simply untrue. You don't put a man's face on cookies and let him hang out for 6 months if you're asking him to leave. Like, he announced his retirement. He made it clear why he was retiring. If you look at the pattern of people in that position, they typically make it to the 5th year and they retire. They make a ton of money in 5 years. They burn out because they're older and they don't like all the traveling and all the demand, and then they retire. If you look, seriously, if you look at the pattern of people in that position, it's always 5 years. It's like 5 years out, 5 years out. Like, it's very, very typical. It's demanding. And he never once put them in a bad financial situation with respect to, like, their annual earnings and stuff. And, like, they knew. They had to know that the live service gambles were going to have some losers in the mix. If you want to hang Concord on his neck, you can also hang it on Herman Hulst's neck. Herman Hulst is the one who thought Concord was a hit, and Herman's still there. He was demoted. Another lie perpetuated by people that don't care about integrity or honesty. Hulst wasn't demoted either. Hulst maintained his promotion that he got a year prior, and another guy got promoted because they were having Totoki back away from what he was doing, and those responsibilities needed to be taken by somebody. You know, Hiroki's interim status was no longer staying. So Herman Hulst would be gone if they saw Concord's failure as like this horrible, detrimental thing. I think they knew they were going to have live service failures. Symbolic demotion? It wasn't a symbolic demotion. There was nothing symbolic about it. The press release literally said he was going to continue in his current position that he was promoted to a year prior. If I promote you to a new position and I put out a press briefing saying you're going to continue in that role, there's nothing symbolic about that. I'm basically saying, yeah, we're keeping him in this role. He's doing a great job. Like, if you're gonna try to hang Concord around anybody's neck, you also have to give them credit for Helldivers. And I think that's why PlayStation, Herman Hulst did an interview earlier this year, and he was like, we're not backing away from our live service plans. There's gonna be losers in the bunch. There are. But they're trusting that there are also winners like Helldivers 2 in the bunch. That's what they're hoping for. Why do you think more and more companies keep announcing that they're putting money behind live service? They're going to try and get live service winners. Why? Because it's worth it. It's worth the gamble. Because if it pays out big. They know they're taking a risk no matter what they invest in. Yo, Colin, with 44 months and a member plus on YouTube, gets us to 135. Thank you so much. Let's get a little 1-2 punch. Let's get a little 5 bomb and a 10 bomb. Let's get to 150. I'll owe you guys some more members. I wish Sony had the balls to bring back Resistance, Motorstorm, Twisted Metal. I think they'll bring back IPs if there's demand for them. And I think if they don't, there's not demand for them. I think that's always the issue with some of those older titles is they're beloved by like long-standing fans, but like the player base at large might not respond strongly to any of those titles. It pays out big for a long time. That last part's key. It's all about recurring revenue. Yeah, the money that they're generating with Helldivers 2 and the cost to develop, publish, and ship it, and the cost to maintain it, they're making out like a dadgum bandit. Yoshida greenlit Concord? Yeah, Shuhei Yoshida was a part of Concord. I don't think Yoshida was asked to leave because of that. Dookie Tang Chicken Wang. I remember this name. It's been a while since I've been able to watch an episode. How's everything been, my man? I'm good. I love that name. That's such a good name. Dookie Tang Chicken Wang. But demand does not always mean they will. We're seeing developers being absolutely daft. No, I think we're seeing developers place bets 5 years in advance, and then the landscape shifts. Microsoft's just getting started. Just getting started doing what exactly? What are they just getting started doing? Think Yote will have multiplayer component like Tsushima Legends? Probably. I don't think it'll be there at launch. I don't think a multiplayer component will be in Yote at launch. I think they'll do it later. What's the difference between banking on an old IP like Twisted Metal and flopping versus flopping on a new IP like Concord? When the IP... No, Dodevas, that's a good question. This is why, Dodevas. If they place the bet on Twisted Metal and it does well, it's not going to pay out nearly as much as what you get from a Helldivers 2 success. the potential payout for winning ticket live service games is significantly higher and more longer tailed than like, oh, we did a Twisted Metal game and people liked it and it sold well. We did a Resistance and it sold well. Now, maybe the hybrid trick ticket here is you do a recognizable IP live service. You know, I don't know. How come you're back on Twitch? Miss these daytime streams. Sorry if you've answered this 1,000 times. You are completely free to ask me about it. I've not shied away from it. In 2020, I was indefinitely suspended from the platform based off stuff that wasn't true. I could never get straight answers. The reason I was suspended always changed. I've been given multiple different email responses that were all automated from the moderation team. Earlier this year, CEO of the company, Dan Clancy, indicated they were going to be giving opportunities for people to come back to the platform. So I emailed him. Over the course of emailing back and forth, he said they were going to reinstate. The moderation team then changed their mind and were not going to reinstate the channel. And then he himself told me to hold tight. He went in, looked into it. All of a sudden, I was reinstated. He emailed me and was like, hey, did you get the emails? So I just for 4 years and 9 months, I just wanted somebody to look at it and actually have a conversation with me, and I'm extremely grateful that he took the time to do that, because I always thought that if I could get somebody to do that, I would get reinstated. So grateful to be back. Grateful to him. We've been doing this show on YouTube for like 4 years, so we just brought our show to Twitch. Were there not some Sony executives who kind of went off about Bungie? They didn't go off. They just spoke very frankly in earnings calls about how they wanted there to be more accountability on deadlines. Time for Central Time release. Look at your clock, Sippy Cup. 6 hours from now, whatever that is for you. So 6 hours from now for me is 5 p.m. Eastern. So for you, that's what, 4 p.m.? So it's the same channel. No, yeah, they reinstated the channel. That's why I have 161,000 followers. They reinstated the whole channel. If you sub to me, it'll maintain your sub count. Like it'll say 40 months, 30 months, whatever. There are people sub to me right now that are getting credit for all those months. So, yeah. I saved the screenshot from the noti that day. Lono is live back on Twitch after 5 years. Oh, I typed that. I was like, oh, wow. Yeah, dude. Hope they unban you on Destiny 2 one day. I don't really care about getting unbanned in Destiny. I've not touched the game since early 2021 and don't really have any intention of ever touching the game. But, you know. Here, let me pop up another question here from Murphy's Little Gamer Addiction. Says, what games are you most looking forward to? Blades of Fire and Doom. Doom being the biggest. Doom is one of my top games this year. Can't wait. Very excited. So. Legendary Drops did an Expedition 33 vid, didn't call it a wake-up call. He said it shattered the narrative. I'm not sure what narrative it shattered. I think for a long time people have known that like AA studios can create really great games. I think they basically, I had kind of a prophecy where I said, listen, you're going to start seeing AA studios cranking out AAA quality, and people are going to realize that the big AAA studios should start to think internally about how they can do that as well. I think big AAA companies should start considering doing, parallel projects and do AAA quality, AA sized games. I think they should start doing that. I think they would minimize a lot of their risk. I think digging in on one big gigantic title for 5 or 6 years and, hanging the future of the developer on the neck of one game, I think is a bad idea going forward. So, Making a little video on Wreckfest 2 just because I love racing games and the physics are insane. Oh, Linneman's doing a video on Wreckfest 2? That's cool. Hi, Lono. I've been watching since back in the SNTR and Destiny days, but this is the first time I've been able to catch a stream. Keep up the good work. Well, welcome back, the one and only Mooney. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you for that support. If you guys are on Twitch and you use your Twitch Prime or you sub to me or you get a gifted sub, you will never see an advertisement on the channel. It's something that I do for people that support me directly. I can't do it on YouTube, but we do that on Twitch. And a 5-bomb from Dodevas. And he says, where's that 1-2 punch? He gets us to 140. We need 10 more to 150. And I'll owe you guys some members. Thank you so much. We had a little friendly competition down here in the corner. YouTube continuing to show up and just not even make it a fair fight for Twitch. And a member light renewal from Cujo. Thank you so much. If you guys on YouTube want your memberships to count towards this, it has to be Member Plus. A member light is basically a gifted membership, so I can't count it twice. Not even a coffee commercial today. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you guys can support the channel in a variety of ways. If you're a coffee drinker, we brought back the coffee. It's called Reforge Roast. We have a light roast, a medium roast, and a dark roast. That's not a sponsor. You're dealing directly with me when you order that. My wife and kiddos bag it up and ship it to you. Mike on the mic says, I lost all my months on Twitch. Think I had a different account back then. Thank you, Mike on the mic. Mike, they let you off the hook last week. You didn't have to do your 50 bomb. I will gift a member. I forgot to set super chat goal. There we go. From the small taste of past format I had years ago, I can confidently say this show is far superior to both the Destiny streams and the non-Destiny variety show early on. I take that compliment very seriously. Thank you, Nitro. I've worked very hard the last 4 years to iterate, craft, evolve, and increase value in a live show so that you don't have to be a fan of what I'm talking about. You just show up and we have a good conversation. I also have a lot more freedom now. You guys can just show up and bring up pretty much anything you want about gaming. We don't have to like rigidly stay on topic. We're not that strict on that anymore. Being on 2 platforms kind of gives us that freedom. Is Microsoft financials today? I have no idea. I've heard several big streamers say that Expedition 33 could potentially shift the industry back to passion over profit for a while. The industry is still going to be moved by money. Like, even small studios have got to get publishing dollars and funding from somewhere. But I do think you're going to start to see some of the bigger companies maybe say, and this is something that, what's her name, Laura Fryer, she used to be at Microsoft. This is something a lot of these companies should start doing, is being like, what's everybody working on right now? So everybody's working on something, a pet project, or they have a pet idea. And that's what I would do. Is if I was at any of the big companies right now, that's what I would be doing. I'd be like, what's everybody working on? I want ideas. And I'd start letting some of the smaller teams spin up projects and see if you've got something, instead of just, again, everybody's working on this one big gigantic thing. And a 5-bomb from Arkham Knight gets us to 145 on the week on YouTube. You guys are going to have to pick up that pace if you want that Friday night stream with Madam. That weekly goal is to do that. It's a fun stream. But we did say a while back, you're going to have to earn it. Because it's fun, but it is extra content. That Friday night stream, bringing Madam down in here and getting all set up, that's not an easy thing. She would much rather just curl up on the couch and watch a movie. I think AAA is going to bristle against managing so many projects. They want Titanic IPs to transcend the game's sales into merch and movie deals. I think some are going to think that way, but I think a lot of companies are going to start to see the way to minimize risk is to play smaller bets. I do. I mean it. I think that's the way you minimize risk at some of these gargantuan-sized companies. Play smaller bets. You play smaller bets, you lose less if something doesn't really pan out. You place a big bet, and if it doesn't pan out, that's it. That's it. It's over. Wait, let's get that goal, the 170,000 follower goal. Help me earn points to reach +2. 143. Huh. Oh, if we get the +2, we'll get a 70-30 split. Right now we're at level 1, so we get the 60-40 split. I didn't know that. Yeah, I don't need the follower goal on there, though. Follower end goal. Yeah, I don't like that. We don't need a follower goal. Main thing we're focused on right now on Twitch is sub goal. And then the bits goal is just sitting there. I didn't even realize that. Bits end goal. There we go. Yeah, we just need those two. Has anyone watched the Until Dawn movie? I'm excited because of the newer cast, but I heard it's not that good, so I'm waiting for it to go on streaming. I've not heard anything. Expedition 33 was a great bet. More please. Do you think it's fair to say that publishers and shareholders are just addicted to the we want Fortnite numbers mindset? I don't know if it's like we want Fortnite numbers. It could just be we want the Fortnite format. We want something ongoing. We want reoccurring revenue. Like, that would be my thought. And a 10 bomb comes in from Arkham Knight. That's a 10 bomb Agent of Chaos 155. Arkham could be being tactical because the next milestone is 175. Maybe, just maybe, he wants to see a 20 bomb show up for the first time today. And he bumps us to 78 in the contest between Twitch and YouTube. The movie doesn't have the weird jaw mouth that the game had. Baldur's Gate 3 was awesome, but it was still more niche of a genre than what Expedition 33 did, in my opinion. Also, 30 developers making that quality is a massive statement. It's not an adaptation of the game. It's a separate story that's loosely tied, says Eugene. Also, Expedition 33 wasn't really built by 30 people. There were other support studios that helped. All in all, way more than 30 people touched that game. So it is a 30-person team, but they outsourced quite a bit. That's been a point that some people have made an effort to correct on Twitter, which I think is fair to correct. I don't think Fortnite's the goal. I think devs are simply looking to create community to generate revenue. Yeah, wanting Fortnite levels of money, sure, they probably would like it and take it, but making that your goal is probably a dumb idea. I'll be honest. Did Lono enable sub gifted for iPhone users? I can't enable or disable that. So I don't have the ability to disable or enable that. You should just be able to do it. Do we have a ballpark figure of how many devs did work on Expedition 33? You could probably roll credits and count them. Maybe somebody's done that. I don't know. Fortnite showed that it was possible, just like AI is showing how much money there is in GPUs. And a 5 bomb comes in from Arkham Knight. Arkham Knight's just doing his own member train. 83 in the contest, and now 160. Thank you so much, Arkham Knight. Fortnite is about to be full of cheaters. They removed all of the over a year-old permabans. Really? Why'd they do that? Why would you remove all those permabans? What was did they explain the reasoning? I don't think you can ever clone what happens with an indie game dev. 33 are ex-Ubisoft devs at that. I think the CEO of the company was in charge of an Uber competitor before Sandfall. Trends take years to really materialize. We can't make any determinations off one game to release like Expedition 33. It's disabled on iOS because YouTube needs to give a cut to membership money to Apple. I think you can do it. It just costs more, yeah, when you do it through Apple. Fortnite had the content pipeline, though. These other live service games lack that level of content output. Well, it's hard to have that level of content output. That's why I said people should study Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 doesn't have the bandwidth of a Bungie, and yet look at what they've been able to do. Like, they've been able to maintain a very healthy player base, and they're not cranking out DLC, handcrafted, curated content, bespoke content. They're not doing that. I think that says something. I think it's a lesson. I think it's insightful to look at what they're doing. It's insightful to look at what they're doing and what they have done. I don't know, but my friend got an email getting unbanned last night, and it said it was because it was a year old and they changed the policy on year-old bans. Huh. The community doesn't need to be the size of Fortnite for a game to be extremely profitable. That's true. You don't need to be Marvel Rivals. You don't need to be Fortnite. However, every game has what I've said is a minimum player engagement number. You need a minimum amount of people regularly engaging or the game dies. Yeah, you just do. If no one's playing, if a lot of people stop playing, it tends to be ripple effect. It tends to compound because if your friends aren't playing, you're less motivated to play. As that starts to spread, you end up with, matchmaking times are affected. Integrity of the match and the servers and the connections that becomes compromised because they'll end up region mismatching you. You think the finals is profitable with over 10,000 players on Steam? It's hard to know. It's hard to know what their monetization structure is, what their production costs are, what their operating bandwidth costs them versus what they're generating or have generated. I think the goal is to find what the minimum viability amount of people is. Yeah. I don't know what that number is. I just know when a game falls below it because it tends to spiral down. Like what happened with like New World where they had to do like server mergers and stuff because how many weeks in? 4 weeks, 6 weeks, something like that. Mass exodus happens, and then it's like, well, now what do? We have servers you got servers with 2 people running around. And so, in that circumstance, they had to do some pretty drastic measures so that people had people, to play with. I asked ChatGPT to research the history of viability and concurrent player counts, and it drew the line at 1,000 players for a PvP game, depending on how many players are in a match. 1,000 concurrent. Last boss, Osman Kazan. The guy's magic spamming is annoying. There have been some fights in AC Shadows that have annoyed me. I feel like the primary means that they make things difficult in AC Shadows is they're like, you're going to fight this guy. Just kidding, there's 10 other guys in the room. And it's like, oh. I really wish they would let boss fights be boss fights. Like, I love facing off against a boss. But it's like facing off against a boss when they're like, and here's 10 other guys, and here's guys with guns. And a 10 bomb from Arkham Knight! All of a sudden, Arkham Knight says, I'm the new name in town. This guy carrying the member count on his back just did 30 members by himself in the last 20 minutes or so. Are you guys having any trouble on YouTube? YouTube's behaving very strangely. We've only been live for an hour, and I'm not understanding is there buffering? Is there something? Are people having to refresh? Doesn't look right. It's probably because we're not running ads. The goal is efficiency, not overwhelming demand. Huh. Is that Mash's alt? That's not Mash's alt. No, Mash does not have an alt. Why do you think Borderlands 4 is being brought forward? Have they found out the GTA 6 release, maybe? I don't think it's in relation to GTA 6, no. I think that GTA 6 is middle of November. I think it's 11/11. I think that's the GTA. The GTA 6 release date, I think, is 11/11/25. The Borderlands 4 release date, I think, was moved not because they're like scared of Marathon. I think that sharing a launch date and a launch week with Bungie is just not a good idea. I think Gearbox is keenly aware. They are keenly aware of the fact that they have a lot of people that like their games that also like Destiny. And they know that Bungie can get everybody's attention in that audience, the Destiny audience. Bungie can get all those people's attention pretty easily. And so it has nothing to do with like demand, popularity, or the potency or the solvency of Marathon. It's that Bungie can flex their marketing muscle in the lead up to Marathon's release, and that just takes a lot of attention away from Borderlands. Randy Pitchford can say all he wants about that's not why they moved it. I 100% think they said sharing a launch week and date with a Bungie game is not a good idea. It has nothing to do with the games competing. It's that you're competing for attention in the market, like advertisements, trailers, tweets, sponsored streams. Like, they know there's a lot of Destiny YouTubers and a lot of Destiny streamers that are going to get paid money to play Marathon. And Borderlands is going to be sitting there going, oh, well, now we got to share the stage with them. You launch a little bit earlier, and then you're the only game in town. You're the only game being talked about, played, streamed, etc. That's why I think they did it. I mean, I thought Chris Dring's comment was pretty insightful. He said that, I'll just show it to you. So, you know, Gearbox boss Randy Pitchford has denied Borderlands 4's rescheduled release dates influenced by any other games amid GTA 6 speculation. I don't think it has anything to do with GTA 6. Chris Dring, you know, formerly of GameIndustry.biz, he says, if this is true, then it's a bit odd. They've gone out with a date. It's on calendars, market materials, social assets. Put Borderlands 4 release date into Google, and it still says September 23rd. There's surely got to be a good commercial reason for a shift date. He's absolutely correct. You don't just shift the release date of a game willy-nilly. Like, it's not an easy thing. An Arkham Knight with another 5-bomb. My gosh, this guy needs a tag team partner. He is just carrying right now, and that takes the grand total to 88. Well, Twitch, another day, another rough defeat to YouTube's member gifting. This far out seems easy to me. It's a great point. I'm pretty sure I saw Cross and Dado do Borderlands sponsor a few weeks ago, for example. Oh, all the biggest Destiny streamers typically get Borderlands sponsored stream deals, for sure. Be nice to Twitch, Lono. Those kids might not have gotten their allowance money yet. It's super. The new date for Borderlands 4 is now earlier in September. What is it, the 12th? Yeah, September the 12th. Yep. Yeah, Lost Soul Aside got delayed into August. Borderlands got pushed back, brought earlier. And a $5 super chat from Alex. He says pepperoni ravioli. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Yeah, I'm going to finish Assassin's Creed Shadows before getting into Expedition 33. I loved Expedition 33. As I played it, I got frustrated. I was like, dadgummit, it's going to be so hard not to play this. Arc Raiders is very optimized now versus what I played last time. It's night and day. I was shocked at how good it looked when I was watching crossplay. I'm assuming Astrocross has a really good PC, so I'm curious what it looks like on console. I can't imagine they spent a ton on printed marketing materials and things that would need to be physically changed. Otherwise, I don't think the date would have changed. It's neither here nor there how much they did or didn't spend. Changing a release date, you don't just do it because you feel like it. Oh, we're confident. No, there's an impetus. There's a spark. There's something happened somewhere that said we should move our release date. I just keep coming back to, do you really want to be fighting for everybody's attention against Bungie's ability to market and hype? Bungie's going to spend money on trailers, on sponsored streams. You really want to compete with that? It's not about just the players. It's about the attention. You're competing for attention. And I think they said, we don't want to do that. That's not good for us. They don't just change a game's release date because they want to. That's right. It's mind-blowing seeing Arc Raiders, how some of the content creators said it and Marathon needed the same amount of work. It doesn't look that way. I think that Arc Raiders is going to make things very difficult on Marathon. Very difficult. It's smaller team, smaller budget, and it's getting a ton of praise right now. It's getting the momentum. It's getting the public reception that you want to see for a game. Like I'm telling you. I don't disagree with that. I don't agree that it was difficult. I don't think Chris Dring was saying it was difficult. I think he was saying, right, there has to be a good commercial reason to shift the date. You're doing something that at some level is disruptive. So if you're going to do something that's disruptive to your own plans and your own marketing, there needs to be a commercial reason for it. I think what he's saying is very measured. I don't think he's like, oh my gosh, this is so expensive. I can't believe they're doing this. He's like, there's got to be a reason that they did this. Yo, what's good, Wooly? I'm playing Arc Raiders Alpha, and it's so good. Wooly. It's going to kill Marathon, bud. I'm kidding. What happened to Marathon, Wooly? Huh? Huh? Wooly, you whore? Just grand opening, grand closing. Wooly's like, yo, I don't know why everybody's being so hard on Marathon, man. Why is everybody? Ooh, what's this? Arc Raiders. Wooly's like, bro, I'm switching teams that fast. I hate you right now. Do you love me? You know I'm right. You know I'm right, bro. And that right there is why I'm always right. No, I'm just kidding. That right there is why live service is so dadgum hard. Somebody else can come along and be like, yeah, we're better. We're better. We cost less to make. We also don't know when this change was determined internally. Could have been months ago. Maybe. For real, though, Marathon could coexist like Arc and Hunt can. I'm going to tell you how they land the death blow, Wooly. I'm going to tell you how they land the death blow. Arc Raiders wins handedly if they say, we've heard your feedback. For those that want to play the game just PvE, we're going to offer that. Over. Done. All the people that love Destiny, all the people that love looters would be like, oh, what now? All the Helldivers people. But oh, what now? Okay, I'll come play that. All the people that are like, I don't want to play Marathon, dude. It's Extraction. I don't want to lose my stuff. I don't want to get shot by somebody and lose my stuff. I want PvP. I'm going to play the first-person PvP game. Well, yeah, there are definitely people. Astacross talked about that. There are definitely people that the third-person camera is a deal-breaker. They don't want to play third-person. I don't like that Ascalon. I feel like it's too much. It's asking the game to be what you want, not what it wants. It's just an option. It's just an option. Listen, the customer's always right in matters of taste. If there are big groups of people that are like, I'd play your dadgum game if I could avoid PvP, I'd play your dadgum game. And they're like, a lot of the game's PvE. It wouldn't be that hard for us to offer that as an option. And then the people that love the intensity of Extraction and they love the intensity of PvP, let them have that. Give them extras. Give them better stuff. I don't give them better rewards. Have a multiplier. You know? I'm here to tell you, if our creators walked into the market and said, we hear you, we're going to offer this as an option, it would be the end of the discussion. It would just be this groundswell movement of like, well, we're going to play this game then. Best thing about Extraction Shooter is they always do have a window to drop back to being a PvE game. I'm telling you, people should be studying Helldivers too. They should be studying it. There is something there, man, that everybody's missing the forest for the trees. This is what people are doing is they're looking at the market and they're saying, well, where is there no competition? Let's go there. And it's like, yeah, okay, that's not a terrible strategy. What you should be saying is, why was Helldivers able to pull this off? Could we do something like it? Like a $5 super chat from Arkham Knight. Lono and chat, what's up, my G? Keep it up, more to come. My man, dude, out here just dropping it. Just dropping bombs. Listen. I made this analogy this morning. We're having all these Survivor games crop up. Why? Because of the explosion of vampire survivors. We have a lot of these rogues that have cropped up. Why? Because of Dead Cells and Hades. There's a lot of Hades clones out there, right? People should be looking at Helldivers 2 and saying, these guys managed a PvE live service game with a small amount of bandwidth. That's why I keep saying, like, Tony Stark did this in a cave with a box of scraps. Like, these guys made a PvE live service with a small, considerably, it's basically a small team. It's a small studio. Bungie should be looking at it and being like, why don't we do something like that? I said it this morning. I want you to imagine a Destiny 3 where your public spaces and your planets and your strikes functioned very similarly to a Helldivers situation where you're not having to create bespoke, curated, handcrafted content. You could even use some sort of procedural generation and procedural generated enemies and random loot drops and things like that. What that does is that creates this big, nice, fat, meaty area where people can live, and the bandwidth to upkeep that is nothing compared to, like, you got to build a whole planet, you got to build lost sectors, you got to reinvigorate the lost sectors, you got to have public events, you got to have grindable events, lootable events, levels of progression within those events. Oh yeah, and then you got to have strikes that you build, and you got to let people run those strikes. And then those strikes have got to scale up to nightfalls. That takes so much time. That's why PvE live service is really, really difficult, because of the bandwidth required to make the content, and then the community can play through it so fast. I think people underestimate the appeal of LARPing as a fascist soldier in a satirical game as part of the big appeal. No, the content loop. I'm talking about the bandwidth required to make that, upkeep that, and the content loop. People are not today, like, really getting off LARPing as a fascist killing bugs. The content loop is so good. It's so repeatable, and they maintain it. They don't have to build new planets, new this, new that, new they just use the space. They just use the space and the enemies and the spawn rates And then that's that right there. That's how you keep it going. That would free up your bandwidth at a company the size of Bungie to make really, really good missions, really good dungeons, really good raids, really good story, whatever, because a huge portion of your game would be maintained for such a small amount of bandwidth comparatively to what they've had to do over the years. I'm telling you, Helldivers 2 should be studied. They should be studying it from the perspective of required bandwidth for maintained relevancy and engagement, because, buddy, I'm here to tell you, it is working for that reason. That's one of the reasons it's working. And a 5-bomb comes in from Arkham Knight over here on YouTube. Got us exactly a 20 bomb away from 200. He's trying to get us back on pace. We are behind, and he's putting the member count on his back. Thank you, sir. I love Helldivers because it was fun to play. Need more PvE-focused games. The content loop is very boring. The game's excitement comes from what you make of it. I don't know if I agree with that. Alex with the $5 super chat says, could you imagine Helldivers with Destiny's guns and powers? Listen, Deep Rock Galactic is very Helldivers adjacent. I made this argument this morning. That game has been able to stick around for a long time. I'm telling you right now, companies should be saying what they're doing in Helldivers 2, we can replicate that within PvE. It doesn't have to be another Helldivers. You don't have to go down and shoot bugs and drop bombs. You could make any game you want. You can make any game you want. If that's the core content loop, if that's core elements of the content loop, that helps you as a developer not feel that weight of we're never going to get ahead of their player habits. Why? Because they're running in the loop that you created that then can be updated with new guns, new enemies, new modifiers, new weapons. That's easier to work within. You're basically building a sandbox as opposed to bespoke content that constantly has to be iterated upon or created or made new or added on, like almost like episodically. Like, well, we got to add more. We need a menagerie. We need these public things for people to do. You don't have to do any of that. You can spend that time working on better quality bespoke content that then you would sell, yes, and you would do expansions. I don't know. I cannot help but look at Helldivers 2 and think, these companies chasing this extraction shooter trend, oh my gosh, did you guys miss a giant easy target? Like, the Helldivers 2 devs have got to be laughing all the way to the bank, hearing all these studios posture as if like a PvE live service is difficult. Oh, it's too hard, can't do it, too much bandwidth. They're probably laughing. They're like, yeah, keep telling yourself that. We'll be one of the only games in town. That's fine. Nobody's going to step into the landscape and try to do it. You guys just going to let Helldivers 2 be the only game? Yeah, Space Marine 2, they've done really good ongoing content format. I don't know how successful, how commercially viable it's been, and how many people are consistently playing. But yeah, Space Marine 2 has done a good job as well. Which these PvP extraction shooters had random map generation with POIs like Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is so good they charge money for their live service. I also think the market's more receptive to paying money for a PvE live service game. I just think they're more receptive to it. I don't know if Helldivers 2 has staying power. I think a game like Helldivers 2, Eugene, it only needs staying power of about 3 years. And then from year 3 to 5, they can coast, shift on fumes, like shift down into running on fumes and build the next game. Like, I don't think Helldivers 2 needs to go for 10 years. I think it needs to make it to year 3. I think it needs, and we also can't discount the fact that they really hurt their player base numbers when they did that crap on Steam. But Eugene, how many times have we looked at player base numbers for Steam? And Helldivers 2 is consistently in the top 10 all this time later. It's still a very, very highly engaged with game. It doesn't matter if you're not playing. There's people that are. The big fat meaty areas, that's what she said. Yo, it's good, Dominus Gall. How are you? Yeah, their numbers on Steam don't look, it's peaking 26,000 on Steam. Yeah, and if you look at those Circana reports, Helldivers 2 is consistently one of the more, it's consistently been in the top of the top 10 or top 20 or whatever it is. It's consistently up there for Steam. It's still a highly engaged with game. And the beauty of Helldivers 2 is it does not need that number to be insanely high. It doesn't need to be insanely high. They can do a cool event, they could do a 2.0 moment, they could do a big DLC, and they could say, they could push that to 50K, maybe get it closer to 100K if they do something really big. I mean, the PlayStation login thing really hurt them on Steam. It did. And you got to think about how much money they made in that first 6-month period anyway. That's really put them into a position to basically now they can just experiment and iterate within their existing game. What's that chart say? Hang on a second. Yeah, Steam's top 15 recently, Helldivers was number 6. Canada, number 7. Mexico, number 8. US only? No, it's North America, because they break it down into US, Canada, and Mexico. Come on, that counts for something. That counts for something. The fact that it's in number 6 in America on Steam. It's up there over Monster Hunter Wilds and Path of Exile 2 and Last Epoch and Call of Duty. That counts for something. That's my point. You're not really falsifying what I'm saying. You're not. They've really, really done an excellent job with a small amount of bandwidth, and they've proven you can totally do PvE live service. You can. The difference between a PvE live service pulling 20 to 30,000 concurrents on Steam and a PvP live service game pulling 20 to 30,000 concurrents on Steam is the matchmaking. That's the difference. You can't have a match. You can't have a game. It doesn't work. Like, Helldivers 2, I can boot up, and I could mismatch somebody out of my region, or play with my buds, or play and only a couple people get thrown in my game, and I can still go and play. You can't do that with PvP. You don't have people, you don't have games, you don't have matches. If it starts lagging or you get region mismatched, it's over. Nobody's going to want to play that. It's not worldwide top 25, not top 50, but we're not talking about that. You're entering a metric into the conversation that has nothing to do with what I've been saying. It's completely irrelevant to be like, well, after all this time, Helldivers is down this far globally. That has nothing to do with what I've been saying. By every metric, they have maintained a successful PvE live service game at a time where people keep saying it's not possible. That's not the longevity other companies are after. Eugene, do you honestly think extraction shooters have a better shot at the longevity that you're posturing as the ideal? You're pitting Helldivers against some kind of an ideal, like that they're not hitting. I don't think these extraction shooters have a shot. Tarkov's 9 years in. Tarkov is 9 years in as an early access game. I think that people are more receptive to early access games within the Steam ecosystem. That's not the same. That isn't the same. Also, where does Tarkov rank globally? You're pulling out the global number. Okay. Where does Escape from Tarkov land globally with engagement? Where? Tarkov isn't on Steam? Well, but you could find out what their average concurrent player number is somewhere, couldn't you? I don't know. Do they report that anywhere? If they branded under Starship Troopers, it would have been amazing. I mean, a Starship Troopers game came out, and it was pretty rough. They don't report. I'm fairly confident they're not pulling the player numbers that Helldivers 2 is playing after all this time. They're probably a little bit lower than that, would be my guess. 9 years of early access is kind of cheating, like Fortnite was. Sure, but again, they also were one of the earliest to do it. Like, they're that early adopter. Their needed amount of money and their needed amount of budget and support is I don't think, like, to bring it back to Marathon, I don't think Marathon could live off of that. They couldn't live off of Tarkov's numbers. That would be fumes to Bungie. It wouldn't be enough. I see Marathon as their attempt to make a mainstream accessible extraction shooter. I think mainstream accessible extraction shooter, I mean no disrespect, I think that's an oxymoron. I don't think a mainstream accessible extraction shooter is a sentence that will ever be said. I just don't think so. I think the genre is automatically not mainstream accessible. It isn't. Because of the design of the game. As soon as you say PvP, extraction, you lose a massive amount of people's interest. They're like, I'm not playing that. They're done. They're gone. As soon as they hear PvP, they're out. They're like, no, thank you. There's even PvP people that hear that and they're like, I don't want to play an extraction shooter, dude. I'm not about to lose my stuff. No thanks. Its target audience is not mainstream accessible. If they think they can do it, if they think they can make a mainstream accessible extraction shooter, I don't know. I'm trying to think of an analogy. That's like trying to sell, glasses to everybody. It's like, well, not everybody needs glasses. Like, that's a fool's errand. Is Valorant mainstream? You have to define mainstream. These extraction shooter boys don't recognize that they're the weird ones. Baldur's Gate did it? Baldur's Gate did what? What? Baldur's Gate delivered a recognizable... Baldur's Gate 3 delivered a classic style video game at a high level of value and quality and freedom. They didn't try to do something that wasn't... Like, there are so many people that have grown up playing games like that. They went mainstream in a pretty niche genre. What? You think that's a niche genre? So globally and historically within the history of gaming, you think Baldur's Gate 3 is niche? What are you talking about? That's like an enormous potential audience. It's an enormous potential audience. It's huge, historically speaking. A turn-based RPG? I'd agree with that. CRPG is a niche genre in the modern market. You could say that currently, Zubair, but I think the problem is there's so many potential people that would like that style given the history of gaming. Turn-based RPG based on Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, like saying that's niche, I'm sorry. No. I would say it's not common in today's market, but it has such broad appeal given the history and given the IP. It's an easy to approach genre. This is true. That's probably, a good qualifier. Extraction shooters are not very approachable. I know CRPG is different, but I think it has broader appeal given the history. Think of it this way. Like platformers. One of the reasons platformers have broad appeal is because it's like the original video game, right? From Pitfall to Mario to now. So when you make a platformer, it might not be considered as mainstream as when you do something like a big mainstream, like recognizable IP now would be something like a third-person action-adventure game, right? Those are very mainstream. They're very, like, people view them and like, yeah, that's a very modern game. Side-scrollers are becoming, and side-scroller platformers might be considered like a little less mainstream now. But they have immediate broad appeal because of the history of that genre. So the history of the CRPG made Baldur's Gate 3 immediately accessible to people because they're like, oh, yeah, I've played turn-based games before. I'm familiar with turn-based games. I'm familiar with D&D. Extraction, it's like, that's just immediately off-putting to people, just the idea. You just describe the genre to somebody, and they're going to be like, nah, I'm good, bro. That sounds terrible. I'd say Marathon's more approachable. If you die, you can buy a starter kit and jump back in quickly. Yeah, but you're already speaking within the language they don't want to learn. Deuterino. You're saying, yeah, Spanish is really easy. You just got to get the verb tenses and the grammar down. And they're like, I don't want to learn Spanish. Like, they don't even care. You're already speaking within the system. They don't even want to go in there. They're like, I don't want to do that. I don't care. I think that's the challenge. It's basically like a loadout. Right, but you're too far down in at that point, Deuterino. The consumer's just like, I'm good. I don't even want to touch that. The Returnal PS5 patch. It's really nice, Jerry. It's really nice, dude. I even got some replies from Sony X Dev on Twitter. I appreciated them doing that. That was very kind of them. I can't wait for Soros, bro. Soros is gonna freaking cook. It's gonna freaking cook, bro. Like, them building that game from the ground up and being able to make it look as good as dadgum possible. Oh. Increased funding, increased bandwidth, injected into my veins, dude. Soros is gonna be so dadgum good. I can't wait. Ooh, it's pretty. Returnal is pretty with that res bump. It looks very nice. Assassin's Creed has been out for a month and we're just getting started. New quest updates, codex content, collabs, improvements based on your feedback are on the way. We're excited to share more soon. A year roadmap trailer. I wonder if their roadmap, when they actually go into the details, are they going to officially announce like the co-op? Like, is that going to happen within the first year? Let's see here. Story drops, new difficulty settings, photo mode updates, new game plus, community feedback, special collaborations, parkour updates. We need parkour updates. Noway is so frustrating sometimes. I think it might be some of the worst parkour in any Assassin's Creed. Like, the more I play, the more I'm like, yeah, this is not good parkour. Her stealth is great, her combat's great. The parkour is just rough at times. It just doesn't make sense sometimes what she's doing. I'm like, jump down, jump down, jump down. They saw me. Thank you. Like, what the frick? Like, she just won't jump down sometimes. Specific feature updates. This could be it. I mean, they are showing both of them here. This is the main key art. This could be co-op. Codex, store drops, new items, new rewards, Claws of Awaji. Yeah, the specific feature updates could be co-op. Could be. The difference between Arc Raiders and Marathon is like eating a real chicken versus a Barbie plastic piece of chicken. The funny thing is, I didn't even know about Arc Raiders until one day ago, and it already makes Marathon look like a joke in my opinion. I could actually watch 1 hour of gameplay from Arc Raiders versus not being able to watch 20 minutes of Marathon gameplay. I've been playing Destiny 2 since launch, and I've dealt with Bungie's bad marketing moves over the years, or marking moves, but I will not die on the Marathon ship. Effing let go now, eh? I was literally shouting that last night, Zubair. I'm like, let go! Like, drop! I'm hitting the button! I feel like a crazy person. I'm like, do it! Like, I'm hitting the button. I'm not hitting anything else. I'm hitting the button to drop. And she's finally like, okay, fine. Like, on the third hit, she's like, okay, fine, now I'll do it. I've been seen so many times because she just won't get down. I'm like, they're not looking. They're not looking. Get down and get in the bushes. And she's just like, what if I didn't? What if I just didn't get down? And I just stayed here a while. And somebody's like, huh? And they like turn around and I'm like, mother. And then you just, well, now we're fighting. Climb back up. No drop. Okay, hang here. No. Like, yeah, she frustrates the fire out of me. On the ground, she's great. In and out of bushes, getting on corners, crawling. Her stealth is so good. But, buddy, she just won't get off of stuff sometimes. I honestly have scummed a couple of times when she did that. I wasn't having it. Oh, no. Yeah, because if I got into a bad spot because of that. I scum saved, and then, like, all of a sudden when it loaded me back in, there were guys that I'd already killed, like, it, like, respawned them. So I quite literally had to, like, run away and break line of sight. I had to break a bell so that they couldn't use the bell as I ran away, and I had to re-engage the area. I was like, man, this game's getting long in the tooth, because I'm 40 hours in, and now I'm starting to have really weird things happen with the parkour and some glitchiness, and I'm like, come on, I'm just trying to finish this game, bro. I'm not trying to get seen. I'm not trying to get stuck on a fence, you know? It's frustrating. Hang on. August Burns Red has new coffee mugs. Classic AC jank. Yeah, but it's bad. Right? It's bad. It's like there's no, it doesn't make any sense. It's not like you're getting stuck on a weird angle or a weird ledge. She just freaking sits there. It's like, what are you doing? Like, just get down. You're just hitting the button. There were multiple times where I questioned myself. I'm like, maybe I'm the problem. Do I not know how to play this game after 40 hours? Like, what am I hitting the wrong button? Like, I started questioning myself. I was like, am I doing the wrong thing? Am I doing the wrong thing? Am I stupid? What has happened? Yeah, you start really questioning it. Well, you are old. Frick you! I'm not that old. Borderlands 4 release got nothing to do with GTA 6? No. No, the Borderlands 4 release date has nothing to do with the GTA 6 release date. No. They're running away from a marketing giant. They know that Bungie can flex their marketing muscles and take a bunch of attention away from their game. They know that Bungie's going to write a bunch of big fat checks for sponsored streams. And it's like, why do you want to share that date with Bungie? Bungie will whip out the checkbook. I actually think Marathon's getting delayed, but I don't think Borderlands could count on that. I think they needed their own week, their own day. Nah, Lono, it's not you. Tapping circle, she refuses to let go. If you hold circle, she lets go sometimes. I saw GTA 5 on Game Pass this morning. That's interesting. Not really. GTA 5's been off and on Game Pass for a while now. It's a monthly fee that Microsoft has to pay, so that's why it'll roll off and come back and roll off and come back. So, yeah. If you guys are looking for the Borderlands 4 State of Play, this is a waiting room. There's not much going on in gaming news, so when there's an event like this, we just kind of hang out and wait. Do me a favor, you guys on YouTube, smash that like button. Let's set our sights on 300 likes. We do have a friendly competition between Twitch and YouTube that Twitch continues to just not even fight for, but we are working on a sub goal on Twitch as well. If you sub to my Twitch channel, you will never see an ad. I constantly run ads on Twitch, so we have no pre-roll ads, so people can get like right into the show. In order to do that, though, I got to run ads. Well, you won't see them if you're a sub. It's a great reason to use your Prime or to just pay for a sub. If you guys are watching on YouTube and you have Amazon Prime, you can give me a Twitch Prime sub every month. If you're already paying for Amazon Prime, it doesn't cost you anything to give me a Twitch Prime, and it supports me. So consider doing that on a monthly basis if you do in fact have Amazon Prime. GTA 5 goes on and off Game Pass and PlayStation Plus all the time. Yeah, that's not anything new or significant. It just constantly kind of rotates off and on. Yeah. Am I going to cover Returnal on the PS5 Pro? There's not much to cover. I mean, I tweeted the images and talked about it. Creature wants me to do a short. I could record a quick short and he could use my images. Or I could just do like a spin test and run around a little bit and just give him some footage. It looks really good. It looks really good. They did a 2.5 pixel increase to the resolution, and buddy, does it look pretty. I mean, here, I can show you. Let me just open image in a new tab. Open image in a new tab. These do not do it justice, by the way. These pictures just don't do it justice. They don't. All right. So the thing to notice first and foremost is an overall crispiness to like the menu items. I think that, upping the resolution probably is helping with that a little bit. But the first thing I noticed was the snow. Like the detail in the snow, the walls, the reflections. It was like the first thing that I noticed. I also felt like just Celine and her gun and her outfit just looked like it had more detail in general. I think this probably shows it. This shot probably shows it off the best because you can see kind of how you're just getting an increase in texture clarity because they've increased the resolution. So the rocks, the lighting, the shadows, just the texture of the snow and stuff looks really, really nice with that increased resolution. So 4K is 2.25 the pixels of 1440 or whatever. I wonder if they've increased the internal resolution though, Zubair. Are they still doing 1080 internal all the way up to this, or have they raised the internal? I don't know if they've given any details yet on what exactly they've done. If it's still 1080 internal, that's impressive for how it looks. I wouldn't be surprised if they raised internal res. What a perfect time for me to jump back in. Game looks so good. It really, I'm telling you, those screenshots don't even do it justice. Because I forgot that I was in Biome 5. I turned it on and I was like, it looks so crisp. It looks so crisp. I forgot they were doing 1080 before. They must have increased internal. I think they had to have. I don't think it would look that good going 1080 to 4K. I mean, I'm not the expert, but I don't think it would look that good. That makes me think that Saros or whatever is using the same engine. Oh, yeah, they're not going to switch, I don't think. Yeah. Are we... Again, man, YouTube has been weird today. We just hemorrhage, and then we bounce back. And then we hemorrhage, and then we bounce back. We're just losing people hand over fist right now. Are you guys having to buffer or refresh or something? Do me a quick favor and make sure you have pressed that like button, though. We should be at 300 likes by now. That can't help. Xanatos with 33 months of membership says, I let my membership in on Android. As soon as it ended, the join button showed up on iOS, and before I could click Member Plus, I was gifted a member. YouTube crashed hard and was off for 30 seconds like the whole site. I've been getting blips. The tab crashed. Had to refresh. Okay. I thought something was going on. Like, we just suddenly went like, whoom, just dropped. Lately that's been happening to me. I hate it. I finish a game and then there's an update or an upgrade version right after. Yeah. Yeah, Returnal got a pro patch today. Yes. Yeah. So Xanatos, it won't let you upgrade from Member Lite to Plus. Like, you don't even have the option when you go to the membership tab. It's just not there. Playback has been acting up. The video crashes or the website. Yeah, buffering. We've not had any issues on Twitch today, so yeah. It's unfortunate. Really unfortunate. We've been streaming on YouTube for 4 years, and they still just struggle some days to not have issues. It was there before, and as soon as I got gifted, remember, it went away. I have to wait for it to expire. That's so stupid. That is so stupid. I've never known a company to be so backwards about money the way that YouTube is. It's like somebody is actively wanting to give YouTube money, and they're like, no, you have to wait. Like, what? Somebody's like, yes, I would like to upgrade my membership and give you more money, YouTube. And they're like, no, we don't want your money. Like, okay. These feel like problems that should be fixed within like the day that they're discovered. Like, oh, people can't upgrade their gifted membership on YouTube very easily. We'll get right on that. Here we are. Been 3 years. Still isn't fixed. Okay. All right. The main means of support to my channel just completely and utterly hamstrung for the past 3 years. It's just so irritating. I'm so fed up. I really am. It's like, come on, YouTube. I know you're a big platform. I know changes are hard, but this is just absolutely just, it shouldn't even be a conversation anymore. It's tiring. Do your dadgum job. I do mine. I work for Meta and Facebook advertising, and I face the same problem for my clients as well. I yell, Mark Zuck, I want to give you money. Shut up and take it. This one's tough. This one's tough to tolerate. It's just like, it's just a button. It's just a button that should be there. That shouldn't be that difficult. Why not just invest in new ideas as well, like levels that's more about verticality or asymmetric PvP, 5 versus 150, or more ideas that haven't seen the light of day? Well, I think iteration within PvP is really, really hard. It took me over a year until I could pay for mine. I just kept getting gifted. Like, I can't express how that sentence is the embodiment of everything that we've been frustrated by with YouTube for the past 3 years. Like, you couldn't get off of gifted for over a year. I mean, that's staggeringly stupid. That's like, I need to take a seat at the stupidity. I need to sit down. I gotta take a seat here. I've wanted to upgrade my membership for a year and I can't do it. It won't let me. Man. If you want to be off of gifted, you would have been. I mean, the only thing I could say to people that are trying to do it, what you're going to have to do is go and turn off receiving gifteds on the channel. That's the only way you're going to ensure that you don't get one. You're going to have to go to the 3 dots and toggle gifted settings and be like, I don't want to get gifts on this channel. That's going to be your best route to upgrading. Because I know there's a bunch of you that have tried, and I get it. I'm the same way. If I try to do something on a website and it won't let me do it, I quit rather quickly. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I'm out. Right? I get it. But that would be the solution. Just disable it. I have to do that so I can upgrade. Yeah. Just use the browser. It's an Apple problem. No, Xanatos is trying right now, and he cannot upgrade off of gifted. It won't let him. He can't do it. You go to a website, you go to the member tab. It's literally not there for lots of people. It's just not there. It's like there's no option to change level, change perks, upgrade. Like the button literally isn't there for some people. For some people it is. They'll go on their phone, they'll go on their Android, their Apple, their whatever, and the button's there. For whatever reason, it's not there for everybody, and I'm not really sure why. Oh, let's see. All right, you guys can use the question command if you want to change a subject, if you want to talk about Borderlands 4, what you're looking for in Borderlands 4. I know for me, within Borderlands 4 gameplay, the main thing that I want to see is I really want the guns to get better central treatment. I don't want to get to the end and have like a handful of viable guns and the rest stink. I certainly don't want to have guns be cannon fodder when I'm playing through the game. I really, really hope they figure out that like scaling gear to your character thing. So YouTube makes hand over fist with YouTube Premium, so they just don't care about fixing that problem. I mean, money's money, yo. Money's money. There's got to be thousands of YouTubers right now that could be generating more revenue every month if they simplified it. If they simplified it upgrading off of Gifted. You know? Or like people that pay for premium and then the members only content doesn't play in the background. Like that couldn't be more backwards either, and they haven't solved that problem. It's like that's somebody giving you extra money and getting less features. Come on, man. You're killing me, Smalls. Wired Rope with a question. This is something you can do as a subscriber on Twitch or a member on YouTube. Will they make another Borderlands movie? I heard the first one did really well. No, they will not be making another one. I don't think so. I'm really hoping this isn't going to be a Borderlands 3.5. I need to see something serious. I need to see some serious innovation. I'll play it regardless. But what have they been cooking? Show me Gearbox. I think the thing that excites me the most about the footage, the Borderlands 4 gameplay that we've seen so far, I think the thing that excites me the most is they've really, really increased movement, verticality, speed, and then the guns just look really, really nice. They look like they handle really, really nice. They look like they shoot really, really nice. Any big ticket item they need to change from 3 to 4? So setting aside the debate about how I think that I should be able to tell the game to scale enemies and gear to me so that I'm not constantly over leveled and throwing gear away. Let's set that aside. We've already kind of had that debate. I would really like the Borderlands 4 Vault Hunters to be a little bit more. I need more breadth than depth. You know, I need more breadth than depth. I don't just need like, here's your 3 skill trees. They each have a capstone. They've got a couple augments. I would love to see them really, really blow that out. Like really blow that out, flesh that out. So that you can get a lot more build diversity. I think that would really, really help. Like, let's say it this way. Do whatever you have to do to make it so where I can build my character and I can make certain guns really, really viable. And then if I decide to switch it all up, then I can make these guns over here really, really viable. Like, I think that's something that they've always kind of missed out on. Like, certain guns are just not worth using. Certain gun types, you know, certain, you know, fire types, all this, they just become completely irrelevant and stupid because at the end of the day, you're doing damage output, right? You're wanting good dips, you're wanting good DPS, you're wanting good, you know, if you're trying to break shields, if you're fighting against robots or whatever, you know, you're trying to get the elemental alignments as well so that, like, you can, like, take down certain things faster. But I think if you would let me go in, if I said, listen, I really like this manufacturer and I really like this gun type, you know, it's not getting a lot of attention for me right now because they're not that great. But if I could spec my character to make them great, I think that would create a really, really good system of, man, if you really, really like shotguns, if you really, really like shotguns and snipers, and I really, really like SMGs and grenade launchers, let me build around that so that we're both just laying waste instead of being like, well, those guns suck, these are the meta guns, and then you just spec your character around your abilities. I obviously you want to spec your character around abilities. I don't want to take away from that. I also think, let me say it this way. They had something in Borderlands 1 that was called like weapon proficiency. So the more you used a particular weapon, it would get like passive upgrades to like handling, accuracy, reload speed, things like this. Okay. I think what I just sort of came up with on the fly as I'm talking through this in my mind is, I think you should have ability skill trees and I think you should have gun skill trees, because if I'm dedicated and I'm really using shotguns and snipers a lot, I should be getting like skill points to spend on those weapon archetypes to make them better, like increase like fire rate and range of a shotgun. So my shotguns are way better than yours because you're investing in like SMGs, rifles, or ARs, or like hand cannons or something like that. That I think would then give the player a little bit more control over, oh, I can make the loot table viable in a direction. Like I can create a slant within the loot table. So when I see shotguns drop, I'm really excited. And when you see hand cannons drop, you're really excited. And I don't know. I think that would be a great way to give people a little bit more control over there. Isn't that what looter shooters are all about? Fun and meta guns? No, I think meta guns are stupid. I think that's the worst. I think it meta guns make the looter boring. Yeah, here are the meta guns. Oh, great. So thousands of guns and only these ones matter. Cool. That makes a lot of the guns pointless in the end game because you can't use them. No, it doesn't, because you could respec. Yeah, you could respec. Yeah. Or make it a replayable thing. I don't know. But yeah, you could always respec. If you get to the end game and you're like, yeah, I'm not really big on snipers anymore, take all the skill points out of snipers and throw them at something else. All guns should be meta. I mean, I don't know if all guns can be meta. The way to keep all guns from being meta is to have perks and random rolls. So sure, one shotgun's not as good as the other because it might not get a great roll, or it could get a really good roll that complements your build or your specs or whatever it is that you're spending on, right? You always end up with meta guns, though. Not necessarily. You don't need meta guns if you create contextual power. If you create contextual power where this planet and this enemy type is more susceptible to these guns and they are resistant to these guns, you completely shut down the idea of meta. You do. Oh, this gun's meta. Well, not until you take it over here, right? Okay, so Slag and the Unkept Herald in Borderlands 2. Imagine if you would have had like endgame loops. This is what I always thought they should do to make Borderlands an ongoing game, okay? And do it in a good way, not a cheesy way. So at the end of Borderlands 2, Lilith shoves the vault key in, okay? She shoves it in, and she says, no rest for the wicked, or whatever it is she says. I can't remember. And you see all these vaults, okay? A really great way to work against a meta is to say, hey, there's this new planet, there's this new vault, and on this planet and on this vault, you have new enemy types, new weapon types, new contextual power that you're going to want to tap into. So your meta guns could go there and do a good job and get you, into a loot grind, but then you'd start equipping those weapons and using those weapons. You can even create contextual power ping pong where you go over here to this planet because they drop the fire weapons. And the new planet's an ice planet. And you want to get some really good fire weapons. So you go and you grind and you boss farm and you get some good fire weapons. And now you're ready for the ice planet, and you go to the ice planet, and guess what? The ice planet drops ice weapons. And the ice weapons are, guess what? Really strong against the fire guys. So you create like contextual ping pong where if you're creating endgame grinds and loops on all these planets, these vaults or whatever, and each planet then has a reason to grind that then gives you power and benefits in other places, you're always improving your grind by grinding. It creates a very cyclical nature of enjoyment because, oh, this fire weapon's so good, I can't wait. I'm going to melt that ice boss, right? I've been trying to get a better drop from him for a long time, and now I'm going to melt him even faster. You go to the electrical planet. You go to the water planet. You know what I'm saying? Eugene says, if you have enough build and perk diversity, there is no meta. It all becomes contextual and dependent. Exactly. I don't think any of this is out of pocket or crazy because they already have that. They already have that. Xbox is better because of that sweet Xbox butter. Thank you for the $2 super chat. They already have this. Like, robots are susceptible to the acid, right? Shields are susceptible to the electricity. Humans were susceptible to the fire, right? It's already there. They already kind of have the recipe. You just got to put the ingredients in there in the right way. And buddy, Borderlands 4 could go for 10 years. It could go for 10 years. Every season, you're adding a new vault, a new planet, right? Once a year, do something really big, right? And then you could always retread old planets. You know, you could retread old planets, rejuvenate the loot pools, change things, do modifiers, right? They could say, hey, the atmospheric changes on this ice planet have made all the enemies different, and now they're throwing electrified icicles, and there's guns that are throwing electrified icicles. And there's your theme for the new season, and now the vault's different and everything else. Like, remember how, Destiny cheated with the Taken? They took existing enemies and existing enemy types, and they Takenified them. You could do the same thing in Borderlands. Go back to that planet, and everything's different now. New loot table, new enemies, new fights, new vaults. Borderlands, it absolutely kills me that at the end of Borderlands 2, when you look up and you see all those vaults, it's like, there it is, it's right there. That's your recipe. You could have been the next Destiny. You could have been an ongoing looter shooter live service game, and people would have loved it. They would have eaten it up. It's right there. It's right there. New vaults, new planets, new weapons, new contextual power, no meta. Oh, and they don't invalidate your weapons, by the way, because the weapons that you have still have purpose. I'm glad they didn't. Oh, yeah, they did such a bang-up job with the pre-sequel in Borderlands 3. Ugh. I don't want it to be ongoing. What difference does it make? If you don't engage with the ongoing, you could still have a wonderful vanilla Borderlands experience. I thought people hated live service games. Yes, as the most played games in the globe are live service games. They hate them. They despise them, as they're the most engaged with game type in existence. Come on. They're all masochists. No, I don't think so. Borderlands 3 sold extraordinarily well despite tons of folks hating its story. Well, yeah, it sold well. I think it was commercially successful. That's probably what helped, push them towards doing the movie. That's just my preference. Right, but if they build a really, really great vanilla Borderlands experience, and then they want to do this ongoing thing like I've outlined, where like every 4 months, it would be like a season with a battle pass and a vault and a new place to go and da-da-da-da-da. Like, you could just ignore that. You could be like, yeah, I'm not doing that. I had a great experience. I rolled credits. Good. I'm good. It would be like rolling credits on Valhalla and then ignoring all the ongoing content that they made. You still had a great experience. We get 17 more likes on YouTube, y'all. Make sure you do go through that ritual. Anytime you're coming into the YouTube stream, make sure that you are hitting that like button. It's easy to say that the most engaged with games when you essentially have to engage with them the most if you can experiment with the rest. Wait. If you don't want to lose content. I mean, there's not really loss of content in a lot of the live service games. It's just you want to be there for the new stuff. Randy called Borderlands 4 the big one. I have high hopes. He's, he thinks highly of everything they do, so it's hard to gauge that, The Pat Puck asks a question here. How would you feel about only one legendary like one exotic in Destiny? So that way purple guns are viable and legendaries are more game-changing. When's the state of play? It is in 4.5 hours. I don't think that squares with Borderlands. Like, Borderlands is supposed to be crazy, chaotic, you know, melt your face off with weapons. I don't think it's meant to be, like, restrictive. Like, I get what you're getting at. I do. I love the idea of, like, late game, you're still using purples. I love that idea, but I'm like, The reason they're against live service is because it would indefinitely delay Borderlands 5. What's your opinion about the difference in legendary drop rates between Borderlands 2 versus 3? Also, what would you like Borderlands 4's drop rates to be like? I have always had this opinion on drop rates for coveted weapons. So let's say you're going to fight a boss and it's, you know, Truck Driver Ted, and Truck Driver Ted drops, you know, Teddy's grenade launcher, right? Teddy's launcher, and then you're trying to get a really good roll on Teddy's launcher, okay? I have always been of the opinion that generosity is not the enemy of engagement, it's the promoter of it. That's like one of my token sayings. A lot of drop rate games and drop rate conversations, I believe they make a fatal error and they think, well, if we're generous, they're going to get the gun and they're going to stop. One of the guys that worked on the Loot 2.0 system in Diablo 3 was famous for saying that when they turned up the generosity of drop rates, people went from saying, I'm just trying to get this sword to drop, to instead saying, I'm trying to get a good version of this sword to drop. It increased engagement. I believe that that is true across genres, across game types. So track with me here. You're going to fight Teddy the truck driver, and he drops Teddy's launcher, and you want a really, really good drop. You want the one that does rapid fire and then mini nades, right? It's like, do. And then when it hits, it drops little mini nades. That's the role you're going for. I think he should drop one every time you kill him. Because what it does is, this is like layered dopamine hits. Every time he dies and you see the bing, you hear it, you see it, your brain goes, oh, yes. That's satisfying in and of itself. You know, research into dopamine is that your dopamine's at its highest point before you open the thing. Like shoebox is in front of you. Your eyes so excited. Right before and as you open it, it's at its peak, and from then it comes down. So what you're doing is you're creating that moment every time, bing, you're like, and you're going over to it and you're picking it up. You have now created a psychological pathway in the player's mind where they associate feeling really good and feeling elated not at what roll they got. Nope. They feel elated because they just killed the boss and the thing dropped and they're about to go check it. So you've now created the height of their enjoyment is farming a boss, killing a boss. You just created a re-engagement psychological hook. They're going to keep coming back. They're going to keep killing Teddy. And then somebody says, well, wait, though. What happens when they get the roll that they want? I'll tell you what happens. They're going to go farm for something else. Why? Because you got them. You got them on the hook. They want that again. They want to feel that again. They like it. Right? Mikey likes it. He's like, yeah, I want to feel that again. I'm going to go farm this other boss. That feels so great. It feels so great to see the ding, and you're like, I killed him. You're associating that enjoyment with that farm and that grind. So, I think a lot of these companies and a lot of these loot-based games, I think they miss the mark. They're so worried about somebody getting what they want that they're like, well, keep the drop rate low, keep it low, and eventually they'll get it, and then, they'll be really satisfied with getting it. Nope. Do you want to know what happens when you do that? They associate dissatisfaction with killing the boss. You kill him, didn't drop. Kill him, didn't drop. So you're always killing him and you're going, So now you're associating disappointment with that grind. That's not what you want to do to the player's mind. That's a terrible thing to do. They'll just leave. They'll quit. Now, this is a double whammy, and the reason it's a double whammy is because they're gonna quit playing no matter what. So stop trying to think that you can keep them from quitting by being withholding. They're gonna quit no matter what. They're gonna take breaks. They're gonna go play something else, right? They're gonna take a week or two off, a month off, whatever. They are absolutely gonna stop playing at some point. Would you rather them stop playing because they're irritated and dissatisfied, or do you want them to stop playing because they felt like, hey man, I dumped a ton of hours into this game. I got a bunch of great rolls. I got a bunch of great weapons. Which player do you think's more likely to come back when you do new content? Which player? It's obvious, isn't it? It's so obvious, you don't want to answer the question. Like, nobody likes answering a question with an obvious answer. It's like embarrassing. It's like, I know what you're going to say. Just say it, right? The obvious answer is the person who grinded Teddy for his pause. They grinded that boss for his drop, got the roll they wanted eventually, and they grinded all these other bosses for the rolls that they wanted, and they're like, well, I feel pretty good now. I'm going to take a break from the game. They're way more likely to come back. Why? Because they know what they're in for. They know, and there's now established trust between the game and the player with, if I come and play your game, I'm going to get rewarded for my time. You're not going to be this stupid, withholding, stingy dev. You're going to give me something for my time. They're way more likely to come back. They're not going to come back to your game if it's this big unknown. If it's this big unknown. It's like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to get what I want. I don't know if I'm going to get any of those cool new guns because you're withholding and stingy. That's how you get people to stay in your game, and that's how you get people to re-engage with your game. That's how you do it. You do it with generosity. And I tell you what you can really do. Ooh, you can really trick the player. You want to pull some psychological ninjutsu on the player. You create the scarcity within the potential roles. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. They'll grind that stupid boss until their thumbs fall off if they're getting one every single time, and the chance of getting the roll they want, that's where you lower the percentage. That's playing some psychological ninjutsu, because now they're like, oh, it's so generous, dude. Oh, it's great. I'm always getting something. I'm always getting a drop. I'm always getting to check it. And you're sitting there laughing all the way to the bank. You're like, yeah. You're probably not going to get the roll you want until like kill number 92. And they're like, and they're happy. That's the trick. They're happy. They're not angry. Now there is a breaking point, right? If you make the good roll so scarce, that they don't get it after like 1,000, well, I mean, you're going to break player expectation. You can't do that, right? But if you do it in the right intervals, they're happy the whole dadgum time, because every time they kill the boss, there's a ding, there's a ping, there's a chance, and they're excited in that moment. Eventually, you've got to give them the roll they want. You do. You can't keep them in the hamster wheel for forever. They'll wear out. Yeah, until it becomes 2 blues. Exactly, T-Von. I remember farming the Unkept Herald for days because it was such a dominant weapon with the right rolls. It was so strong, it outpaced other weapons. Yeah, it was double penetrating. Dupas. Double penetrating Unkept Herald. You wanted a dupa. I knew that's where you were going because I tried for God rolls so many times. You get so close, or the slight improvement. That's the other thing I didn't even talk about, Omar. They get the gun. They get to use it while they wait for the God roll. Like, that's exciting to be like, well, at least I got one. At least I can try it out. Oh, and here's the other beautiful thing about this. Thank you so much, Babbling Bike, for 33 months and a VIP. Last Epoch does that with Legendary Potential System. It works just like you're saying. Thank you. Hang on. So, on the day, we got 94 for YouTube. And then we're going to roll up. We're still 20 members away from 200. Okay, here's the other benefit to this system that I've just outlined. The under the heading of like generosity promotes engagement. It's not the enemy of it, right? Generosity is not the enemy of engagement. It's the promoter of engagement. Okay. The other reason this works is because you're going to have casuals, okay? And the casual is going to kill, Teddy the truck driver, I don't know, 5 or 10 times. And they're going to be happy with an okay roll. They're going to feel very satisfied. They have now been adequately rewarded for their engagement level. Their care level is equal to the number of tries, and they'll be perfectly happy with yeah, I got a couple of the things I wanted. Right? Now the hardcore, the guy that's not going to stop until he gets the perfect roll, he is also getting properly rewarded for his input level. It's like a perfect harmony. It's so symbiotic. It's like you get out what you put in, equal to the passion and the care. Like the level to which you care is the level to which you try, and then the reward is appropriate. I killed him 92 times and I finally got the god roll. And the other guy's like, well, I killed him 10 times and I got a good enough roll. I was happy with that. Both players feel satisfied. Both players feel like they have had their time respected. The difference between a 3 out of 5 and a 5 out of 5 was never significant enough beyond trophy and want purposes. That's why crafting was so much better. No, I think crafting is acid on player incentivization. I'll leave you feeling satisfied. Shut up, T-Funk. I think crafting is always acid on a loot grind. I think it's so dangerous. I think crafting is incredibly dangerous. You're playing with acid because it'll just dissolve player incentivization. I'll get a good enough roll and then I'll just grind for materials and I'll just craft the remaining 2. You're playing with fire. I've always felt that way. You have to have, is it acid or fire? They both can do the same thing. They can destroy incentivization. They can absolutely destroy it. Crafting was the death knell for Destiny 2 for me. I didn't see it at the time, but looking back, it sucked the fun out of repeat runs of activities. Yep. Listen to me. The minute you remove the ding, it's over. It's over. You've broken the format. You need the ding. You do. I could write a book. I could write a book on the that would be the title of it. The importance of the ding. It's got a ding. Ding! Oh, he dropped it. Oh, I got a chance. Let me go check this. If you're just grinding for materials, it's so mechanical. It's so clinical. You're just trading time for a number to go up. I need 40 more bolts so that I can craft the thing that I want. I need 40 more bolts. So how many bolts how many bolts am I going to get per run? 3. And you just crunch it. You're like, all right, I got to do this run that many times. And there's no heart, no soul, no ding, no chingering, no excitement. You're just, oh, I got enough bolts now. Yay. Crafting made me more willing to keep playing, knowing I was guaranteed to end up with what I wanted. I'm telling you, you can like it, you can prefer it. If a company is making a loot-based game and they put crafting in their game, they are absolutely it's like a bowl of acid that you're trying to hope doesn't spill over and just dissolve player incentivization to grind. It is absolutely a dopamine killer. I think it can be the number one dopamine killer of your game, because you're no longer playing a game for the ding, for the chingering, for the drop. You're just trading time. If I put in this much time, I'll get bolts per hour bolts. I need this many bolts to craft this gun. There's no excitement, elation, or anything in that. You're just marking time. You're like, well, in 2 hours, I'll have enough bolts. There's no excitement in that. When every drop is a chance at the god roll, every drop is a dopamine hit on the brain of, oh, I did it. I killed the boss. He dropped the thing. I got a chance. Instead of, how many more times we got to kill this guy? 17? Okay, you're just marking time. 16, 15, 14. Every time he dies, it's not exciting. Every time he dies, it's just a check mark and a count that you need to increase. Finally, I got enough bolts. Let me go to the tower and press a button. Boo! Boo! Killing, that'll kill your looter shooter. It'll kill it. It'll absolutely kill it. I think crafting is so dangerous, and that's why. That's a very specific crafting mechanic, though. Think of a crafting system that combines both. Not, I need 100 bolts, but I want that god roll scope. But aren't you just doing what I'm saying? Like, if you have to get the gun to drop with a scope, and you take the scope off and put it on your existing god roll, it's still connected to the drop. To you, maybe? No, I think what I'm saying applies broadly. I think it applies broadly. If you, I'm telling you, they did it in Destiny 1, and people ended up hating it. I sat in the tower and pressed a button for a god roll shotgun. I remember doing it in D1. It was so soulless and so stupid. I just grinded, had a ton of this material, and I was just like, dink, 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 dink. Got it. I got it. Now the reward has no neural pathway to the gameplay. It's not connected anymore. You've disconnected it. It's been completely severed. Yay! I got the gun that I wanted as I sat in a menu and pushed a button. No, you have made a fatal error. You want the neural pathways connected to, I killed the boss, ding! That's what you want. Because now I'm associating killing the boss with feeling good. I feel great. And I killed the boss. Not, I finally got what I wanted. I was in a menu and pushed a button and I changed the perk. Hang on, somebody... That's definitely how crafting works. You spend time getting materials. Yeah. You still had to farm activities to get the drops to enable crafting. You still had to kill those bosses over and over. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm here to tell you the recipe works. It works. You kill the boss, you hear the ding, you see it, you run over to it. Your brain is associating feeling its height of dopamine with killing that boss. So you're going to do it again. And you're going to do it again and again and again and again and again. But if I've got to kill this thing, if I've got to kill this boss or run this activity X number of times to get X number of materials to craft the gun that I want, you have shattered that. You just shattered it. You have shattered the relationship between feeling good, the dopamine high, and getting the thing that you want. Like, it's all separated now. It's all fragmented. It's like, oh, I got to do this. I got to do this enough times. Now I have the thing. I'm going to go here and I'm going to craft the gun. No. No, 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 no. No. There's no X number of times, though. You're not arguing against my formula. You're just arguing for crafting so that you can get there faster. I think that's exactly the problem. You just want to get there faster. You're like, I would rather know it would take me 25 times to get the gun that I want than to be in the unknown drop rate of, oh, I could kill him 75 times and never see the roll that I want. Your formula isn't how D2 handled it. I'm not talking about Destiny. I'm talking about how crafting typically works. Crafting typically works in that way. You're grinding something enough times to get the thing, or enough of the thing, to go and change the thing on my weapon. Pity systems are tough. I think my system works because you kill Teddy the truck driver and he drops Teddy's launcher every single time. You associate feeling good and excited, and the height of dopamine is just before you open the thing, right? So just before you check the gun is when you feel the best. And you have now psychologically made that player associate killing a boss, farming a boss, with feeling really good. And then they check the gun, and then the roll diversity is where you create your level of scarcity. And you want the level of scarcity to be tolerable. You don't want him to have to kill the guy 1,000 times to get the god roll. You set a parameter that means after, 50 to 70, whatever number you think is right, after 50 to 70 kills, you're very, very likely to get the roll that you're looking for. I'm telling you, that formula works. It works because there's no break. There's no break in the formula. It's just very, very sound. And then that guy's going to do that, and then he is going to go and kill another boss, and another boss, and another boss. What you're seeing is nearly the same thing as it being a rare drop with a god roll. Huh? No. It's not the same. It's not nearly the same thing. It's completely and utterly different. If I kill the boss 25 times and he finally drops the gun once, nope. My system is so superior to that. My system's superior in every way. In every way. Killing him 25 times and not getting a drop 24 times in a row is absolutely antithetical to motivating and incentivizing re-engagement. It is absolutely backwards. It doesn't work as well. It's inferior. Diablo 3 Loot 2.0 system proves what I'm saying in spades. They saw engagement go way up, and they got way better response from the player pool. They went away from being withholding and having low drop rates to having really high drop rates. And player psychology completely changed in their player pool. That's why Division's loot systems were always superior, if only they didn't F around. Superior, I give it okayest. Eugene, I will grant that you can get away with it if it's like this teeny part of it. Like with Division's guns, you could change like one thing and be like, okay, cool, I got everything except for this one thing, and you'd go and you'd change the one thing. I think that's fine, because I think, again, as long as you're generous with the drop rate, and I get a gun that's really close, to perfect, and then I just go back to base and I round it out, I think that's fine. But you have to have a deep perk pool or a deep stat pool in order for that to work. Borderlands isn't really like that. I think Borderlands should function more in the vein of what I'm saying. You don't need crafting. High drop rate and create your scarcity within the diversity of perks. So that the god roll that I'm looking for, is a 1 in something chance of dropping. It drops every time, I'm happy. Borderlands 4 I may play through twice and be done. It's definitely the kind of game that you do like 1 or 2 playthroughs, like you do a playthrough with your girlfriend, you do a playthrough by yourself, you try out 2 of the characters, and then you're good. So in your way of explaining it, if Borderlands 4 had dedicated loot drops, high legendary drop chance, keep the anointments, it could work. I think that if you're going to have a legendary dropping from a boss, you just have him drop it every time. If I did a playthrough with my girlfriend, my wife would be pissed. You just have him drop it every time, and then you create the scarcity of like, well, the god roll can't show up every time, right? There's diversity within the perk pool. So, you'll get 10 of them that are no good, but at least one of them is probably going to be good enough or close enough, and you get to at least use it. You're like, well, while I'm waiting for the god roll, I've got a good one that I can try out. Borderlands got moved to make way for the colossal giant that's Rockstar? No, I don't think so. I don't think this has anything to do with GTA 6. GTA 6 is mid-November as far as we know from everything that we've heard. I think 11/11/25 is your GTA 6 release date, and I don't think moving Borderlands by like 2 weeks isn't related to GTA 6. They're avoiding Bungie. Magic Dolphin with 21 months in Member Light. Bungie should just sell god rolls in the Eververse. Nah. Hated anointments in Borderlands 3. God rolls wouldn't be called god rolls if they weren't impactful. Getting that last perk can make the whole thing. Yeah. For sure. I said that because the endgame of Borderlands 3, the community hated anointments because you're not only farming for the prefix of the gun, but also best in slot anointments. It killed the endgame. I'm not familiar with that because I didn't grind the endgame of Borderlands. Like, I did not grind the end game of Borderlands 3. I rolled credits and never really went back. Just never went back. Five out of 5 was so marginal it didn't make an impact. Well, a lot of the times a 4 out of 5 and a 5 out of 5, the difference is pride. Like, it's rare for one perk to be such a capstone that it's like a game changer. A lot of times it's just a matter of pride. You're like, you just really, really want it. It's like a trophy, Effectively getting a 5 out of 5 would roll your 2 out of 5 every day of the week. Yeah, a 5 out of 5... A 5 out of 5 versus a 2 out of 5, yes, would be a pretty significant difference. The difference between a 5 out of 5 and a 4 out of 5 is typically very marginal. It's more a matter of pride. It's more a matter of pride. Oh, they've got the roadmap. Hang on, for Assassin's Creed. They've revealed it here. Okay, so May, which we're about to be in, new quest. The works of Louis Fro, I don't know how to say that. Codex update. Quality of life improvements. Okay, late May. First special collaboration. There's going to be a parkour update. Height gaining back ejects. Height gaining side ejects. New vertical ledge jump. Photo mode update. Okay, June. New free quest. New ally for your league. New difficulty settings. Gameplay immersion options. Open world alarm system. Headgear in cutscene option. Additional free content to come. New game plus, community feedback updates, new story drops, special collaborations, codex updates, animus content, new rewards, optional paid content, store drops, and the Claws of Awaji. So it doesn't look like we're going to get co-op this year. I'm not seeing anything that would even indicate a possibility. Unless New Game Plus introduces co-op, or Claws of Awaji somehow introduces it. Yeah. That is if they're even still doing it. If they're still doing it. Insider Gaming, reported that. What is this? This is a clip from today. Be basic. I don't care about you.
What did Darth Vader do?
What did Darth Vader do? I thought it was going to be an actual clip. Leave this conversation. I don't ever need to see you again. New Game Plus will be fun. I'm so loving AC Shadows at the moment on the Pro. It's beautiful and immersive. Such a good looking game on the Pro, dude. Got another question about Borderlands. Willie Kale says, did Borderlands peak with Handsome Jack as a villain? Can he be topped? Here's the thing I think they should probably move away from. I would stop trying to top Handsome Jack, and instead I would go back to what made Borderlands 2 work so well. And have really, really cool, like, I would have a cascade of bosses it's what I would do. I think that simplifies things. Like, instead of trying to make this like monolithic antagonist that's like so memorable, just do a cascade of really cool bosses. They can all have their own theme, their names, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the way they introduced bosses in Borderlands 1 was so cool. It reminded me of like a Guy Ritchie movie. But trying to get to a place where you have like another Handsome Jack, I just think is a fool's errand. Just don't do it. Don't even try. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. The Magnificent Seven. Right, like you had the head antagonist in Tsushima was great, right? The leader of the Mongols that invaded. He was awesome. He's a great actor. He's got this great presence. Yote's going to be like the Yote 6 or whatever. I think a game like Borderlands could severely benefit from going that route. Instead of being like, well, we have to have this super memorable and monolithic, villain. No, just do a bunch of cool bosses. Maybe it's like a family, or I always thought something that they could really, really do that would work really, really well in Borderlands would be have all the different manufacturers competing and racing to get to the vaults. So what you would be doing is you would be fighting against them, and every single one of them would have, enemy types and obviously the weapon types. Makes sense, right? If you're fighting against Atlas or somebody. Have like the different companies, and then you fight that boss from that company, and now you've stopped them from getting to whatever vault it is that you're all racing toward. I always thought that would be a cool way to do it. They went too hard in the wrong direction with the Calypsos in 3, and the thing is, they could have been really good villains. Borderlands has always had cool bosses. Do you know that the Calypsos are literally an idea taken right from one of my videos? It's such a shame that we don't have the video up anymore. It's such a shame. I basically outlined a video on how you could have a male siren, and I quite literally said you could have them be twins, and one's a guy and one's a girl, and the guy's use of the siren powers could be really unstable because he's not a woman. Like, and that's quite like, it's almost like 1-to-1, like directly from, I mean, it's kind of eerie. Kind of eerie. Like, somebody watched that video and was like, write that down, that's pretty good. I can agree with some of the guns, but sometimes the 4 out of 5 wasn't good enough. Thanks, Lono. I mean, I didn't say make them cringy content creators. Which one of you chatters is Randy? We also talked about how to have a Beastmaster class. I had a video on that. That ended up in the game as well. I had a video that always did really well for a very long time. I theorized that Zero was part Stalker that he was like an experiment and they had like merged Stalker DNA with him. Yeah, Giza. Yeah, Zero's part Stalker. I had that video. Yep. Calypso villains were actually good villains. People's opinions saying they're bad or just terrible. Not baiting at all. I honestly think people saying that they're bad is so stupid. No, they were pretty bad, bro. They were okay. So villains need to be. I think the best villains are equal parts threatening and relatable. Like a good villain you can kind of relate to. You can kind of understand their motivations and why they are the way that they are, right? There's got to be some level of like empathy and understanding to make them relatable. That's why like the carbon copy big bad in the Marvel movies is always kind of so flat. It's like, I'm here for total domination. Okay. That's what made Thanos a more compelling villain, because his dream and his vision was motivated by what happened to him when he was a child and what he had seen. And so his speeches, his worldview, his philosophy, it was like he is equal parts threatening and kind of relatable. You're kind of like, well, what if he's right? Like, what if he's right? Like, right, it kind of makes you question. The problem with villains like the Calypso twins is they don't feel threatening at all. They feel cheesy and stupid, and there's nothing relatable about them. They were cringy and dumb. It's like they're neither. They're not threatening. They're not relatable. They're just kind of annoying. Why didn't Thanos just use the stones to make more resources? The DLC's writings were much better. I didn't play them. That's the worst take opinion you've ever heard? I mean, are you going to make an argument, or are you just going to insult anybody who doesn't agree with you? Like, do you have an argument, or do you just insult people that don't agree with your take? You're like, yeah, you're stupid, or that's dumb. Okay. Really compelling. The Penn and Teller just made the story feel bloated. It didn't really need the whole arc where Tannis got kidnapped. Just unnecessary bloat. Just saying it's actually the opposite of everything you said about them. So something that you just keep doing is you just keep asserting things. So an assertion is not an argument, right? I can assert that this is better than this. That doesn't. I've not argued why. Argue the why. Like, you can assert all day long, like, everything you said is the opposite. Oh, okay. Are you going to argue your point? You just keep asserting. Assertions aren't arguments. Like, I walked through how archetypes of villains work, gave examples of villains that are equal parts relatable and threatening, and then looked at the Calypso twins, and they don't do anything that feels genuinely threatening. They feel playful and whimsical, non-serious, right? They don't feel threatening. And because that's how they act, they're not relatable. They act like 13-year-olds. Like, there's nothing about them that's relatable. It's like, okay. They don't check either box. It's like, are they threatening? Not really. They seem kind of juvenile and kind of whimsical and stupid. Like, if you get close enough to them, you just shoot them with something. Why did Jack work, but they didn't? Jack was very clearly threatening and had power, right? Why is this guy unbanned? Because truth always wins. That's why. Listen. Jack was threatening from moment one. From moment one, he's threatening. And he's relatable because he's funny. He's cracking jokes. He's like, oh, his pretzels stink. Like he's getting little lines in that like if a villain can make you laugh, like that's going to make them relatable. It's going to make them relatable. You're going to feel like, oh, this guy's funny. Like from the very beginning, Jack kind of checks both of those boxes. When he starts talking, you kind of want to listen to him. He from the very beginning, you're like, anytime this guy talks, it's hilarious. From Butt Stallion to that, to I'll pay you to do that. Yeah. He became more of a threat when he killed Roland. Like you pushed him far enough, and eventually he became very scary because it's like he literally kills Roland right in front of you. Just boom. And he's like, stay away from my daughter. Like he starts to get very unpredictable, very, very vicious, very vengeful. Like he sort of crescendos, it escalates throughout the whole game. In the beginning, he's like playful, joking, trying to kill you, and then you start to become a nuisance to him, and then he starts to get irritated. He starts to get annoyed. He moves from that to flat out anger to unhinged vengeance. To in the end, he's totally lost his mind. And also, if you listen to the audio files, right, there's the one audio file where he shows up. He's like, oh, what happened to your face? And then he kills somebody, and he's like, oh, did you see their head? Is all like there's an irreverence with which he executes his threats. Like his violence, it doesn't even seem to affect him. Like that makes him very threatening, but also it makes him relatable because he's funny. Handsome Jack was a joke. All he had was jokes instead of actually trying to kill you. He was constantly raining down everything he has. He's raining down robots and trying to take you out. They could have killed Vault Hunters multiple times, but they were playing with them. They eventually brought their downfall. You are 100% free. You are free to enjoy the villains in Borderlands 3. You're free to do it. I think within the realm of writing, compelling, interesting, threatening villains, they fall so woefully below. They just don't work. They're too playful. They're too jokey joke. Again, they're content creators. It's like, oh no, what am I gonna do? Cringy YouTubers are trying to kill me. Ooh. This doesn't work. Hang on a second. Imagine taking a content creator seriously. I have been sitting in this chair for 4 hours and 15 minutes. I need a quick break. I'm going to hit ads on both platforms. Guys on Twitch, you'll never see ads if you're a sub. It's a great reason to be a sub. If you're watching on YouTube, that's a great reason to support me on Twitch, even if you go over and just use your Twitch Prime. We're having a little bit of a contest that YouTube is once again just smashing it. We're a little behind pace here on the member goal for the Friday night stream, so we can kind of try to rejuvenate here when I get back. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today. The event is quickly approaching. It's about 4 hours away. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. Borderlands thing is in like about 3.5 hours. It's in about 3.5 hours. Regardless of story, Borderlands 3 gameplay is top notch. Gunplay felt really a lot better. Yeah, it's probably the best gunplay out of all the Borderlands. Yeah. Yeah, gunplay was really good. Yeah, the state of play is in 3.5 hours. Long day. We're having a good time, man. We're having a good time. We're working on the weekly goal on YouTube. Twitch has got a sub goal that will unlock the next sub point threshold for us. I think pretty much everybody in chat, well, for the most part, about 90% of the people that watch on Twitch are already subbed. Which if you watch on a regular basis, it's well worth it. I shut the ads off for subs. Just happy I might actually finish a Borderlands game. I tried beating 3. It didn't happen. Yeah, I'll be playing it with my wife. That'll almost guarantee that we beat it. We finish it. I mean, unless obviously it falls off the rails and we don't like it. You know. Certainly a possibility. Let's see. We can check the feeds. Excuse me. Excuse me. It doesn't matter what you say. The Calypso twins were the only compelling villains in Borderlands, and Handsome Jack was awful. Okay. We've all kind of moved on. Nobody really cares what you think, bro. Like, you're allowed to think that. You didn't make a compelling argument. You just keep stating the same thing over and over again. Cool, man. Cool. You played Borderlands 4? No, it's not out yet. Borderlands 4 releases on September the 12th. They made their release date earlier, and they're doing a state of play in like 3.5 hours that we're going to be co-streaming. So, if you guys are watching on YouTube, smash the like button. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure and hit the follow button. Bless you. Thank you. What's good, Dark Cloud? How are you? Neither did you, but I was only replying to someone. No, I actually made an argument and made points and analyzed the writing, the characters. I made a lot of points, yeah. I'll tell you what we're going to do. You're on a 1-year-old account and you're just being obnoxious, so I'd rather you not get a gifted membership. Like, I don't want people like you here. Like, you're not having a debate. You're not having a discussion. You were just calling people stupid for not seeing things your way. You can take your juvenile antics and go somewhere else. The community here is just not... We're not edified by your presence. You just drag the conversation down into a flat tire of nothingness. So. Borderlands 4 is definitely my game for the autumn season. Day 1. I'm trying to think of that time. Well, no, Yote for me is the big one, but that's October. So I'll have plenty of time to play Borderlands. I actually kind of like that they did this now, so I'll have like multiple weeks to grind out Borderlands on the couch. Play the game with Madam, play with y'all, play with Hilly. Yeah. Any idea why Sony would choose to feature Borderlands 4 over one of their own first parties like Ghosts of Yote? I talked about that this morning in Morning Coffee. I think a lot of people are buying into false dichotomies. They're like, why are we getting this instead of a Yote, a state of play? Okay, first and foremost, chill, daddy. Like, everybody just chill. Just relax for just a second, all right? Just relax. They're more than likely going to treat Yote the way they treated Spider-Man 2. For all we know at this moment, everything we've heard, there's a showcase coming from PlayStation. It'll likely be late May. I see Yote getting a huge chunk of that the same way they gave like a 20-minute section of the showcase the 1 year to Spider-Man 2. That's bigger and better treatment for Yote than like a state of play. I don't think people understand really what they're asking or what they're getting upset by. I think they're just reacting. It's just like, oh, it's third party. What is this? This is stupid. It's PlayStation flexing their market reach, that they can get deals with big third-party games and do state of plays with them. Like, they're going to flex their marketing deal with GTA 6. Like, they've done state of plays before for property that they don't own, or even studios that they don't own. I don't see the issue. I don't think this is like supplanting or replacing or shoving something else to the side. Yote's not until October the 2nd. And Yote, yeah, what Jareth is saying, Yote's going to get the primetime treatment. It's a first-party studio. They're not going to give it some throwaway 20-minute state of play. It's going to be, the showstopper, the show ender, more than likely for their showcase. I think there'll be a Death Stranding 2 state of play as well. I think there will be. I think they'll do a big one. He had to be the only person who thought the Calypso twins were good villains. Yet, I don't even know if he believed that. I think he was just being contrarian. Like, I checked his chat history. When I was playing Towerborn, he was just in here crapping on it and talking smack. Like, I just... Not someone that contributes to chat in a way where I want them hanging out and getting a badge. Why can't Sony just do exactly what I want with their marketing? Well, these are deals that are signed far in advance. The other thing that kind of shocked me, the negative reaction to this is, at the last event, they told us they were doing this. Yo, what's good, Dan? They told us they were doing this. This wasn't like a surprise. Like, oh, I can't believe they're doing this instead of something for Yote. At their last event, they said, yeah, there's going to be a Borderlands 4 state of play later this year. Kairos is going to get a deep dive into their gameplay later this year from Housemarque. Yo, what's good, Immortal Turtle? Not been following gaming news much. With everything going on these days and now seeing Xbox games on PlayStation, can one assume that Xbox is becoming the next Sega? This song got me. What is it? Oh, Death to Venom. Yes, this is my son's song. My son wrote the lyrics for this song. Yeah, as far as them becoming the next Sega, Immortal Turtle, I mean, they're definitely shifting into more of a third-party publisher role, for sure. They're moving into a third-party publisher role. I mean, that's not even like that's not even shocking to say anymore. Everyone's just sort of accepted that, yeah, the Bleed Green guys that screamed and yelled that this was never going to happen, now they've retreated to, thanks for buying the games, ponies, we get to live on Game Pass. Like, that's what they've retreated to. They swore up one side and down the other this was never going to happen and it was never going to be a thing. And then when it becomes clear that it's happening, now they make fun of people for buying games. The people in the gaming conversation on Twitter and YouTube that like mock people for buying games, or people that are like okay with spending money, or like we're not wetting our underwear over price hikes, and they call us bootlickers and shills. I never thought like posturing like a broke boy would be a flex. It's just such a weird, I don't get it at all. Like, frugality is fine, and like trying to save money is fine, but thinking that like, I don't know, broke boy energy is just so flaccid. I don't get it. It's just so weird. There's nothing cocky about it at all. It's very strange behavior. It's like, you guys are willing to spend money on your hobby. You're willing and able to spend more than me. Yes. Wow, you got me. Whew. You really cooked me. You really roasted me. Like, I don't get it at all. Like, can you imagine doing that in any other hobby? You spend high dollar amounts on new tech, new this, new that. Look at you. What? Huh? I don't understand. How is this a bad... What? Everyone get a job before Borderlands 4 comes out? Oh yeah, that's right. You're still between jobs. Imagine bragging about contributing next to nothing to the hobby that you mainly enjoy. I don't know. The whole thing has been very bizarre to watch. It really, really has been. It's just so juvenile. It's like anything to hurl an insult or to call somebody a name. It's just so, like, it quite literally is watching. It's like watching a child throw a tantrum. Like, they get so mad, they just call everybody a name. Some of these creators and some of the content they make and the videos they make and the takes that they make, it's like, I do not get having like an inflated ego or hubris while acting like such a juvenile, like insecure, immature person. It's so weird. It's very weird. Like, usually when someone has like an inflated ego and they're like they're like drunk on their own hubris, they're like skilled at something or good at something, but being like having like a big head and inflated ego, like your whole identity is extended adolescence. All right. Extended adolescence and name calling. Whoo-wee. Oh, no. So the guy that bought your old PS5 can't brag about getting a cheap console? What do you mean? Like, I did him a solid. He was short on cash. I knew he wanted a PS5. I had one sitting there. I was like, I'll sell it to you. Man, you set me up really nice with fiber. Right? He's not creating an identity around getting a deal. You know what I mean? I didn't see him on the evening news or on a street corner somewhere like creating an identity and a tribalistic form of evangelism about the fact that like he saved money by buying a used PlayStation 5. That again, it doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't understand like where it comes from. It's like you take your identity and you think you're better and superior because you spend the smallest amount of money possible. What? I don't know. It's like coupon cutting Karen energy. It's like, all right, man. Okay. Good for you. All right. And here's the part that you're missing, DJ Shenanigan. These people are the ones that take the shot and hurl the insults. I've never once insulted anybody or called anybody a name who prefers to stay on Game Pass and not buy games and decides to be like, I'm going to spend as little as possible. I've never once made fun of them or called them a name. I get called every name in the book because I'm willing to buy things that I feel like give me the value that I'm looking for. I'm not shocked into a tear-riddled tantrum over price increases of games. And I'm called like every name in the book, a corporate shill. Like, they'll use all sorts of weird sexually charged language because they're probably dealing with an addiction or something, and that's how they communicate, and that's how they self-report in the fact that they overconsume garbage content. So that vocabulary is like top of mind for them. Like, you drew first blood. You're the one out here throwing insults and making fun of people who like willingly spend money in the hobby. I think it's weird energy. I think it's awkward. It's like, why are you acting like this? It's embarrassing. I get secondhand embarrassment. A bunch of grown men running around screaming and yelling at each other and calling names because I'm willing to spend more money than you. Ooh, like, wow, you got me. You really hurt my feelings. I was going to say, back when things started to shift, you mentioned how the Xbox narrative was going to change. Safe to say you were right on the money. I mean, I predicted every step of the way what these people would say and how they would say it. It's why they don't like me. It's why they don't like me. I said, they're going to demonize exclusives, and they did. They're going to act like exclusives are bad, and they have. Like, they all shifted right along with it was super easy. It was like, yeah, I know what y'all are going to do. I know what y'all are going to do. I bet he didn't run to Twitter and make fun of people who bought PS5s at full price. Exactly, Creature. Like, I gave homie a deal, and he didn't, like, go to Twitter and go, like, ha ha, all you idiots who bought PS5s at full price, I just bought one for $150. Like, what? The frick? They're mad because you can actually formulate an original opinion. Yes, the amount of times you can say, I told you so is crazy. Well, they can posture all they want that, like, people don't like me because I'm smug and I'm arrogant. No, you're insecure and you hate being wrong. You can project onto me ego, smugness, arrogance, all you want. When you just keep striking out and I keep saying these are the talking points they're going to pivot to, you don't like me because I call a spade a spade. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's to me, it's really, really weird to villainize somebody who doesn't attack. Like, that's the weirdest thing in the entire equation. It's like, put me in your content, call me names, call me retard gaming, make me look stupid, call me every gross thing you can think of, and yet I'm somehow the bad guy. I'm the smug ego guy. I deserve it. It's like, oh, I get it. You all have abusive mentalities. You're allowed to inflict pain and harm onto somebody because you don't like them. Got it. You seem like really stand-up people. You seem really swell. You seem like people I would trust and value and think that you have character and integrity. No, you guys have abuser mentalities. Oh, I can hurt you, harm you, and mistreat you because I don't like you. Oh. Okay. Like, the self-aggrandized, self-appointed self-righteousness of so many content creators has always bewildered me. It's always bewildered me. Like, the hubris to think that I somehow answer to any of you with how I conduct my content, how I verbalize my opinions, or what I say. Nobody answers to you. You're just another person in this space talking into a microphone. The self-appointed idea that, like, well, we can judge you and deem what you do as bad, so then we can wail on you, beat you, call you names, try to delegitimize you and make people not trust you. It's like, who are you? Nobody answers to you. You're nobody. Nobody answers to me. I'm not out here calling people out and acting like, you can't say that or do that. You're a thus and so. It's like, no, I just make content and talk with the public about what's going on in gaming news. You're free to join the conversation. But, man, the energy in this environment lately is just so bizarre. It's so weird. It's like you can't even really describe it without getting sort of secondhand embarrassment. Yo, Sven ordered some more Into the AM. Are they having some kind of a sale? Galactic Hero, Warp Speed, and Skull Blast. I don't own any of those. Those look good. Lono's discount paid for my shipping. There you go. We're watching the remnants of a cult struggle with reality. I mean, I guess. Build your own graphic T-Pack. Buy 3, save 15%. Buy 6, save 20. Okay, yeah, Into the Aim's having a deal right now. You guys can always stack my code on top. You paid full price. I get shipping. I get a discount. Yeah. my outlook has always been if that's how you want to engage, that's totally fine. I've never been like, oh, I'm going to insult you because you engage in the hobby differently than me. Like, insulting somebody because they engage in the hobby differently than you, I don't know. I guess there's easier ways to admit you're insecure. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's just so, the juvenility of it, it's just so plain as day. Like, I play this way. Oh, great. Okay, cool. I don't feel any need to reestablish some kind of balance by insulting you. Oh yeah, you have a Series S and you're on Game Pass? I don't care. Great. I hope you have a ball. I mean, with Marathon, I've done that in the comment section on my Marathon video. I'm like, I hope the game's great for you. I was never going to play it. I was never going to touch this game. I hope it's great for you. I'm not like, insulting you because you're like looking forward to the game or you're going to play the game. I hope it's great for you, bro. You know? Balatro's on PlayStation Plus next month. I play it on my phone. It's not really for me. I totally get why people like it. Captain Nando, you've been following me since 2018 on Twitch? That's crazy. I'm glad I got back in time for the stream puppy talk. Why doesn't the stream have a puppy? Hey. I'm not getting a dog, no matter how much my daughter asks for one. I love that game. It's amazing. I got why people liked it. It just wasn't for me. I was like, yeah, I don't like this. It just didn't scratch the rogue itch for me. What about a phone then? You don't have to feed a phone? I have basically told her that she'll get a phone when there's an impetus for her to have a phone. Because at the current juncture, she's never in a situation where she would need it or use it. She would just always want to play on it. She'd probably want to text relatives, right? Which they would all get very annoyed. You know? She doesn't. She's always she's either at home, or if she's out, she's with her mom, me, or both of us, or with people that we trust that we could get into contact with. Like, there's never an instance where it's like she needs one. What are your feelings on a cat? I don't want another cat. Ideally, too. No. Kate died a couple of years ago. Jack is a stinking senior citizen at this point. He is a senior citizen. 18 cat years in human years. How old is he? He's 88. He's 88. Jack's pushing 90. According, human years to cat years. Yeah, he's 18, man. He's an old geezer. He refuses to get old, too. He does not look old. He doesn't act old. He's still Jack. He's still the same guy. Most cats don't live to be that old. Yeah. He's still plugging along. He yells at us every time we're outside. We let him out. Every once in a while. He's kind of an outdoor cat now. He likes to lay on the hot pavement. He likes to chew on the grass. Do you have a cat? Yeah. I don't want another one after him, though. Well, I don't want one in the house because they get hair on everything. It doesn't matter. I just don't like it. I don't like animal hair in my house or on my clothes. It drives me absolutely crazy. So when we bought this house, I was like, we're gonna transition them to outdoor cats because I don't want them in the house. And they did just fine. Like it didn't seem to affect him that much. And he likes being outside now. He loves it. Is Jack? No, he's like a black and white tabby. And I just don't like pets in general. I don't, because it always turns into the parent's responsibility. Like, it's a cliche and a stereotype for a reason. The kids swear and promise and plead and beg. They'll feed it. They'll take care of it. They'll walk it. And then the parents end up doing it. And it's like, I'm not doing that. I don't want a lizard, snake, fish, spider, dog, none of it. They're not, I don't like them enough to suddenly want that responsibility. I don't. And I certainly don't want my wife to have to deal with it. Nope. No thank you. They don't bring enough to the table for me to take it on. I'm like, pets are cool, but they ain't that cool. You know. Now, a really well-trained dog, again, I wouldn't be able to enjoy him. I'm so busy. He would never be able to enjoy him, you know? And then it's a nuisance when you got to travel. You're an evil, hateful man, and I will see you canceled. Reforge Gaming is anti-pet. Facts, I can't stand these two cats we have, and guess who stuck cleaning the box? Yep. What about a Tamagotchi? They have digital pets, yeah. They have Poonie Runes, which that they thought those were cool for about a week. They're terrible, and so is their name. Then my daughter got the one where, like, you open it like almost like it's like a jewelry box, and it like the thing inside like flickers really fast, and like lights are on it. And so you can like touch it and pet it, and it like the little projection reacts. Just buy yourself a direwolf. The state of play starts in 3 hours. My wife and kids begged for not one but 2 dogs. They promised they would do the work. Guess who walks and feeds them every morning? This idiot. Yep. Oh, it drives me crazy. Like, you're like the 10th dad to tell me that. And I'm like, I am not signing up for that. No. Nope. I would love a really, really professionally trained, super awesome German Shepherd. And I would name him Luther. But I got no interest in it now. Because it's like, I wouldn't be able to enjoy him. I'm too busy. You know? It's 5 Eastern. Yeah, 3 hours. So 2 to 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 3 hours. Small dogs, best dogs. I don't like small dogs. No. Being serious, you know your kids. You know if they're reliable or not. Kids are gonna kid. Like, they have a hard enough time with like the nighttime ritual of, okay, go brush your teeth. Then get your bed ready, get your PJs on, get the book that you want to read, get your water, so that when I come to say goodnight to you, you're ready to go. That's tough for them. Like, I'm not getting them a frickin' dog. Nova says, the things I do to support this man, I'm paying for both. I might as well watch both. Thank you, Nova. Pets will also eventually die, so sadness is coming. Yeah, that's the other thing, is I don't want to go through that again. It really hurt when Kate died, because Kate was basically mine, and I felt really bad. I felt really bad for her, because she got a lot less attention, because, you know, like I said, we put them in the garage. And they did fine. They were happy, they were fed, they were safe, they would play with each other. We never let Kate out. We let Jack out, because he's just more obedient. Kate would run away, probably. And I felt bad, but it was like, it was just a change I had to do for the quality of life in our home. And I was like, I'm not doing it. I'm not letting the cat into the house. The cats, I mean. So, and it was, I was devastated. I cried like a baby, because it was like, we got Jack and Kate when we first got married, right? We've spent a lot of time with them. You know, They were there. They were there in the beginning. They were there for me when I was streaming in that basement dungeon. So when Jack passes, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. He's a good old boy, man. He's an old timer now. I'm the same as you. I can't stand hair being everywhere in the house, says Matt. But I love the fact that you acknowledge that you don't have time for it. It's like people say, dogs with no attention yard. No, yeah. There are no bad dogs. There are bad owners. I can't stand people that get dogs and then they're like, they become the afterthought. They're in the backyard. They're ignored. They're never walked. They're never played with. I'm like, oh, no. I had a friend who got a husky and he was like tearing his apartment apart. And I was like, you got a working class dog. He needs to walk, run, and play every day. You can't do that. He's going to destroy everything you own. He's basically, it's like basically putting a 7-year-old toddler in a playpen every day. Their kid would go crazy. Like, they have all that energy. So he got rid of it. He was a sensible guy. I told him, I was like, you got to get rid of that dog, man. That dog's miserable. You got to find somebody with farmland or something, dude. And he did. He did. He found a family with kids and farmland, and the dog was thrilled. Just places to run and get all that energy out. Exactly. That's my dad's problem. They're built to run 20 plus miles a day. Yeah. How did Jack handle Kate passing? He didn't seem noticeably affected at all. They got along just fine. They would nap together. They were sweet to each other. They didn't really play much anymore as they got older. But yeah, he didn't seem affected at all. There was no signs of like depression or emotional duressness or being in duress or anything. Hang on one second. Sorry. Had to reply to that. 100% my pets are. I have no desire for kids. If you're very much like not wanting children, that I would never shame anybody for that. Do not have children if you don't want children. Please don't. Good golly. Please don't. And if you're like, no, I would rather have a pet, a dog or whatever, instead of kids, I think that's totally healthy and fine. That's, yeah. They become part of your life and your family, and, you get to have like a partner, a little buddy running around. I think that's great. Having children when you don't want to is worse than getting a husky for a small apartment. It is. And if they misbehave too bad, you can put them down. That is not true. I don't think you can just put them down. You can't just be like, can't do that. Yeah. He was really naughty and he chewed up my slippers, so give him the gas, Doc. Not with that attitude. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to just euthanize a dog. I ordered children, but I think pets got delivered. They are feral. Yeah. Mandragora, Whispers of the Witch, could be this year's best Metroidvania, particularly those looking for something dark and punishing. Jez Corden just tweeted that. It's a Windows Central review. I thought that Mandragora game looked really good. I put that guy on your wish list and radar a while ago. Yeah. I thought it looked pretty good. What about Silksong? Oh, it's not out yet. How could it be the best Metroidvania if no one's touched it or played it or even seen the dadgum thing? You know? I had a 15-year-old husky mix that recently passed. 1 week later, my 2-year-old cat died right after. Man, Trill. That's unlucky. Sounds stupid. I rarely get to watch. I'm at work. How do I subscribe or gift membership CCC? So what you want to do is if you want to become a member to my YouTube channel, you would click the join button or use the join command, and you want to make sure you pick Member Plus. It's the $6 tier instead of the $5 tier. The $5 Member Lite tier is intended for people that are on the gifted level. So when you pay the extra dollar, you categorize yourself as somebody who is directly supporting the content, and then you get into every extra show that I do. The daily green room, morning coffee, streams with Hilly, streams with my wife. You get all of that for $6 a month. You guys on Twitch, it's a little different. When you subscribe on Twitch, you can use Prime or you can pay for it. You will get into all that extra content, but you also will never see an ad on my Twitch channel if you're a sub. So it's a really great value if you watch all the time. That subscription is worth its weight because you're just never going to see an ad. I wish I could do that on YouTube. You're starting Days Gone today after finishing South of Midnight? The Days Gone is a really fun game. It is. What's the Days Gone time to beat? What's the time to beat time on that? Oh wow, 40. If you do main and side, 50 to 60. That's another dense game. What's your favorite part about being back on Purple? I like having another way for people to watch because some people just prefer it. There's a lot of people that just do not like watching on YouTube, and they've lovingly and somewhat begrudgingly supported me over the years on YouTube, even though they just really didn't. They would really prefer to watch on Twitch. I thought Wooly had some good tweets about there's a level of vindication that happened. I think that's comforting. It's also nice just to have another way for folks to support. A lot of people have a Prime that they've been dying to throw on, on my channel for the last 4 years. They're like, that's just another avenue of support. It's also just another avenue for growth and more people to see you and find you and enjoy the content, right? If there's growth opportunities on Twitch with gameplay that is a little more nuanced on YouTube. We've had really great gameplay results on YouTube, but it's typically like we play something day one and then it does very well, and then that's kind of the end of it. On Twitch, you could play a new game a week later and still have an opportunity to meet people and grow. That's not really possible on YouTube unless you are 100% known for that. So Work and Lurk is so back. YouTube is, lurking on YouTube is tough. Yeah. Has anybody said anything about ads running side by side or split screen on YouTube yet? No. We have been told by our contact that they are readily and very aware of how intrusive ads are to the live stream environment. and they are working, toward less intrusive ads in the live environment. I have no idea when that's going to be a thing. Yeah, the rewindability on YouTube is nice. Like, I watched somebody's live stream on Twitch the other day, and it really struck me that I couldn't rewind. I was like, what? Like, I'm just so used to being able to rewind on YouTube. You're excited for the new Borderlands game? I am as well. We're going to co-stream the event in about 3 hours. So. Yo, thank you so much, JSOC303, for rating the channel over here on Twitch and bringing your viewers over. We do have the chat set to follower only, but you can talk immediately. I just mainly do that because there's bots and drive-by haters that we don't really feel like hearing from. So you do have to follow if you want to talk. Not sure how you found me or why you rated me, but thank you. I don't know if we've interacted in the past. There it is. Kingslayer renews their Member Plus over here on YouTube and sets up YouTube to a total of 95 members today. We're a little behind on that weekly goal for the Friday night stream with Madam. We've known you for years. Much love. Did we? Yeah, you've got 965 messages logged on my channel. Oh yeah, you asked me if I got my Destiny channel account back. No, I doubt that Bungie will ever reverse that. I never even got an explanation. I would try to appeal it, and they would just close the ticket. They wouldn't even reply. It was very strange. It was a dev ban on Steam for like 500 years or something. Like, somebody just went in there and put 9s in. It was 100% an illegitimate ban. I never broke any rules or did anything. I obviously wouldn't cheat. Like, what do you run a cheat to sit in orbit? No. Probably will never get unbanned. We'll never get an explanation. That's the nature when you do things that you shouldn't do, right? Do it in secret, and you never offer any upstanding explanation, Borderlands 2 is great. Borderlands 2 is one of the last games. Like, I did a lot of like really, really long streams and play sessions in Destiny, but it was because of raids. Borderlands was like one of the last games like I just like all-nighted. I did like an all-nighter with it whenever it first came out. Like, me and my buds we just played it all day, all night. My wife was away at like a retreat or something, so I literally stayed up all night playing. You say never. Sony's about to be in charge. Just wait until after the Marathon Exodus. I mean, just for curiosity's sake, I went and did an appeal recently. It was Monday of this week, and I think they're just gonna let it sit there. I don't think they'll even reply to it. I think it'll just sit. I think it's flagged as like a never. You know what I mean? And I don't care. I have no desire to go back and play D2. I have zero interest in the game. If you haven't touched a game like that in 4 years, there's not really an inroad to get back into it or play it. We were doing some streams here on YouTube of my wife playing it, like on Friday nights, and I literally saw nothing that I recognized. It didn't even seem like the same game anymore. It seemed like its soul had just been sucked from its body. It was just this shell of what it once was. I'll be honest. I felt like I was watching her play like a mobile game or something. It just had this very... It was so overly colored. There were so many colors, and it was... I don't know. There was something bright and chintzy about it. It's like going from the classic Star Wars movies to the prequels, and like how everything looks too clean and too pristine. It lacks that grit. It lacks that feel. That's 100% what it felt like. I was like, I don't know. This feels like some like very flat, soulless mobile game. The UI didn't help either. It was just overload. It was just so overloaded. It didn't feel like the game that I had played years prior. Never played a Borderlands title. Looking forward to step into this one. Yeah, I think this one could be a good one to step into. We're hopeful that they've got good info today about how it's, they've changed it or made it better. You think they will insta-ban you on Marathon? I don't know. I mean, somebody said in my chat the other day that if you're banned in Destiny, that ban will carry over into Marathon. I don't really care. I have no desire to play Marathon. I was going to play it with you guys, like, sort of just for curiosity's sake when it came out. If I can't, then I don't really care. I don't really care. It was going to be an afternoon, and then that'd be the last time I'd ever touch the game. It uses a Bungie account. I've not tried to boot up D1. It's a dev ban on Steam. I'm not Bungie banned. I'm not. It's a dev ban on Steam. It's a very particular ban that they did because it's not legitimate. There's no record of a transaction. There's no record of me breaking TOS or cheating. So it's 100% illegitimate. It's just somebody went into Steam and punched in like 500-year dev ban. Like, it's not a legitimate ban at all. There's no infraction to have a record of. Does that make sense? It's like it's somebody just literally went in and dev banned. I could probably play D1. I don't know. I haven't tried. I am not banned in Destiny as a game. Like, I'm not banned on PlayStation 5 or Xbox. It's literally a Steam dev ban. If I try to disable cross-save, it tells me there's an unresolved error, and it tells me I've got 500 some odd years left on my Steam ban. Yeah, it's just Steam. Yo, Raphael gifted a member. Thank you so much over here on YouTube. Appreciate it. Moving it a little bit. Maybe someone will do it, hopefully, just for the reason to log in and check on the D1 stuff. Destiny's time is over. We all know it. Never again. That's why no Marathon for me. Hang in there, champ. Only 500 years until you get unbanned. That's right. No reason for him to test. Hey, Whiskey Neat's going to gift a member as well and get us a little bit closer. We're a little behind on pace, but you guys tend to rally later in the week. 184. 184. Those single trains add up quick. They add up quick, I should say. When's the last time we did this? Is YouTube drunk or am I misremembering? Let me just check something. We did that. We did that. We did that. I just want to check something. Okay. Okay. Oh, the Dev Direct waiting room is when my computer crashed. The Xbox Dev Direct one. Yeah. Okay. When's the Borderlands 4 first look? It is in a little less than 3 hours. We will co-stream it, so you can watch it right here. I'm also streaming on YouTube. We're gonna co-stream it over there as well. What's happening on Twitch? 97-7. Oh, this is a contest where you guys have done 97 members today on YouTube and Twitch has done 7 subs. It's just a friendly contest. Twitch is basically run out of steam pretty quickly. Like, they went crazy that first couple of days, and now it's just been more steady, which is totally fine. It's just it's a playful contest that they've not made much effort to fight against YouTube. Yeah, we're also working on a new sub point goal, so we're 21 out of 65. So, we need 40 something more. I think we've kind of run out of people to gift to. Most everybody who watches on Twitch already has a sub. So sadly, we're Guardians that do cosplay now. The start was because so many of us came over from YouTube. Yeah. It's the gifting culture of gifting members that we fostered on YouTube is just so strong. There's just so many people on YouTube that love to gift members every week. It's actually made it hard for us to get people to pay for their own membership on YouTube. Like, it's kind of its own monster. So Twitch doesn't really stand a chance. You know what I mean? You would need some gifting monsters over here every day dropping bombs to compete. Not even targeting people, just doing big 10, 20, and 50 bombs. That's the only way that Twitch would be able to compete with YouTube. We've got a super generous culture that we fostered the last couple of years on the YouTube channel. You still play Destiny, you don't pay attention to the store? Yeah. Once they started doing, when I saw the Stormtrooper skin, I was like, wow. That was a bit of a change. You trying to tell me you haven't seen a bright pink Titan in Clone Trooper outfit using bolt charge before? Pouring Rain says, I couldn't help myself. The Star Wars stuff was too cool. I mean, I could totally see giving in. I really, really could. It's, it's Star Wars. How much hours? 2 hours and 45 minutes. We need a debate topic, boys. Something about gaming. We got to pass the time somehow. I've tapped out. I'm out of topics. I'm out of topics, boys. I'm scanning Twitter now to see if anything's going on. News cycle is very, very, very muted right now. Playing inverted is stupid. Arc Raiders. I mean, we talked quite a bit about Arc Raiders. I don't know how many of you are trying it or testing it. I don't know how many of you agree with me. Like, I would play it if it had the PvE option. Marvel Secret Wars leaked. What about gameplay in the meantime? No, I'm not going to do gameplay. That's not a good idea. Well, here we go. What's that? Storm system. Oh, out like Midwest. Got my code today. We'll be playing it tonight when you get home from work. Have you played Metal Eden yet? The demo? I played the demo. I really liked it. It had some really bad screen tearing and some pretty egregious blurring effect or something going on. And so they've delayed it, and I think that's good. I think it could be a really, really good little game. It already is good. It just it had performance issues that they got to smooth over. You can't play a game like that where it's very boomer shooter Doom, Doom shooter adjacent. It's you can't have that and have it having issues with screen tearing and blurring. You need it to run really, really well. It's got to run really well. Oh, cross-played Arc Raiders earlier. Yeah, I watched his video about Arc Raiders versus Marathon. I watched cross-play for a little bit. I listened to Force Gaming talk about Arc Raiders. I really do agree with them that if you offered the option of just playing the game PvE only, I think you would get a lot more people to play. That doesn't mean you turn off PvP. You would still let people play the PvP, the intensity, the extraction, but then you'd get people like me to play as well. You're never going to get me in a game like that if I can get killed by some other player and lose all my stuff. I'm just not going to do it. My time's too valuable. It's why I stopped playing Sea of Thieves. It's like I'm not going to have progress taken from me by another person. I've got too... My schedule is so limited on me being able to play games. That's the last thing I'm going to do with my time is gamble. Like, well, been going good for an hour. It could all go belly up any second. I'm not playing that game, bro. No. I talked about the Returnal update. I posted some screenshots, and a 5-bomb of members comes in from Sal and gets us to 189. He says, come on, boys. Let's get on pace. Got to end today at 300 to be on pace for the week. What's up, Lona? How are you? I'm good, Donkey Kong. How are you? When you extract with high-level loot, it's a great feeling. Yes, the feeling of extracting with high-level loot is not potent or rewarding enough for me to take the risk to get there. Does that make sense? Like, it's worth it to maybe to you. It isn't to me. It's like, no. This is how high it can go. Like, woo, we got out. That was awesome. This is how low it can feel to lose. It's not equal. Like, the high that you get winning a battle royale is in a healthy relationship with when you don't win. Right? The low and the high are in an equal relationship. I feel like the low and the high in an extraction shooter, it's so lopsided for me mentally. I'm like, yeah, we extracted. That's awesome. I died and lost all my stuff. I want to break my controller. Like, it's not equal. It isn't. That's me. That's my brain. That's my psychological makeup. I can't get there. I can't. And Sal rounds us out with another membership and gifts us up to 190. He's trying to set up the 10-bomb dunker to 200. Will anybody take the bait? Thank you, Sal. Spent a week with my brother helping him look after his 5-month-old. Hard work. That is hard work. Captain Nando jumps in as a subscriber over here on Twitch. Wait, hang on. Sal just boosted us to 103 and Twitch is at 8. I tell you what, let's take down the contest. We don't need the contest anymore. I'll reinitiate the contest between the platforms if somebody does like a 50 bomb or something. But if not, this is what you guys are working on Twitch. That's fine. We can end the friendly contest between the platforms. Why it's not showing a sub by my name? It's showing a sub by your name. There's a little joystick. Yeah. I played an extraction shooter on accident and just got farmed at spawn every time. I quit within 2 hours. Lone Wolf says, you guys got cooked. Anybody bring up the Division and if studios would just expand on what they did, could have a pretty good game? Yeah, I agree with Force Gaming and I agree with Astacross. You would get a lot of the Helldivers and the Destiny boys if Arc Raiders had a PvE only option. They would. You would. You would get me. I would play the heck out of that. I put 80 hours into Helldivers. You're going to get no hours from me if there's PvP. I'm just not going to do it. That's just my preference. I can't change that. That's just what I'm going to do with my time. And a 10 bomb comes in from Wilbur and he gets us to 200. I now owe you guys 10 members on YouTube. Twitch, every 25 I gift 5. You guys are at a total of 8 today. If you get to 25 new subs, I would gift over here as well. Did you guys come over to Twitch to make fun of us? I believe that he did, yes. I believe that he did. Don't you dare end this competition. Team Red deserves to show their dominance against Team Purple, or you called them Team PP. They're not. Twitch isn't even trying. Why? Why would we keep doing it? They're not. They're not even trying. Nobody's dropping gifted bombs. It's fine. It was just for fun. It's not like a real contest. We did have an idea of a monthly contest where the team that gifts the most gets like a Saturday stream. But at this rate, that wouldn't be a good contest either, because like YouTube would give it every time. It's really unfair. I'm immature and I giggled. My bloodlust is satisfied. That's right. Helldivers is a good game, but I took a break from it. Oh yeah, I hit, like I said, I got to 80 hours and it's fun with the boys, but like I took a break as well. There's so many other games. There's so many other things to play. I'm going to go to YouTube and make fun of Twitch just to bandwagon. Oh, Roger, you asked me if I've looked into Mind's Eye. I don't think we've actually seen legitimate gameplay of Mind's Eye. The gameplay that they showed was very much, in my opinion, I thought it looked like fake gameplay. When like they fake you out with some fully rendered thing. That's what it looked like to me. It didn't look genuine. It looked fake. So, if I'm wrong, so be it, but something was off. Something was, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, something was pretty severely off. I think it's the best way to do live service. You don't need to keep people on your treadmill. Just make it the treadmill they want to come back to after a break. Yes. Yeah, we talked about that earlier with like loot incentivization and how you want somebody to take a break from your game with a good taste in their mouth, as opposed to somebody taking a break from your game and they're irritated and they're annoyed and they feel like they basically feel like their patience got exhausted and they're like, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. My feedback on this has always been pretty much the same. It's like everybody's going to take a break. Everybody's going to stop playing your game eventually. So why not make that exodus a happy and a good one and a healthy one? Do you want them to come back next season? Do you want them to come back for DLC? Do you want them to come back and spend money? You want them to leave happy. It's not the best analogy, but like when you leave a restaurant and you're like really full and you're really satisfied, you're way more likely to go back. But if a restaurant was like, well, you got to keep them hungry so they stay here and they keep ordering food. So they were slow and they brought out small portions. Like eventually you'd be like, well, you're going to leave the restaurant eventually. You want them to leave, satisfied and full. You don't want them to leave and feel like, well, that was terrible. I'm still hungry, You want them to leave on a high note. So epic food analogy failure. Yeah, it doesn't really work because like a restaurant would never do that. But that's kind of I think that's why the analogy works. Like you would see how stupid and backwards that would be for a restaurant to behave in that way. It's like, no, they're going to leave eventually. We want them to leave full and satisfied. And I think live service games should take on the same exact mentality. It's like they're going to take a break from your game. They are. They're going to step away. And when they step away, you want them to step away with a feeling of satisfaction, with a feeling of their time was respected, and because their time was respected, they're far more willing to come back again. You don't want somebody being like, well, my last memory of that game, is a sour one where I couldn't get the drop that I wanted. You think if I couldn't get into Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, then Borderlands isn't for me? No, because Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is a very different form of Borderlands. Yeah. I would watch, when Borderlands 4 comes out, Storm, I would watch streams and see if there's anything that hooks you. I wouldn't try and play like BL 1, 2, 3 or pre-sequel right now. I wouldn't mess with them. I would wait and let Borderlands 4 potentially be your first Borderlands. Jake Lucky says, this group of 5 indie devs has accomplished the unthinkable, taking their game hypercharged with no publisher or outside budget to officially being cross-platform on PC, Xbox, and now PlayStation 5 and 4. It took them well over a year to port the game all by themselves. Nova says, it perpetuates itself too. The longer I'm away from the game, the more I know that I'm less likely to get what I want. I know I'm facing a huge grind, and that's not a good way to come back to the game. Stepped away, but the high-low convo, for me, BR highs and lows became boring. They only persist for one match, and then they're over. Extraction highs and lows last multiple matches because questing in contracts and progression takes place over multiple games. The highs are higher and the lows are lower as a result. Yeah, for me mentally, the high doesn't get as high. Like, it's higher for you, but it doesn't get high enough to balance out. It feels imbalanced for me. And I definitely can see the road there, because that reminds me of like why you can't let people like save a checkpoint in Returnal, right? We've had that discussion about like that's the only way to get the actual cocktail of emotion that you feel when you're fighting a boss in Returnal. If you die, it's all over, and that you ruin that if there's like, oh, you can just save it before you fight the boss. Yeah, so yeah, I could see that being similar, that like the emotional cocktail that you get to experience when you successfully extract, and like you've got this benefit and this risk over the course of like multiple matches. You're like, yes, this is all, as you're saying, it's all connected. And a BR, to you, a BR is just a bigger arena shooter. Because for me, the arena shooter dies because for me because it's a meat grinder. It's just the same thing over and over again. It's just the same thing over and over and over again. It's like, well, no, it doesn't really feel like anything has changed. Every match, a win or a loss in an arena shooter doesn't feel that distinguished from each other. Like, they don't feel that much different. So that's why I just can't get into arena shooters. You're feeling that with battle royales. You're like, it's pretty much the same thing every time. And once that happens, once you feel that, it's over. Exactly right. I have no interest in gambling, and that's why. The risk is the reason I have no interest. Except for the finals, every match is different. Yeah, Astrocross argued that in his video that I watched today, that the finals, to him, was a good arena shooter because of that. Because like you could make every match could feel very different. Every outcome could feel very different. Yeah. Gambling mentioned. Well, ultimately, if you're having a bad day, just remember that tomorrow could be a good day. It's a gamble. And once you realize you're gambling, you'll be happy again because gambling is awesome. Yeah, ultimately, when you play an extraction shooter, if that's what you're doing, you are totally gambling. You're gambling with your time. You're gambling with your loot. You know? You have to kind of admit that straight face, because if you don't, there's the possibility that, you know, there's the possibility that you're not going to like it. You have to kind of go in eyes wide open. Like, that's what you're doing. That's the drawback for PvE extraction. PvE difficulty is probably very hard to develop, and PvP just has a natural difficulty spike and doesn't take nearly the same effort. Well, the thing about Arc Raiders is they actually have a lot of PvE elements that you would be engaging with, and then there would just never be that risk of like somebody coming in and taking your stuff. I like gambling with my sleep and dreams. Am I going to have a good dream or a bad or a nightmare tonight? There you go. I think PvP Battle Royale is a lot like what a PvP roguelike would be. Oh, you could totally do a PvP roguelike where you drop in and the weapons are random, but also abilities could be random. You know, the little pop-up like, oh, this is a double jump. This is a faster sprint. This is quicker health regen. You could totally do that. I think the frustration of doing that in a Battle Royale situation or a PvP situation, I think the frustration would be, it would be a lot more pronounced that you're losing to RNG. It would be like a lot more pronounced. Like right now when you lose in a Battle Royale, you can certainly say, I got unlucky. Especially if you die in the first 5 minutes because maybe just you got a pistol and they got an AR and they smoked you. But the further you get in the Battle Royale, that you can really mitigate the RNG by winning a couple of fights, combing over the loot, and getting some good guns. But if you get to the end, and this guy's got some quick regenerating shield, and he takes twice as many hits as you because he got better RNG on like abilities or items, that's different. Like you lose the final 1v1 to that hits a little bit different. Like right now, if you make it to the final 1v1 of like a Fortnite or something, the odds of you being completely outmatched or outclassed in weaponry is really unlikely. Unless you just totally like passive stretch dropped and didn't loot at all. And that's self-inflicted. That's something that you did to yourself. Generally speaking, if you bag anywhere from 3 to 5 kills, by the time you get to that final 1v1, you're not going to be completely out-kitted by the other guy. Yeah, exactly. If you're not kitted at the end of a BR, it's your own fault. Like you self-inflicted that, you know, that handicap. You're like, well, I ran from fights the whole time and I rode the edge of the zone, so there was never anybody behind me, you know, and then you're hoping to, you know, win. Well, the problem with that is you're going to run into a guy who's kitted out of his mind, and you're going to have whatever you found at the first place. So, but a rogue element in a BR, I think could be more frustrating and more disruptive, because now you're talking about like abilities and or items more than just guns. So you could get to the end and some guy could have an absolute like god tier, you know, combination of abilities or perks and be almost like it had to be really, really balanced. Because if not, you get to the end and be like, well, this guy's basically a killing machine and I didn't get good. If you got bad RNG on your ability drops or your item drops, not just your guns, then that could be a problem. Mad Max on Steam is $270 on Gamersgate with a code. It's on Xbox Live for $5. Or what's XBL? One of the most underrated games. Mad Max is 100% one of the most underrated games. The fire is still some of the best fire I've ever seen in a video game. The fire is so good. Players just spam the most powerful ability. I like rogues. I like rogue shooters. We're really close to having a great rogue shooter on PlayStation. RoboQuest is coming. It's also coming to PSVR 2. And I hope, you know, Madam and I can get into it and enjoy it. We really, really enjoyed Gunfire Reborn. And my biggest frustration with Gunfire Reborn is that Gunfire Reborn, to get into all their seasonal content and their ongoing content, you have to like beat the game on like the harder difficulties, and like we beat the game on like the normal difficulty, and that was pretty much the ceiling of what we're capable of. Yeah, the Borderlands event is in like 2 hours and 20 minutes. Check out Witchfire. It's early access but very polished. I've played a lot of Witchfire. Yeah, I would love for Witchfire to come to console. I have 7 hours into Witchfire. I was really loving it and really grinding it, really having a good time with it, but it's just hard for me to commit to playing games a lot on PC. I'll have you know that camping the entire time and thus not receiving any of the good loot is totally not my fault. The only thing I saw of Mad Max's game was in Total Biscuit's first impressions. The game didn't stick with people, I guess. Yes, we will stream the Borderlands showcase. Yes, we will. Yep. You can watch it right here. We'll redirect you guys on YouTube. We'll redirect you to a new stream. You guys on Twitch won't have to do anything. I'll just pull the video up. For the 600th time, you can build a SteamOS PC for your living room that can run with your controller. I have a rig in the living room, and I don't like doing it. I have a 2080 Ti rig in the living room, and I don't like doing it. PlayStation 1. That's what happened this gen for me. Day one. That's where I game now. Xbox was supposed to win. You know? When I was only playing Destiny 2 and Fortnite, PC won. PC won because it was so much 60 FPS. I needed 60 FPS, and that's where I could get it. And then this gen, Xbox was supposed to win. It was supposed to pull me back to console. And PlayStation won. My PlayStation Pro is like, it's like my favorite console that I've ever purchased. It gives me all the things that I want out of games. 60 FPS, good graphics, good performance. It's just so no-brainer for me. It's like, beep, play. Sea of Stars has a free DLC coming out May 20th. I like my cat emotes in Destiny. I roleplay when I use them as if my cat is sitting with me and I'm petting her. I didn't do much with the emotes and the projections and stuff in Destiny. Didn't ever do much with it. You can try and sell it as a very console-like experience, but it never actually works out that way. No, because when I did it with Witchfire, I had to troubleshoot all these problems. The frame rate wasn't quite right. I was getting some weird screen tearing. You know what I mean? You were always in orbit. That's right. It's like if I know for a fact that if Witchfire was ported and developed and designed for my PlayStation 5, I wouldn't have to do any of that. I'd hit a button and I'd be in. I'd be playing. You're right. To me, it's a console-like experience. To you, it's too complicated and demanding. You like Fortnite? I like Fortnite no build with some buddies every once in a while. We haven't done it in a long time, actually. Also, I was hoping they were going to do a no build first person mode. Like my son was playing the other day. He just keeps going into this big red versus blue match, and he just grabs weapons and just laughs and blows stuff up and flies around. Like he loves it. And he went up to this button and he switched to first person, and I was like, oh, that looks so good. Like I would love to do like a community game night with you guys and just go throw down in some pubs and just do some no build first person. Like I think it would just be so fun. Like the world of Fortnite is just kind of like, I just like being kind of like on the map and running around and getting into gunfights and stuff. But I don't know if they've ever done it. There were rumors that a no build first person mode was coming, but I don't know. I don't think it ever happened. I think the no build ended up staying because so many people came back for it and so many people kept playing that they knew that would just be like another layer of people playing their game if they made the no build like a permanent mode. So I tell you what would be really, really fun in Fortnite is if they did a no build. What was the one that we played in Warzone that Plunder, where you like get money? They could do something like that in Fortnite, and it would probably be a blast because then you just get to keep redeploying. You're waiting for them to build an MMO? I've always thought that everything that they've done in Fortnite, everything that they've added, and everything that they've experimented with, I've always felt like it was just this big, elaborate, testing ground for a crazy big MMO. I don't know. No Rest for the Wicked's 30% off on Steam right now. Have they had their 1.0 yet? Has No Rest for the Wicked done their 1.0 yet? No Rest for the Wicked, The Breach. No, it's still early access. Yeah, The Breach is live right now. This is an update just today. Patch notes. It's the biggest update ever that they've done. They've got the full patch notes here, and they're doing a 30% off right now. I don't know how close this puts them to 1.0. The Borderlands show is live in 2 hours and 15 minutes. Does Rockstar want to do something like that with GTA 6? Do what? Ginger Prime has been all about the lead up. Oh, and yeah, he's been doing a lot of No Rest for the Wicked coverage. Yeah. Brian's done a lot with that. I liked it when I played it. I really did. I thought, man, you bring this to console. Bring it to console. Give me split screen co-op and let me lower the difficulty. And Madam and I would play the heck out of it. I don't think they're going to do that. Does No Rest for the Wicked even have difficulty settings? I don't think it does. Like, it's meant to be like a Souls-like, right? In simple terms, to increase the difficulty of the game, you can remove equipment. Yeah, I don't think there's a difficulty setting, yeah. Yeah, it'd be a little too hard for us to, like, casual co-op it up, you know? Oh, is GTA 6 going to do something long-lasting to keep evolving like Fortnite? Well, GTA 6 is going to probably have two simultaneous goals. One of them is to sell as many copies of the game as they possibly can at launch. And then the second's going to be to launch GTA 6 online and to have that be a very long-tail form of engagement and monetization. By the way, if you guys are watching on YouTube and you haven't hit the like button yet, do me a favor and do that. We're about 40 likes away from 400. That will help us out. We are going to shift to a new stream when the official stream starts, but that'll be a while from now. What you're saying is you want an easy mode. I personally wouldn't want an easy mode. I liked the game's difficulty when I played through No Rest for the Wicked, but if I'm going to play a game like that with my wife, it can't be that difficult and that punishing. I'd need to be able to turn the difficulty down. Like, for co-op games, like with her, we tried Path of Exile 2, and it just doesn't work. It's just if it's too demanding or challenging, it just isn't going to work. I'm interested to see if she can hang with Towerborn, because Towerborn kind of gets a little tough. It gets a little intense. Like, I don't know if she would just be able to button mash her way through Towerborn. I have a bad feeling GTA 6 will not come this year. No, I think GTA 6 is on pace. Yeah. How is wife co-op not defined as an explicit genre? Yeah. Yeah, can I just turn on? Yeah, let me turn on wife co-op. You're not the only couple out there. Well, yeah, for sure. And at a ground level, it's not even necessarily like a wife thing. It's to me it's less of a wife thing and more of like there's always a more casual person in the mix, right? Whether it's your girlfriend, your wife, or it could be the other way around, right? It could be the other way around. You know, the guy could be the casual. Kyborg had his launch. Wait, did Kyborg launch today? Play now. Is it on game? Is this a Game Pass commercial? No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, Kyborg looks a little bit like a cross between like that Surge game. It's almost like a rogue version of that Surge game. I wonder what the reviews are like. It had a demo that did not do well. Yo, it's good, B-Nipple. This is not a great launch trailer. I want gameplay, not a cinematic. Here we go. You were trying to tell me about it earlier. I've looked into it before, Jamal. I looked into it before. Let's see how it's doing. Kyborg Steam. Because hasn't it been on Steam for a while? It's got a... No. It just launched today on Steam. It has a 90% on Steam. Only 31 reviews, though. Kyborg. Let's check the PlayStation Store. Yeah, see, that's a bad score on PlayStation. A 3.71, I'm not touching out with a 10-foot pole. I've got way too many games to spend 30 on a game that can't even hold an 80% on PlayStation. Yeah, I showed people Wizardom a long time ago. It's like a wizard boomer shooter. Yeah. I might have played it. Did I play that one? What one did I play? I played one for you guys. I can't remember what it's called. Where No. I might have removed it from my, like, because it was a demo. I think I might have played that one. Why such a delta? Well, there's 882 ratings on PlayStation. There's only 31 on Steam. So, you know, you've got a very, very small amount of people. Pre-release review. This guy says, amazing ideas, but the devs clearly didn't have the money to create a proper game. So there is a negative one in here on Steam. Pre-release of the game. You know, a handful of the ones on Steam, they received it for free. Law of large numbers, that's a bad sign. Right. Yeah, the Kyborg demo on PlayStation also did pretty terribly. People didn't like it. And when my backlog is as long as it is, the last thing I'm going to do is go and spend $30 on a game that has a 74%. I'm not going to do it. It's like, no way. I guarantee you that's it's got rough edges and it's got frustrating things in it. That's why it's got such a low score. I can't do it. I can't afford it. Can't afford it. It's like, no way. I guarantee you I'm going to get in it and be like, "Yep, that's why this says a 74." You know? It's a tough year. It's a tough year to launch your game. Gameplay on Steam of the Magus Circle. Magus Circle Steam. Action roguelike. Bullet Hell. We're basically getting inundated with these types of games now. Like Vampire Survivors. Yeah. Yeah, see, games like this, what I probably would end up doing with a game like that is I'd play it for an afternoon and have so much fun, and then I'd never go back because there's just so many of them now. It's been a flood for about a year, low barrier of entry. There's some real slop that I've tried. The one that I really wish, I know you get tired of the Zuby, but the one that I really wished would have had co-op, it feels built for co-op, was Nimrod's. So Nimrod's quite literally feels built for co-op, right? Because you end up with a drone that follows you. Like you literally end up with a drone that follows you and also shoots. So it's like that it shoots your gun from your previous run. It's like, okay, so you're telling me the game can handle it. It can handle two people. It totally could. Like I could totally see this game getting a co-op update later. I thought they were going to do it when they updated their key art and there was two people in the key art instead of one. It was him and the girl. I mean, that just looks like co-op to me, right? Yeah, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is probably, I agree with you, Zuby. I've played a handful of these, and Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is probably the best one. I would love for that to come to console and get co-op. Oh my gosh. Madam and I would play that like every night. It's just so good. It took Vampire Survivors a while to get co-op too. It's true. It's true. Yeah, the one that we were just watching just now, if you guys are interested in it, it's called Nimrod's. And when the key art, look what they did. I mean, the key art, look at the key art. They put those two right there, and then when you go to the store page, again, key art. It's different, but it's both of it's two of them. It's so incredible to me. It's like they're signaling it. You know what I mean? They're explaining changes that they made and stuff like that. Yeah. Nimrods adding co-op. Let's see. The developer responded to somebody asking about co-op, and this was in November of last year. They said, definitely something we want to consider. We get this feedback a lot. There's a lot of different directions a co-op mode could go that can make it really fun. However, we want to focus on getting the game to a complete state, new gun augments, characters, map expansions, and more before focusing on co-op. We always look forward to suggestions and feedback. Like, that sentence sounds like they're planning on doing it. Like, we want to focus on getting the game to a complete state, new gun augments, characters, map expansions, and more before focusing on co-op. That sentence sounds like they're going to. It's like it's on a board somewhere, and they're like, we're not doing that right now. Is it early access? Yes. That sentence sounds like a no. It sounds like a yes. It sounds like we need to do all of this before we focus on co-op. It has an 85% on Steam, so people are enjoying it. Yeah, that sounds like a yes to me. If it was not going to happen, then they would just flat out say it's not really in the cards. They're like, no, we need to get this game to a 1.0. Deep Rock, Galactic Survivor, co-op. I don't know if the developers ever answered this one. No. Does Deep Rock Galactic Survivor have multiplayer? No, says Insider Gaming. Players have eagerly awaited a response regarding a cooperative mode in Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, but the studio, speaking in Discord, said, the focus right now is on creating a single-player experience with you battling endless hordes of alien monsters all by yourself, like a bad space dwarf. On the positive side, at least you don't have to share your precious Bismore at the end of a run. I want to highlight the portion of this quote, specifically the focus right now, as this statement and phrasing indicates it's entirely possible. Yeah, they're doing the same thing that that Nimrod's is doing. We want to, but we need to launch this product. By the time we get to the place where we can, our sales will have fallen off, and we'll need to move on to another product. Oh, that's not how he phrased it at all. It's an early access game. His phrasing was totally fair. It was like, we need to get this thing basically to a 1.0 before we focus on co-op. Early access games do that all the time. No, Borderlands 4 is not like Destiny. While this doesn't categorically rule out the possibility of co-op in the future, the developers have indicated that implementing such a feature would require substantial redesign, given that the game's core mechanics and systems are built around single-player gameplay. Community discussions have acknowledged that adding multiplayer would entail significant development efforts, including the creation of netcode and adjustments to game balance. I think it would be a lot easier for Nimrods to do it because you can literally bring your gun from the last round with you, and a drone flies around and shoots your previous gun. So they clearly could let you have another person be there instead of the drone. I think Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, I don't think they're going to add it. I think because of the sheer nature of how they built the game. It's not in the cards unless they have some kind of a breakthrough. There's just too much going on in that game. Just too much. I can't speak to Nimrods, but Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is well balanced as is. Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of long tail grinds in that would all get affected by suddenly letting two people be in there at the same time. Yeah. There's a lot of long tail grinds. in Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. You're in those long tail grinds? Oh, it's pissing you off? Do you see Shadows getting any Game of the Year nominations? No, I do not. No. Get a Hazard 5 clear with just this one grenade? Oh, gosh. That sounds terrible. That to me, Zuby, that sounds like platinum level stuff that I would never be interested in doing. Like, do this very, very particular grueling challenge. I'm good. I'm good, bro. Okay. Sorry, I was checking a message from, it was from my fam, but it was. The Borderlands 4 State of Play, did not see that coming. They actually announced this State of Play at the last event. At the last PlayStation event, they said that Borderlands 4 would have a State of Play. Yeah. So, the month of May, we've got no longer Metal Eden. Shinobi didn't realize they were delayed. They've got Age of Empires Definitive Edition. The Midnight Walk is next week. Revenge of the Savage Planet is next week. Week after that's Doom the Dark Ages and Capcom Fighting Collection 2. Week after that is Onimusha 2 Samurai's Destiny Remastered. Week after that is Elden Ring Night Rain and Disney's Illusion Island. Wait, what kind of a game is that? Disney's Illusion Island. I feel like that was like, is that like Disney's Illusion Island gameplay? Oh, this game's already out. Oh, on Switch. It's already out on Switch. Okay, so it's like a platformer. I think it's co-op too, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know if I can do I don't know if I can do platformers anymore if there's no... It got a 73 on Metacritic. Disney Illusion Island did. I don't know if I can do a platformer without any Metroidvania. I feel like I would get bored really, really fast. Unless it's like kind of like an intense, challenging platformer, kind of like Rayman Legends. Painted Grail Fall of Avalon's hitting 1.0 May 23rd. Is that like that's like a Skyrim style game, isn't that, on Steam that got really popular? Yeah, it's got an 85. Yeah, open world RPG, currently in early access, has a demo. I need to hire people to play some of these games for me. Excuse me. Splitgate 2 has just indicated that their open beta will end when the game launches. So the Splitgate 2 open beta starts in about a month, May 22nd. And they are indicating they plan to have that beta run up until launch. That's kind of crazy. I need another break, though. I'll be right back. This is a long stream for me. We've been going for about 6 hours. I'm going to hit ads on both platforms. Y'all are the best. YouTube, we need 30 more likes. Let's get it going. Thank you guys so much for the crazy support today. We're about 2 hours out from the event. See you in a second. Oh. I think maybe the next time we have something like this, I think maybe we should have done a normal talk show and then waiting room instead of like waiting room all day. It's a little too long for my taste. A little too long for my taste. Ugh. There wasn't much to do a talk show about, though. You know? Charles Freeman, what's good, man? Boot up Returnal, coward. I'm at Biome 5. I'm at Biome 5, dude. I don't know about that. I did think about that, like pull the PlayStation in here and just start working on AC Shadows. You can skip 5. I don't know if I'm kitted well enough for that. Jump to present. Who added me in FGC? I don't even know what that is. So coward was accurate. Why are you still in Returnal? Remember when I did the stream, Returnal gameplay in 2025? I got to Biome 5 and we had to call it because we were going to dinner. We had like an event that night. And so I just suspended the run and I'm just still hanging out in Biome 5. I booted up today because there was a PS5 Pro update. They did a resolution bump. It looks really good. Yeah, it was you. Yeah, just play some shadows. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't a frame rate change, SDO. They raised the frame rate. I believe it's 4K now. I'm assuming they increased internal res as well. I think they're probably doing like an internal 1440 up to 4K. It looks really good. Eugene's just trying to bait me into doing it because he wants to see it. You got added in FGC? It said I got added in FGC. I don't even know what that room is for. What game is that? We're going to have to talk about... Yeah, there wasn't much as Lone Wolf. Yeah, I mean, it would talk about layoffs for a couple hours. There wasn't news, so... You know. I tell you what I could have done is I could have just, like, slept in... Played a bunch of AC Shadows this morning and then boot up the waiting room like after lunch or something is probably what we should have done. You know what I mean? You know? I've had fun. We're just obviously run out of steam. It's like, oh man, we got an hour and 45 to go here. Got an hour and 45 to go, boys. Which I actually will go live at 4:30. So I actually right now is when I should be scheduling it. The actual stream, with an almost identical thumbnail. Let's see here. I didn't see a reason to change much. Okay. Schedule. All right. Borderlands 4. Get this sucker scheduled. Public at 4:30. I want to know where the Returnal short is you promised you would start doing. You could film it right now. Listen, you guys are getting a little too bossy for my tastes, okay? All right? If there's one thing creatures learn, you push too much and you're never going to get it. Cuz I will quite literally in a rebellious state of mind be like, I'm not doing it now. I'll take more enjoyment out of not doing it and irritating you. I'm a stubborn son of a gun, dude. I'm literally like a donkey. If you push or pull too hard, I'm gonna dig in and just not do it. I'm like, all right, no, not doing it now. You keep pestering me about it, and it ain't gonna happen. Have we met? Asking the gay guy not to be gay. Out of the way, I'm gay. That's right. You're just gonna boss me around. Would have been down to watch you play some Shadows. I could bring the PlayStation in here and show you guys where I am, but at this point we've only got like an hour at like 4:30, which I guess no harm done. I mean, we're absolutely on Twitch. We've held just fine, but on YouTube we've just been I don't know what happened. I think something happened on the platform. We got like an hour in and we were doing fine, and we lost a bunch of viewers and we bounced back. And then we just all of a sudden plummeted. We just lost viewers constantly, and people were saying that they were dealing with like buffering and everything else. And then I don't know what happened when we had almost 400, and then we dropped another almost 100 people instantly. That might have been when I ran ads. We've just been hemorrhaging viewers ever since. I don't know what the problem is. We've done waiting rooms before, and it's never been like this. When we've done waiting rooms before, we'll get up to 500 or 600 and we'll just like stay there for the entire time. We've been doing nothing but losing viewers the entire time on YouTube. I don't understand what's going on. I don't know. I genuinely think that YouTube just like literally beats the tar out of you if you don't run automatic ads now. Like, we ran the automatic ad at the beginning. I did it by mistake. And we got great treatment for that first hour, and then all of a sudden it's like it realizes, oh, he's not running automatic ads, and we just nosedive from that point forward. And I think something happened. People were dealing with like buffering or some kind of a weird issue. So it's also a very long waiting room. Well, we're at 5 hours, and I feel like the last couple times, what's the longest one we've done? I mean, the GTA one was ridiculous. We obviously don't want to. Huh? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, the state of play waiting room was 6 hours, but a state of play is obviously a bigger deal. You know, that's a bigger deal than this. And then the Assassin's Creed waiting room for reviews was like 2.5 hours. So the state of play waiting room is probably not a good comparison because it's a bigger event, you know. Yeah, and even that one we slowly fell out of the 600s and 700s into the 400s. So even that one we slowly lost people because the event, you know, people get tired of waiting. No, the state of play hasn't happened yet, no. He'll jump back up when the show starts. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Just thinking about like what's the most productive use of our time for the next hour. The buffering thing happened to me a few weeks back on all YouTube vids. I have T-Mobile, and it's on their end due to having a dynamic IP address, and Google don't like it sometimes. Call T-Mobile if you use them, says Joel. Huh. What do they do for you to fix it? Shadows is your vote. It would be productive. I mean, I got stuff to do. I'm trying to get to the next assassination. Let me just go grab it. Okay. I'm not going to switch directories or anything on Twitch because I mean we're going to stay in the Borderlands 4 directory because all we're doing is Play Borderlands 3, point out all the problems they could fix. Relevance. I've just beat that dead horse. It's just not. It is not worth it. Expedition 33 got an update. The sucker still says 40%. It still says 40%, chat. Look, 40%, 40 hours. You dadgum thing. Returnal got the res bump. This thing's just stinking calling my name. So is this game. We hit 46 hours in Death Stranding to get to 100%. AC Shadows is a lot. I would argue that I think it's too big personally. Pause. I think the game's just way too big, way too long. I've been playing Outlaws. Why do they make their game so large? So I'll never touch in that game. Like, here, that's the wrong. Yeah, I find it frustrating, Eugene. Like, I said it this morning. This game is so freaking big. Like, if there was nothing else to play right now, you could basically live in this game and treat it like a quasi, like, almost like a single-player MMO, where, like, you just literally, thanks, Obama, you, like, just live in the game. Like, I mean, live in the game. The frame rate doesn't look quite right. Maybe I'm just used to my television. I think I'm just used to my television. Yeah, we're definitely getting 60. Invisible Man says, been watching your streams again. Used to watch years ago. Glad to see you're still killing it. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. What am I working on? I'm supposed to meet this guy. He lives here. Okay. Where is he? I basically have to hold down left trigger and look for him. Is he this way? No, I walked away from where he's located. I'm 96 hours in, still have a ton to do. That's what I'm saying. Like, you could literally live in this game, and like did he chase me? He did. What? Yo, J-Dub gifted a sub to Invisible Man. Thank you for doing that. That was weird. I must not have been hidden. What am I? I don't understand. I thought I was supposed to meet this guy. Oh, I'm meeting the old man. Hang on, I gotta open this first, old man. Thanks. Why even buy these shadows when Ubisoft straight up says you don't own your games? No way I'm supporting them anymore. Do you mean they're honest about the fact that you don't actually own the game anymore? You own a license to play the game, which is basically what every single company's done. So you not buy video games anymore?
鬼人でも百姓でも誰もが皆等しく死によって生まれ変わりましょ
う。かように死んでしまうとはあっけない。生きて恥をさらすよりはましてあったか。お主らがおらねば、わしはおごりによって命を落としておったかもしれん。
襲ったのは何者です？
わからぬが。 庭一族が狙われておる。脅し、待ち伏せ、暗殺。だが刺客どもは口が固く、何も聞き出せなんだわ。わしは信長様を襲うためと同じ一党と見ておる。明智光秀、キャツのような奸佞に芯を置いたのがそもそもの誤りじゃ。
何故同じものだ。
分かっておるのは。 能面をつけた男が狩猟ということだけ。
Hour and a half, partial.
援助。それは狐の面をかぶった男では。
その一味の餌食になった者はあまた。我らもそやつを追い詰めましょう。
望みは同じか。力になってくれそうなものを知っておる。本という名でこの辺りの噂に詳しい。霞の合言葉を言えばわしの使いだとわかる。赤い提灯を探せ。
Yeah. I mean, it's a bummer nightmare. It is a bummer. We don't have really any control over it, though. Like, what are you going to do? Just, like, stop buying video games because they all switched to selling you a license?
他の多くの家臣と共にな。
されど、それは過去のこと。我らは今、後の世のために戦うておる。それにしても、あれほどの血とむくろ。敵は素早く。 そして無慈悲じゃ。
なれば早々に長秀様のおっしゃられていた男を探さねばならぬ。
本というとったな。花を使えとはどういう意味なんじゃ。
直江も知らぬのか。
知るわけなかろう。探しに行こう。私が先に。
向こうで会おう。
Yeah, I like it in Japanese a lot more. The English voice actor for Naoe, she was so flat and just bad. I couldn't do it. She hurt the experience for me. Like, look at the snow and how it interacts. It's so crazy. Like when you get into the deeper snow and then you get into the lighter snow. You see what I'm saying? It's so really good. Find Hong. He is in Wakasa. It is Central Obama. Thanks, Obama. Okay. It's on a street with red lanterns? I tell you what, I'm just doing that. You were saying graphics had peaked. We were going to fight today if it kills you. But I didn't say graphics had peaked. What game is this? This is Assassin's Creed Shadows. We got about an hour before I'm going to switch gears to wait for the state of play for Borderlands. And so we're just using this to kill time. I never said graphics had peaked. I said we were extremely close to the ceiling of graphical fidelity this gen. I said that it could go up, but it wasn't going to be by significant like leaps and bounds. I said, you're not going to get to the end of this gen and say, oh man, this makes Horizon Forbidden West look like crap. That's what I always said. I still stand by that. This game doesn't make Horizon Forbidden West look bad. Not by a long shot. This game is up from Forbidden West, but not as much as in years past where you'd get to the end of a gen and it would be crazy. Like the leaps would be huge. I said we were close to the ceiling. can't argue that. We win this round. I was very careful in how I argued my point, and a lot of people, I think, to this day have just either misheard me or misremembered. They're like, they think that I was saying we had peaked, and we have not. I never argued that we had. It was that I was just setting people's expectations that most is going to be very, very close to HFW, Horizon Forbidden West. Oh, this is better than HFW graphically. I think that it is. I mean, it's going to be a little bit subjective. This game, I've taken so many more pictures. I've been so consistently impressed. I'm telling you, it's that global illumination, the way they do weather in this, the way they do snow, it's very impressive.
うまそうな匂いじゃ。これかもしれん。いい匂いじゃな。
I didn't misremember or misunderstand. I choose to interpret your words my own way, and you can't stop me. How much time did you put in Horizon Forbidden West on the Pro? I don't know. We spent a couple hours that one day. I thought it looked incredible. Digital Foundry did describe this on the Pro as a generational leap as well. They're basically, at some level they're tied, but I still think this game is...
腹が膨れると口が軽くなるやつが多いがな。そして一つや二つ噂話を耳にすることもある。
いただこう。
海賊が若さで暴れておる。盗みに殺しに面構えも見た。まずはそこへ行こう。長秀様は若さに縁がある。それと海賊でよくこの店に来る者がおる。さて、味はいかがか。
悪くないが、もう少し固めならなおうまかろうな。
そうか。海賊を退治してくれ。お題は。しそうになったな。
行き先は2つ。昼ヶ浦と鶴ヶ城だ。
I'm having to move things along here, boys. They really overstay some of these little scenes. It's like, I love, getting some context and dialogue, but it's like, hey, before you go kill these pirates, we're going to have a 5-minute conversation. And I'm like, oh man, do we really? I will also say a criticism of this game is this right here. It's like a looky-loo. You're like, oh, I'm going to get this guy. Got to do these 2 things. And they're like, no, we got some more things for you to do. And they these new things appear. It's like, oh. Do you know what I'm saying? Just show me that to begin with. You don't need to trick me. Just let me know that there's going to be 4 things I've got to do. You know what I mean? He is in Western Lake. Okay. There we go. No! Alright, we got to go to a hideout and replenish. I've been playing Death Stranding, and every time I'm ready to take a break is nonstop cutscenes and chatting. Oh, that's the worst, Snoop. That is the absolute worst. Where you're like, okay, I'm ready to pack it up in Death Stranding and be done for the day. And it's like, Kojima's like, it would be a shame if I had a 45-minute sequence of cutscenes right about now. You're going to be late for dinner. Can you pause? You can, but I was always scared if I did and came back, it wouldn't have me saved in the right spot. Yeah, the ending just kept going. It just kept going, bro. It would not stop. It would not stop, man. Just, you know, a couple more lines, couple more things to say. Like, holy mackerel. If you pause and turn off the console, it should save your spot. I was so nervous. I was like, I do not want to lose. I don't want to lose any of this. I don't want to miss any of it. So. Hobbits have second breakfasts. Kojima has second, third, and fourth endings. This is correct. I don't really care about you, Ronan. Was trying to finish the game before dinner. Next thing I know, I'm stuck for an hour. Yeah, at your PC starving. That's exactly right. When I went to roll credits the one time, I was just late for dinner. I was like, I can't. I'm right at the end. I have to watch this. Genuinely like this one. I have really enjoyed my time in AC Shadows. I'm ready to be done, and part of the problem is Expedition 33. That's part of the problem. If I had all this time before, like, Doom came out, I would just be fine. I'd just be taking my time and loving it, but it's like, no, I gotta get done, dude. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get to the next game. If you were playing on Xbox, Quick Resume would save it for you. I had Quick Resume the other day. I tried it on something and it didn't work again. I think it was South of Midnight. I was like, yep, there's that wonderful Quick Resume again. The feature that I lied about that works every single time. Help me understand why you just can't put this down and come back to it later. I lose mental momentum, is what I will call it. I get to a mental place of momentum with a game, and when I come back, I'm like, I'm no longer invested. I don't know what's going on. I might forget some of the controls. I forget where I am. I'm like, what am I doing? Who was I supposed... Like, once I lose that mental momentum, it's like trying to push a train uphill backwards. I just can't do it. I can't get into gear. I'm like, yeah. Can you guys politely get the heck out? Can you go fast? Oh, go fast, okay? There you go. How's that? Quick Resume work flawlessly for you. I wonder if there might be something. I might have something. My Xbox might have something wrong with it. I updated Fortnite for my daughter the other day, and it sat on the after it downloads the update, it says like getting things ready. It sat like that for 5 minutes, and finally I was just like, just open the game, just ignore it. It just my Xbox Series X hangs all of the time. It just hangs there, and it won't. I tried to open the store the one day. It wouldn't open the store. I don't know. I wonder if there's something wrong with mine. Like maybe I've just got maybe the hard drive's on the fritz or something. I don't know. My Xbox Series X, every time I use it, I get frustrated. It doesn't seem to behave very well. Maybe if you used it more, it would work better. Factory reset. Clear the cache. No, it's not full of dust. Yeah, maybe I need to do some kind of a cache clear. I don't frickin' know. Every time I use it, I get angry because I'm like, everything feels like it takes forever. I'm like, just open the thing. Like, you know, just open. Oh, chill, daddy. Just leave me alone. Okay. So, he's in here. We gotta kill him. Maybe. It just says to track him down.
調べを前に庭の屋敷で聞いた。
I wonder if we can get a double. Oh. Holy cow. We might want to just stealth this up and not fight. Where's the door? Oh, right here.
汚いやつの汚い眠る。手がかりがあるやもの。我らの大物がサメ吉と海賊どもを雇って庭一族を殺しとるのか。
You have a wreaking quick power on? I don't think so. Oh, frick. There's a lot of them. Oh, I can't scout. I was wondering if it would let me scout and it would like show me. Let me get a lay of the land up here. How far back? I tried to do double assassination. Oh, he saw me. He threw like a rock at me. Hey! What? That's a new move. Oh. Probably over there would be my guess. Over this way, maybe? Oh, right there. Dadgummit. You playing on easy? Yeah, I lowered all that stuff because I was just wanting to get through it. I kept running into guys I couldn't assassinate. I kept running into guys that would they'd be like, I'd be in a fight and it'd be like 10 guys against me. And I was like, dude, I'm just trying to finish this freaking game. Like, I played it totally normal all the way to like 35, 36 hours. But the other night I was just like, dude, I'm freaking over this. Like, I just want to get through the game at this point. Whoops. Up. Ow! Playing on easy, you're gonna lose internet points. Oh, I love that the people that hate me, they don't like that I'll play casual or put it on easy. I love them knowing full well that I'm nothing like them. I would never want to be like them. Like, I would be embarrassed to care about the things they care about. Okay. Where the frick is this clue? Oh. First playthroughs I like easy because I experience the story. After that, beat it a bit harder. I had fun with it. I enjoyed my time with it, but it got to the point where it was like, I don't have time for this. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to roll credits, bro. I didn't play this game for difficulty. I played it for the open world experience, the story, and the stealth. Okay. So, and especially once they started doing this thing too, where they would like sucker punch you with a surprise of like, oh, you thought you were almost done with this mission. Haha, there's more to it. It's like, oh, okay. I'm kind of ready to not do that anymore. So it's like now every time I click on a mission, I just anticipate like, oh, what gosh, they're in Eastern Sotomo. What? Shoot. Oh, wait, here's the Sotomo Gate. They reside in the castle. Well, where would that be? Out here? That's the Sotomo Gate, though. But where... That would make this... Sotomo? You click on a mission and they give you like 5 more people to assassinate. I didn't mind that as much. That was kind of cool. It was like... You can extend the scout area, make it bigger. How? Oh, by using more scouts. I'm genuinely confused as to where it wants me to go. That looks like where it looks like I'm in the right spot. I don't know if we can climb out of here. No, we can't. You investing in your base? I have been, yeah. I forget what level I am. How did we get in here? I forget. Was it over here? Yeah. We can't fast travel when we're in enemy territory. Okay. I'll never understand why people get upset and bent out of shape because playing the way that you enjoy. I don't know. Okay. Nothing to refill. Let's refill these guys. The Tsuruga Castle. So, they're in Eastern Sotomo Gate. Oh. I was doing that wrong. I was going west thinking that this was leading into... I misread the Sotomo Gate part. So they would be over here. Okay, there we go. I was like, what the frick? There's not another place at that name. Okay. Here. The question is... what very personal thing are you threatening that causes such emotional reaction? That's the mystery to solve. I think it all just comes down to jealousy. Like, I think they have like this loathing of content creators because like you get to earn a living talking or playing video games. So they feel like they have to create like... They're like angry that you get to do it, so they try to delegitimize you. They're like, well, he's a tourist. He doesn't really play games. He doesn't really know games. And it's like, most of these people weren't even alive when I started playing games. You know what I mean? They're just like angry 20, 30-something-year-old men that are like, they just don't like content creators. I think that's what it comes down to. Yeah. $30 or $40. Let's just do 40. It can go in the basement fridge, but in 40 minutes. Okay, 40-minute timer set. They put a lot of effort into getting good. They resent the fact that you're not even trying to get good. Yeah, I mean, I guess they could feel like their value system is being threatened. Like, that's something they really value. Like, getting trophies, getting platinums, getting good. And I'm like, I don't give a frick about that. And, like, if they feel like their value system's being, you know, devalued, it's like, I don't care if that's how you want to play. They've built an identity and status off of achievements in games, and if you don't care about that, then you're essentially disrespecting them. You negate their self-esteem. Yeah. Yeah. We're kind of saying similar things. Yes, yes, yes.
ここ敦賀にゆかりのある者がおるらしいな。うどんよりは敦賀城の屋敷というとった。見てみるか。
嘘ではない。
Is this Frozen? Oh, that was such a good animation. The way she kept her balance. It was so honest. You obtain platinums because you have OCD?
海の幸なら何でもいい。
何を言うとるんじゃ。
銭が入ったら何を食おうかと思うてな。あ、片端から食うてやる。
What? Huh? So that's the wrong. What the heck? Was that the wrong person? I'm confused. Didn't she have the blue? She had the blue dot on her, so she must have been like. Or was that like a false positive? Aha. Ah, it's a dadgum castle. I don't think I'm in the castle yet. Oh, we might be good. Oh yeah, they're not. This is not a castle that I gotta be on guard in.
やはり取れたては違う。いつ敵が来るか。こやつ、くせ者か。わたか、おみ、あ、客。
I've had enough.
確かに聞こえる。
大方様を案ずることはない。大方様がそう仰せなら、誰の差し金じゃ。
Get him. Watching how he's playing this, he's a filthy casual and I hate him. Just straight skipping all the dialogue. Oh yeah. I'm to the point where I'm just like, I'm over it. I get it. I get what we're doing. Yeah, that auto-targeting would be such a nice feature. What? Like after you block somebody? Like after you block somebody, that guy's attacking him from like outside the zone. That's hilarious. You don't like vaulting over them when you block? I don't know if I do that. I just have like I just do like the normal block parry that slows everything down. It weakens them more? Yeah, I mean, I wasn't having any issues like struggling with the combat. I just got to the point where I was like, I gotta fly through this. Like I'm kind of over it. I get the gist of the story. I get the gist of what we're doing. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed the side quests, but it's like, I'm just trying to get the credits now, man. Like, look, they just keep doing it. Like, every mission, this went from 2 to now 5. You know what I mean? It's just... It is in Southwestern. I can only be so tolerant. There are limits. That's right. What are you doing over there? Are you stuck? Cannot guide further. Huh? Alright, hang on. Oh, it's because we were like buried back here. Next game, I want the horse to do the parkour with you. Yeah, like why couldn't he just climb that wall? You like how your character acquires health? What? What are you talking about? No, I don't have time for you, bud. I was beating level 50 enemies with that entangle clothesline thing. It does a lot of damage even to the enemies way above me. Hang on, we might as well do this. Where's the other one? No, where's the other piece of paper? Not these people. I would have expected it to be like up. Hey, bald man, where's the paper, bro? He's probably singing clues about how to find it. It's in the attic in the 3rd building, but I don't speak his language, so. Where's the dadgum paper? It's so humbling. You're like you're this incredible assassin, and you're literally just running around looking for paper. Aha! You know what I'm saying, chat? It's so tedious. You're like, I need these knowledge points to level up my skill trees, and you're just like running around. Paper? Is there paper here? Do you have the paper? Where's the paper? Like one of the most lethal assassins the world has ever known, foiled by a hidden piece of paper. All right, Paul McCartney. How do I talk to you? How do I? No, I don't. I play like crap.
お許しを。庭の大方様の使いで琵琶の調べを探しております。
おお、新たな弟子入り志願か。まずは腕前を知りたい。琵琶を弾いたことは？
いえ、土笛なら少し。
それは結構。わしは弦を好むが、笛も悪くはない。どうじゃ、琵琶にも興味を持ったか
？No. Let's stick to the flute thing that my dad taught me how to play.
恐れることはない。お主が学ぼうと努めれば、琵琶はいつでもお主を受け入れるであろ
う。覚えておきます。ところで、琵琶の調べについてお聞きしても。
音欲に答えられぬ問いはない。言葉を介さずとも物語を紡ぐ。聞くがよい。街の風景、草の香り、愛しき者たちとのひととき。幸せな一日。
All right, this is touching, bro. I gotta move on.
武田元明、得難き逸材よ。武田家の失われた栄華とありし日の夢に捧げられた曲じゃ。
昔を懐かしむ調べ。その方はまたこちらに。
いや、かつてのあやつは息子同然であったが、いかがわしい者どもと付き合い始めてな。海を血で汚す残忍な海賊じゃ。人々は奴らに散々苦しめられてきた。力を貸してはくれぬか。若さを救ってくれ。
救う？
この海賊どもを見つけ成敗するのじゃ。すべて片付いた暁にはまた会いに来るがよい。
武田元明、庭家とどのような因縁が？
I'll help him. I'll help him by putting a blade in between his ribs. You know? I've only spared... Oh my gosh. They're like, thud, thud, thud. You got so much more to do, man. You gotta assassinate the whole pirate alliance. And then you gotta come up here. And you gotta eat soup with him and drink tea with her. And then you gotta come to this guy here. And this dude, he'll teach you how to play an instrument. Okay. Oh, Snow's gonna leave. I do love this part of the game. I love the seasonal aspect of it. It makes it feel like... it does. It like creates a sense of time passing. I think it's dope. Oh no, the snow is still here. I thought it was gonna melt.
長秀殿に聞けば居所を知っとるはず。
Yeah, I've not been to my hideout in a while, but I've upgraded it quite a bit. Welcome back to Obama. Yeah, I thought something happened. I'm not getting YouTube chat in the, yeah, it logged me out. There we go. I was no longer getting YouTube chat in my blended chat. I was like, there we go. Does it feel old to play? I didn't feel like Oblivion felt old to play. There's open world stutters. That was my biggest gripe. Yeah, we're just not switching categories. Sven. Because in 20 minutes, we're going to be waiting for the state of play to start. I just didn't feel like hopping around.
その名は武田元明。
誉れ高き武田。かつては兄弟であったが、朝倉によって野地瀬山城を追われた後に衰退した。城はその後、信長様がわしに。力を追い求める者は、失った者におとなしく従いはせぬ。動く前に確かめておきたい。何をもってその結論に。
海賊の鮫吉は縁者というものに仕え、この小浜で会合するとのこと。
それで武田元明に違いないと？
他にも。
縁者か。ならばわしは免者か。
続けよ。何が分かった？
敦賀の庭家も襲われたのです。その時聞こえた琵琶の音についてご家中に知る方が、そして西福寺に事の次第を知る者がいると聞き、すぐに向かいました。寺には琵琶奏者がおり、同じ調べを弾いてみせました。そしてその音曲を他に知るのは武田元明のみである
と。なるほど。すべてを取り戻すつもりか。野地瀬山城、そして若さを。
武田が力を取り戻しているらしい。
故にこの機に乗じて庭家を滅ぼそうとしておるのでしょ
う。あやつが再び襲ってくるのをただ待つわけにはいかぬ。我が兵を送り込むとしよう。
それでは城が手薄になるのでは。
元明なる者には尋ねたきことが、どうかここは我らにお任せくださ
い。よかろう。ひそやかに執り行うのだぞ。よいな。
お任せを。
Like I'm just so impressed how much work they put into every little. Like this could totally be a TV show. Like they do a good, like the writing, the setups, the stories. I've never once thought, oh man, this is so lame and boring. It's just so much. It's so dense. It's unbelievable.
力ある者の手によって追い立てられ、途端の苦しみを味わい、血に濡れた復讐の道を歩む者。
お主は違う道を選んだ。
とにかく元明を追おう。この地ではまだ武田を慕う者も多い。
鮫吉もな、顔に傷のある柄の悪い大男だ。海賊にして人売りでもある。 わらべに加えその父や母、牛馬のごとく船に乗せられ運ばれるのだ。
サメ吉も必ず撃つ。だがまずは武田元明だ。この界隈におるのは分かっとる。
元明は任せた。この木を逃す手はない。
おい、待てよ、助
け。はそれがしがやる。
また後でな。
No, I've not watched Shogun yet. I want to.
サメ吉も武田に追われておるのか。何故だ。人売りサメ吉、逃さぬぞ。ようやく会えたな、美人。もう行かねば。逃げおおせると思うな。
Could I just shoot him with my bow? That'd be more effective. Hey! Quit talking.
この勝負は貴様に譲るわ。
なぜデュアルテの名を知っておる。
偉人よ。その刀を貴様に持たせたのは誰じゃ。
二度も問わせるな。後悔するぞ。
わしが怯えるとでも、この喉元にはさらに鋭き刃が当てられておる。決して口を割らぬようにとな。他のことなら何だって答えてやる。例えばわしの好きな酒、それに貴様のようなやつが米南国で売れるのかもな。
Oh, I'm playing on easy. You can actually really cheese. You can cheese some of Yasuke's attacks, like the thing where he puts the blade away and then pulls it out on the heavy. You can totally stun lock enemies with that. I've killed a couple of bosses that way, even before I drop the difficulty. You can just totally stun lock them. You just keep doing it over and over and over again. Who'd we kill? Good tip. Yeah, like you hold block and then you hit like heavy attack or light attack, and he like puts the sword in the sheath and then pulls it right back out again. I'm telling you, it's so easy to stun lock them with it. He's in the Samurai Yashiki district. Oh. Oh, I'm just heading. Oh, I'm just going in. I was like, I thought I was supposed to scan again. Some of the combos are insane. I've not played as Yasuke almost at all. I don't like playing as him that much. I got so addicted to like clearing castles with Naue that the minute I couldn't do like the hiding and the climbing and stuff, I was like annoyed. Clearing with it.
奏でたり止めたりしておるのは誰じゃ。
警戒を解くわけにはいかん。
アミネ様、どうか元明様をお守りください。武田の方々はもう十分苦しまれました。
Probably with you. Yasuke was a little too easy in combat. I was just one-shotting most low-level enemies. Elite take a few seconds. Yeah, even before I dropped the difficulty, anytime I played as him, I felt like he was just sort of like... he couldn't die.
あの女も武田とのつながりを後をつけるか。この調べ、武田元明が近くにおるな。四つ割り菱、間違いなく武田のもん。見立ては正しかったようじゃ。琵琶の音も止まった。静かだ。ここは元明の部屋なのか。海賊どもと鮫吉の名、あの琵琶奏者にいただいた書きつけと同じ。元明が人売りに近づいたのは
月影のもと、慣れは佇む光明の中。わだかまりしは春けき昔、めでたきところ。思いはさらず夢に見ゆ。古き城、いずくの日にぞまた見えん。
琵琶の名手だとは聞いておったが、まことなのだな。
良き死に恵まれたおかげであろう。我が死に会うたか。まこと良き死ではあるが、悲しいかな。我らの志は相入れぬ。
罪なき者の命を奪うことのどこが志だ。
物事には裏と表がある。それを分かって言うておるのか。
どちらであろうとお前の側にはつかん。
そなた道を誤ったな。
お前こそ罪なき者を殺め、貧しき者をむさぼり食っておきながら何を言うか。
ならば朝倉や織田はどれほどの命を奪い、どれほどの絶望をもたらした。武田の一族が後瀬山城を追われた時、我らに味方する者がいたとでも思うておるのか。わしは城が焼け落ちてゆき、愛しき者の目から光が消え、屍となるのを見たのだ。その時のうのうと過ごした。
This guy was a fun fight. I wish I could leave it normal for the fights and just out in the world and sneaking just make it easy, because I'd like to do the fights on normal, but you have to like reload the whole game. Or like reload your save or whatever.
無念を晴らさんとする思いはわかる。されど憎しみによって義はなせん。
そなたは分かっておらぬ。わしが戦うわけは憎しみから来るものではなく、世を正すため。
You can? No, it won't let you. It'll like tell you that you have to reload. Jeez. He really likes to chain the reds. Ah.
わしてみせる。ここで果てる宿命ならば道連れにしてくれる。
You can change combat difficulty from stealth difficulty. It told me when I went to do it, you had to be at a, you could not be in the middle of something. And then you had to like reload your save. I don't really care. I don't think the combat's that great to begin with. Like a lot of the late game, no one cares about you, bro. A lot of the late game difficulty, I feel like that's what they've done is they'll have a guy do that. He'll just do like 8 attacks in a row, and I'm like, yeah, it doesn't. Like there's just a ceiling. There's just like a ceiling on their combat system. Like I don't feel like late game Sekiro or like late game Tsushima, I feel like that kind of like opens up and flourishes. In this, it's like, I don't know. It's almost like they're like, well, the best way to make it hard is either to overwhelm you with a bunch of people or they just keep doing the same. Like there's been a couple of guys I fought recently. It's like attack, 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 attack. They'll do like 7 attacks in a row. And I'm like, I think there's just a ceiling on their combat system. Like I don't think they have like the depth to really make it like about halfway through the game, you've pretty much exhausted what the fights can be and what the combat can be, and it's extremely limited. And it's satisfying and it's good, but when they're trying to increase difficulty like late stage like this, I don't think it's very good. It's like they literally just keep spamming the same attack over and over again. And obviously with that fight, you just dodge until you get a perfect dodge, and then you can attack him, you can hit him. There was a guy I fought with a spear, and he would just do blue, 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 and eventually the flurry is over, and now I get to do my punishment. It's not that satisfying. It's sort of like, again, it feels very limited. It feels very limited. So I got 2 guys left, and again, I wonder if it's not giving me like main, that's a 36. I can't track that one yet. Oh, I can't do this yet until I got to complete her personal journey. Yeah, I think their personal journeys might be why it's not moving the story percentage along. I think that might be why. I don't necessarily know if they're crap. Yeah, Paul says the boss fights are crap. I don't think they're crap. I just think, again, the combat system's very limited. So, like, they didn't create this depth within it to where, oh, that was a really challenging fight. That boss fight did X, Y, and Z, and I had to utilize these skills that I've unlocked or these things I've unlocked. It doesn't do that at all. It's just like dodge a bunch or parry a bunch, and then it's time for your punishment. Your punishment windows. And I don't think it's that satisfying. It's like I've enjoyed more taking out a castle, sneaking, navigating to the various guys that I've got to kill. I've found that to be the most satisfying thing in AC Shadows has been that. Like the sort of I think clearing castles and sneaking has been the most fun. I don't mind the combat that much, but then as soon as I started getting to the late stage where they were like, here's a beefy guy you got to fight. There's 2 dudes shooting rifles at you. Oh, and there's a guy over here as well trying to hit you. They just kind of try to overwhelm you. And it's not that it's like hard. It's just kind of a nuisance. It's like, this isn't that satisfying. And then I've gotten into boss fights like that where I'm like, this isn't very good. It's just like the same attack over and over and over again, and then eventually you get your punishment window. It was never that kind of game with boss fights. Some of the early boss fights I enjoyed a little bit more. Oh, I missed the 10 bomb. I'm so sorry. And a 10 bomb from Charles Freeman gets us to 210 on the week. Let's go. Thank you so much, Charles. I think the earlier fights were more fun because to me, it only really using blocks and parries made sense because it was like it was very, very early in the game. Now that I've gotten really far in the game, and that's one of the late fights, that's one of the late assassinations, that guy just spams red, so you just dodge, and then I get to hit him. That's not a very good fight, I don't think. It's just a bunch of dodging. You know? I just turned down the difficulty last night, by the way, too. So every assassination, every fight I've had up till now has been on normal, and I've never once thought like, oh, that was a really great fight. The early fights were great, but the late fights, I'm just like, you guys aren't doing anything really with the combat. You know what I mean? None of the games had incredible boss fights. Unfortunately, I think they could have done incredible boss fights with this game, especially with Yasuke, and I just don't think that they do. There we go. Okay. I love the open world. I love the graphics. I love the sneaking. I think Naoe's stealth is great. Her parkour is pretty bad, but I think her stealth is really great. I love clearing the castles. You know, the personal journey and the main people in the middle is the main story. You roll credits after you finish those two things. Okay. Make external links clickable. YouTube is tripping out today. It's totally tripping out. It's like it said in order to make external links clickable, you have to do this verification thing. And I'm like, I've already done that. What are you talking about? Back end of YouTube is having some issues today. All right, YouTube, there's the link of where we're headed. New stream. New stream. Play. YouTube will also be live on Twitch. Okay, use the link in chat, YouTube. Remember, redirect is like super unreliable. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Hey, thanks so much for checking out this video. If you're watching this later, you're going to want to skip ahead 28 minutes to the Borderlands 4 gameplay deep dive. This is the Borderlands 4 state of play. We did a big long waiting room throughout the day, just hanging out with the community and having a ball. And if you're watching this later, it also helps if you hit the like button. I am going to end that previous stream. We're also streaming on Twitch. If you prefer to watch on Twitch, just look for Reforge Gaming TV over there. I'm going to end that other stream, though, and I'm going to bring folks over with Redirect. Thanks for